Your home of football.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The Australian Medical Association says a return to indoor mask mandates is the best way of slowing the country's winter COVID-19 surge and taking pressure off the hospital system. National Cabinet is meeting currently, 2 days earlier than planned, in a bid to address the growing crisis, with cases and deaths rising rapidly as a result of new Omicron strains. Governments have shown a reluctance to reintroduce COVID mandates. However, AMA Vice President Dr Chris Moy says wearing masks in certain settings has been proven to reduce the risks of catching the virus.
Things like mask mandate really should not be ruled out. They should be on the table. And the modellers are saying that pressing that button is what you need to do to actually slow this thing down as much, to minimise the number of people getting sick at the same time and getting serious disease at the same time, along with other things like the vaccines and the antivirals.
The Victorian opposition leader Matthew Guy has confirmed a Liberal MP is being investigated over allegations he behaved inappropriately to staff at the Parliament. The Age is reporting the Speaker of the Victorian Parliament is investigating complaints about Hastings MP Neil Burgess. Mr Guy was told about the allegations in April, but says he hasn't spoken to the MP about them because the investigation is continuing.
I'm not sure who it's toward. I wasn't advised any of that. Second point, every member of Parliament needs to uphold high standards, and every person should be encouraged to come forward if they have issues with anyone else in any part of their workplace.
The Victorian government has questioned the state opposition's commitment to help drive down energy bills and lower emissions. The coalition has today pledged to provide rebates of up to $4,400 for owner-occupiers to install solar panels and batteries by 2035 if it wins the November election. The Liberal and Nationals is also voting to support at least 100,000 rental households with rebates of up to $8,800 for landlords to install solar panels and batteries. Victorian Government Minister Steve Dimopoulos says it's hard to believe the coalition takes climate change seriously.
Been in the chamber, in the parliament, when they have been not only interjecting but actually speaking actively against everything we've done in clean energy, from our targets to our investments. And 5 minutes to midnight, they want to make a promise about an investment. I don't think the Victorian community believes in.
The United States and Saudi Arabia have reaffirmed their commitment to the stability of global energy markets during a visit by US President Joe Biden. In a statement released after Mr Biden held talks with senior Saudi officials, including Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the US also welcomed the kingdom's commitment to support balanced global oil markets in order to achieve sustainable economic growth. The two countries agreed on consulting regularly on global energy markets and also to work together as strategic partners in climate and energy transition. The final 5 candidates to take over from Boris Johnson as Britain's Prime Minister and leader of the governing Conservative Party have clashed over the economy and trust in politics during their first televised debate. The BBC's Nick Erdley has more.
Rishi Sunak, who is selling himself as a fiscal realist, attacked Liz Truss, accusing her of believing in economic fairy tales. But Ms Truss attacked Mr Sunak's record as Chancellor and the decision to put up national insurance payments to fund the NHS. There was no holding back from Tom Tugendhat either. He accused Mr Sunak of saying in private that he'd only put up tax because the Prime Minister wanted him to. There is genuine ideological debate in this race about how soon taxes can be cut. Penny Mordaunt's supporters say she rose above tonight's squabbles.
Fires are continuing to burn out of control in parts of Morocco and across southern Europe. A village has been completely destroyed in the North African nation, along with forests in 4 different provinces. In Portugal, a firefighting plane crashed, killing its pilot. He was among 2,000 firefighters tackling blazes across the country. To the weather now, and there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for parts of the central east Gippsland, north central, northeast, west and south Gippsland and southwest districts. And there are strong to gale wind warnings for the bays and most Victorian coastal waters. For the state, isolated showers extending from the west, becoming more extensive in the southwest and across the ranges during the afternoon and evening. Showers falling as snow above 1,400 metres before lowering to 1,200 metres later. Cool and mostly cloudy, milder in the northwest. For Melbourne, cloudy, the medium chance of showers most likely this evening with a top today of 13 degrees. Tomorrow showers 15, Monday showers easing 11. Tuesday, partly cloudy and 13. Right now in Melbourne, it's 11 degrees. ABC News.
Winter on ABC iView is chilling. I mean thrilling.
I may have found something.
You're still playing the same old game of chess. So what game are you playing?
With entire seasons to keep you guessing.
What about loyalty? What about friendship?
What you did. Dishonours all cops.
Mystery drama in Troppo, chilling cat and mouse in Killing Eve, plus Total Control, You Can't Ask That, and so many more.
So, when does the show start?
Snuggle in and chill with the best this winter. Stream for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Season 2022, the fans are back. The colour and soundtrack of our great game. Let's go.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead.
And so they jumped into a maybe coach from a proven coach. There's no loyalty in football clubs league.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
They need them, otherwise they're no chance. They're just an above-average team without those excitement, creative players. Playing group there's mature enough to look each other in the eye and go, okay, you know what, you need to get better at this. Football is a simple game. Jeremy Cameron's with us. Who's the better fisherman, you or Patrick?
No, well, we haven't had a fish on.
Big moment, sets fly from 50. Good kick. The MCG are up.
This is The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
The Dogs were far too good for the Saints by 28 points to start round 18 of the AFL. To quote the Rolling Stones, you don't always get what you want, but they did get what they need to remain in another week in the race for the top 8. It was a shocking sight for the Saints fans for 3 quarters before they kicked 3-5 to 1-1 in the final term, doubling their score and getting within 22 points, but leaving more questions than answers at the end. Scott Pendlebury celebrates his 350th game in the black and white against the Crows this afternoon and joins the all-time great Magpies. Could Lance Franklin really leave the Sydney Swans? And what do North Melbourne need to do next? Having made the decision to part way with David Noble. And a bumper Saturday night featuring Carlton and Geelong. A key forward blockbuster as Cameron and Hawkins do battle against Curnow and Mackay. James Kelly will join us from the Cats to preview the clash. And the Fremantle Dockers hosting the Sydney Swans on what will be a must-watch Saturday night affair. Hello, welcome to The Lead. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Today on Grandstand AFL, Adelaide and Collingwood from the Adelaide Oval, North Melbourne and Richmond from Docklands, and for most of our audience, Carlton and Geelong from the MCG tonight. Adam Ramanauskas is alongside me. Rama, welcome to you. It was a bit of a tough watch at times last night, but we got there in the end, as so did the Bulldogs.
Oh, tough watch is an understatement, I think. That was horrible to watch last night. And I thought it was just I hate to use a word like this, but I thought it was pathetic by St Kilda last night. They just, particularly watching that first half, they didn't give a yelp. It was easy for the Dogs, and if it wasn't for Cal Wilkie and Josh Battle, I think it would have been looked even worse for the Saints. So tough watch, no doubt.
Cameron Ling was part of the ABC Sport team calling the action last night. It was a win for the Buffaloes, Lingy, if nothing else. The adage for Bevo worked, trying to motivate the group, and I guess it's whatever works at this stage of the season.
Yes, he does have a habit, Clinchy. Thank you for having me. He finds a way, a different, quirky way of motivating his players, and he used the Cape Buffalo, and we saw the celebrations from Bontempelli and a couple of others after a goal of the Horns and all that, and Josh Bruce spoke to us after the game and explained that when the Lions attacked the Cape Buffalo, they not only formed together and grouped together to fight them off, they turned the tables back on the Lions and go after them. And you can see what Bevo's trying to do there, because the whole footy world, the whole footy landscape has sort of been coming for the Dogs, criticising their season and the fact they haven't bounced back from last year's grand final defeat, trying to motivate his players to really counter-attack now and launch back at everyone, us against them type stuff. And it worked last night, but Rama's right. And I don't want to hear it from you two about it being a tough watch. You were sitting on the couch at home, maybe with a beer in hand. You try sitting in the commentary box. As good a company as Corbin and Kelly and Mick and Hodgie and all the team are, oh, I wanted to pack up and go home at half-time. The Saints were awful. That was horrible by them.
Yeah, that one's not going on any wall, that's for sure. So, I mean, it felt like both teams were a little bit of lucky dip so far this season. 9th versus 10th. It keeps the Dogs in the equation, leading by 30 points at quarter time, 36 at half time, 50 at three-quarter time, and you could almost turn off at that stage, except the Saints were able to kick a few goals to start the final term. So, are the Dogs back to their best? Probably not on what we witnessed last night. Could they get on a roll? It would seem unlikely against the teams they have to play.
Yeah, but they have shown an ability to get on a roll at the right time. I don't think this Bulldogs team has the capabilities of doing what they did last year or, of course, that glorious year of 2016. But they can, when they are motivated and they get on a little roll and they believe in their contested ball, I'm not counting them out of finals yet, Clinchy. I just think, imagine they beat the Demons. Just imagine they find something and whether it's just a big effort for 1 week, what that could do to this group to win a few more games to finish the year. So there's still a sneaky chance because they've got the quality of Bontempelli and McRae and Libba and these types of players. Last night, saw signs from Jamari Ugle-Hagan that he's improving with his second and third efforts, his work rate. Josh Bruce comes back and, yeah, he didn't have a good game. He admitted that after the game to us, but he got a run in his legs. And he jumped on, he sort of ran under the footy, misjudged the flight a couple of times. He'll be better for that. So, yeah, there's something there. They're so far off their best of the end of last year, it's not funny. But they are a team capable of stringing a little bit of form together at the back end of the year. So I'm not putting a line completely through them just yet.
Yeah, their game last night was set up through clearance.
Yeah,
look
plus
at that.
20 clearances.
Yeah, it's...
Marcus Bontempelli, Tom Liberatore, all of a sudden Bailey Smith back makes a hell of a difference. I mean, they would have to win 4 of their next 5 to get to 13 wins. They've got a poor percentage. Who would drop out? It most likely would be Richmond or maybe Collingwood or Sydney if they got the absolute wobbles. But the Bulldogs, Rammer, have got Melbourne, Geelong, Fremantle, GWS, Hawthorn.
Yeah, look, it's a tough run. Those last 2 games are nice, but I think they've got to win 2 of the next 3 here. And now that becomes tricky, but they're good enough. There's no doubt that when their game is up and running, it's clearly good enough. Last night they completely dominate clearance. That gave enough looks. They had 10 individual goal kickers for 13 goals last night. Ugle-Hagan kicks 3 of those. So, they're going to have to go down that multiple goal kicker path because they haven't had consistency in that yet. Norton kicked 40. He wasn't there last night, so he comes back in. He'll play forward again. But if they can get 3 out of Ugle-Hagan again in the next couple of games and 3 out of Norton, that helps enormously.
I'm not in the job of being a forward scout, but I'm going to do a little bit right now, Clinchy and Ramo, just to the teams that are coming up. What I would do if I'm playing the Bulldogs is not let them win clearances by 20 and then not try and play possession football and take 158 marks and go sideways and lateral and go absolutely nowhere with the footy. St Kilda's game plan last night is as bad as you can try and play against the Western Bulldogs. Their one vulnerability is their back line, where if you can slice through a little bit and you can get it in quick and you can expose Gardner and Keith in one-on-ones and Dale and that can't run and create, you can kick a lot of goals against them. St Kilda decided, no, let's take as long as we possibly can to get it inside our forward 50 and have as many marks and possessions as we can before we get it in there. None of those teams they play in the run home will ever try and play them like that again.
Yeah, I want to come back to the Saints. Inside the top 4 after round 11, 8 wins, 3 losses. They've had 1 win since the bye, and I'm almost ready to concede, Lingy. You might have been right all along, so we'll come back to the Saints. But let's revel a bit in the Bulldogs last night. They are hot and cold, but it was the hot dogs last night.
Spoil comes, spills away Johannesson. Ugle-Hagan with the snap for the opener. Ugle-Hagan.
Battle marks, kicks in the middle of the ground. It's intercepted. Racing away is Bailey Dale. Unmarked goal square and through it goes.
West for his 10th goal in his 10th game this season. What a month he's had of footy. Where's the Saints' pressure? It's gone missing so far as Liberatore moves it to Johannesson, who's kept running. He started this passage of play at half-back. Stops, props, looks inside, and Dunkley marks. Josh Dunkley, now he's going to celebrate that before it even crosses the line. Jamara Ugle-Hagan, it seems like everyone who loves footy's got an opinion about this young man. He's producing tonight. Bontempelli stepped back inside on his trusty left, and Sinclair and Hill are onto him. Still he fights and scraps. He fires out a handball. Garcia's going to swoop onto it. Garcia with the snap, and Garcia with the finish.
He's had more of a role in the defensive half the last fortnight, but he doesn't forget how to pop them through. One of the best goal-kicking mids in the game. Adam Treloar drills it. Dale, and he gets another go at it. Kicks the Sharon all the way out to the city wing. Bontempelli can't mark, but knocks it to his own advantage. Runs onto it from a high half forward. Kicks for Johannesson. Johannesson bangs it up into the second deck.
Bruce is going to win the free kick. Back in the team for his first game tonight. He launches high. Bontempelli! The captain. Bont. Simply beautiful.
And for the Western Bulldogs, they shopped early and avoided the rush. They kicked 7 goals before St Kilda registered their first. And a first half mauling by the Bulldogs. They win by 28 points in the finish.
So the Bulldogs 28-point winners. They're 9-8 in season 2022, and a key part of it was Jack McRae, who had 31 disposals last night in the Western Bulldogs win, and he's been good enough to join us on the lead. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you. Jack, congratulations. What was the sentiment sort of after the game? Was it a bit of a relief that in a game where you're so even on the ladder, you're able to produce your best last night?
Thanks for having me, boys. Yeah, it was obviously important to get the win, but probably had a few warts around it, especially how we finished. You know, the game wasn't probably how we wanted it to look, especially compared to the first half in particular. So, some things that we really wanted to work on after the Sydney game that we showed, which was pleasing, but probably a bit of a dampener with the last quarter.
Jack, well done on the win last night and your own game as well. We heard after the game the chat about the Cape Buffalo and the motivation that Bevo uses. Is there a fair bit of belief in this group that you guys can, whatever motivation you choose to use, but you can get on a roll from now, and despite your tough draw, there's genuine belief that there's a finals tilt in you?
Yeah, I think there's a great deal of belief. You know, I have great belief in our group personally, and, we don't have to look too far into the past to see what we're capable of. So, we can't look too far ahead. We've got a big task next week, and it was, as last night was a very important step in that process.
Your own form, Jack, we marvel. It's almost just taken for granted now you're going to get 30 touches or you're going to get 28, 29 or plenty of the footy. What's your mindset? What do you think about when you're out there? If we've got any kids there listening right now, a couple of little tips. How do you just so often find so much of the footy to help your team?
I'll probably, I don't try and go into games with any achievements or goals in mind. It's more just as a midfielder, try and get to as many contests as possible and have a high work rate. And what happens when you're surrounded by some pretty handy other midfielders, you seem to get on the end of it a bit. So, that's probably my main mindset is just to, just high work rate, get to contest, and, my game builds from there.
Jack, well done on your game, obviously, last night. But I'm just interested in Jamar Ugelhagen. Everybody's got an opinion on him. And he's only in his second year, so he's a young, developing key forward, which is a tough ask in our game. What's the expectation internally on him?
Internally, there's not much, expectation to, be a superstar or anything. It's more just bring a contest. I think something that he's really improved, especially, is not getting outmarked. It doesn't show up on the stat sheet as much, but just those moments where it doesn't get kicked to his advantage at times. He's bringing the ball to ground, which is, we value so much internally. So, he's going to have his moments and games where he gets on the end of it. But, internally, I think he's showing a lot of growth, which is really pleasing.
And the move of Adam Treloar to half-back, is that through necessity with Caleb Daniel and Taylor Duray out at the moment?
Yeah, it is a bit, but I think, with Adam's, capabilities and his talent, he's an extremely dangerous player wherever he is. And probably the biggest thing that, attracted us when he came to the club was, how dangerous he is in space and how attacking he can be. So that probably frees him up a bit, going to half back, and obviously with Caleb out especially, we probably need a bit more creativity down there.
Lingy mentioned the Buffalo and how Bevo used that and the like. How often does Bevo go down that path of having some sort of theme for the week. And can you let us in on a couple of the more different ones that he's used over the years?
Yeah, I think, obviously it's pretty hard when you're, playing 22, 23 games to have a different theme and motivator for each week. But Bevo's pretty good at, getting the boys on edge. And it was probably just after the Sydney game that we probably felt like, they jumped us early and they really attacked us. And obviously one of the main themes last night was just, how the Buffaloes work as a pack together when the Lions are, hunting to attack them. So that was probably something that we're really disappointed with last week, especially, with Bailey Dale, how he got tagged, and we probably didn't fly the flag how we wanted to with him. So just about, sticking together as a pact and working together, which we did pretty well.
Does that work for you? Because some players just, in the background, they're just laughing their head off thinking, what is the coach going on about here?
Personally, you try, you don't want to go into games hoping, needing, a big motivator or something to get you up because you're probably not in the perfect mindset as it is. So for me, I enjoy them but I try and get myself motivated, before it gets to that stage. But for those little reminders and things like that where we need to stick together, it's pretty handy.
I've just got this image of Tom Liberatore sitting there listening. I don't know why it's him, but there would be some players who it might not resonate with who I'm sure you'd run out on the track and they go, so what did that all mean? Is there ever a case like that where it just misses the mark?
There's probably a few cases here and there where it probably doesn't hit the intended audience. There's probably a few weeks ago where Bevo was talking about the 1983 yachting team that won against America. And I don't think no one in the room obviously was alive for that or really spends a lot of time watching the yachting. So that probably fell a bit flat. But he's probably normally he's really spot on with all his his different motivators and he's got a great touch to it.
Jack McRae from the Western Bulldogs is with us on the lead. The one thing that did impress me was just your defensive lock. The Saints' ability to move the ball from half back to half forward. I've got no doubt you would have done your preparation about trying to stifle their ball movement, but did you feel like that was as good as defensively you've been in the early stages of last night almost for most of the season?
Yeah, it was something that we looked at, quite intensively with, obviously Saints game against Fremantle, especially their first half. Last week was just how free-flowing the game was. And especially under the roof at Marvel, if you give teams the opportunity, they're going to carve you up. So it was a big focus of us to, obviously try and protect the middle of the ground especially and force them wide and then we can set our defence up, which was really pleasing.
Jack, watching Bailey Smith last night, he found the footy, but at times he was super rushed with the ball. Almost his legs and his mind were going faster than what he needed to at times, and that comes from missing games. How's he been, and what was he like in the lead-up? Almost feeling like he wanted to repay the boys straight away? Yeah, he's with his athletic capabilities, he's just so damaging and wants to show off that as much as possible. So you're probably right there that he's pretty eager to really stamp his ability on the game, but that's probably coming with when he plays a few more games and you get that rust out. So, he's been terrific around the club the last few weeks and really been focused on training well and helping the boys as much as he can and making sure he's in the right mindset once he came back that he was able to perform.
And Jack, with the return of Josh Bruce, we saw Puka Kamas back in defence. Do you think that's a role he can really thrive in? I mean, with Bailey Dale and Ed Richards across half back, it seemed like you almost had the balance right again.
Yeah, I think with Buku, he's a terrific talent and he's been thrown around different places this year, and it's a great credit to him that he's been able to adapt. And he probably gives us that third tall who can play small and a bit higher and come off an intercept or spoil. So he was terrific last night, and a few of the other backs were really strong as well. Just
the challenge of the next couple of weeks, Jack, and how that plays out. It's really going to determine whether you guys play finals or not. Your last two games, then I think are GWS and Hawthorn, so they're very winnable. But do you talk about the next 3 weeks at the moment, or is it just simply a week-by-week proposition?
Oh, you try and keep it week by week, but we're under no illusions where we sit and the season sits. We're gonna have to win some really big games in the next few weeks. So no bigger test than the next 2 weeks with how those clubs are going in our history. So it's really important that we recover and review the game strongly and, come into the Melbourne game ready to go.
And Marcus Bontempelli, Jack, he had another one of those nights that kind of just remind you that he's in the top 5 players in the competition when he plays in that manner, 34 disposals and 2 goals. What's it like when you're out there on the field with him? And obviously the Saints had a bit of a run in that last term and he pops up and takes a big contested mark.
Oh, yeah, he was amazing last night and probably one of the better games I've seen him play in a long time. So he's just one of those rare players where you probably shake your head a few times while you're playing the game and you catch yourself admiring more than watching. And he's just one of those freak talents. So very fortunate to play with, one of the all-time greats, really.
And COVID challenges, what was it, 3 players and 3 coaches, was it? Are there any sort of measures that have been put in place over the next sort of week or so to try and make sure it doesn't become inside the club walls?
Stay away from the club.
Yeah,
yeah, that'd be nice. I think it's probably going towards the down the path of it's probably going to be. We're going to have to be really careful and kind of almost go into a mini lockdown ourselves. So it's kind of reared its head really quickly the last few weeks. Obviously, you look at Brisbane last week; they lost so many players where it can just completely pull you apart, on the field. So we really, as I said before, with how our season sits, we can't really afford to lose too many valuable players. So we're going to have to be really diligent the next few weeks to make sure we stay on top of it.
Yeah, you got a massive match against the Demons next week and then the Dockers after that. Best of luck, Jack. Thanks for spending some of your Saturday with us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, boys. Have a good one. Cheers.
Jack McRae from the Western Bulldogs following their 28-point victory over the Saints last night. This was the assessment of Luke Beveridge, the Western Bulldogs coach.
Should be pretty joyful and jubilant after a good win, but the last quarter wasn't good enough. Saints came at us, but so that's frustrating. I thought Tim was really good in the ruck in that first part of the game, Pete, in that he gave us the impetus in there, and by and large our midfield brigade were quite outstanding for most of the game. Skipper was leading the charge. So that was obviously important. Yeah, I mean, Sydney came with a strategy last week that really worked for them, and we didn't adjust well enough. So as you can imagine, boys are pretty proud, so they were on the front foot trying to rectify or get some pride back, but we wanted that to last a whole journey, and it petered out late.
So Luke Beveridge with his assessment from last night, happy with the win but disappointed with the final term. For Brett Ratton, 16 players without a tackle at half-time. He was going to the well to try and find some answers last night.
We produced that and the second half against Fremantle, and then you could just take some of the other games post the bye. The Essendon performance was, no pressure in the game, allowed Essendon to transition as well. So it is a concern for us, and trying to find the right mix and the right players to get that done. We'll keep exploring that, but yeah, we're running out of time very quickly.
Brett Ratton on last night's loss. This is the lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Romanascus and Cameron Ling. So I guess, Ling, that does pose the question as to where are the Saints? I mean, the statement from Andrew Bassett, the chairman, sort of suggested that they thought they'd be in the window of competing, but the gap between their best and their worst is becoming a really glaring problem for them.
Yeah, and the best and worst as a group, and the difference between their best and worst as individual players is just so far. I mean, Sinclair was good again last night. Wilkie was terrific. Rama mentioned him before. Jack Steele always gives his heart and soul and is in there tackling and scrapping and fighting. Wasn't his best night, but he does it. But of the rest, there's a big canyon between their best and worst. And some of their high-priced recruits and important players, I mean, Zach Jones was just, he was way off in that first half. 4 disposals. I think Brett Ratton singled him out after the game. He just can't run around in the midfield for half a game and have 4 touches. Bradley Hill, I'm often quite critical of his ball use, but I thought they found something with him, Rama, earlier on in the season when they had him high half forward, damaging run, damaging ball use. He's gone back to behind the ball where he just asks for it to be given to him and then kicks it straight back to the opposition. That's not a recipe for success. It's a huge gap between their best and their worst as individuals and as a team.
So I think Rammer, they had 158 marks for the game. They had 18 inside 50s at halftime, 11 tackles at halftime, which kind of leaves you scratching your head going, is it attitude? Is it method? Is it personnel? What is the, I know the TV coverage focused on Butler and Higgins in terms of their pressure. Like, that's one element, but it's one element in a number of elements that are breaking down.
I just think about it and I go, well, what's the influence of the coach's box when that's happening? So Brett Ratton could see that they were taking mark after mark after mark and going. Lee mentioned sideways and backwards, and they had 7 players that took 10 or more marks last night. That's a lot. That's an awful lot. A lot through the back half of the ground. It's then how do you go as a coaching group? How do we change this quickly? Is it quarter time? Is it half time when we have to change it? Can we change it on the run? Is it going to tell Jack Steele we need 5 or 6 repeat stoppages here, just through the middle of the ground? We need to change the whole dynamic and momentum of the game. But just felt like nobody was capable of doing it last night for St Kilda. Then when it didn't matter, when they're 50 points down at three-quarter time, all of a sudden they throw caution to the wind. They start moving the ball up and down the ground. Yep. So I think there's part of it. Yeah, absolutely. There's players, and when you're in that mode, you're feeling good. Oh, I'm getting a kicky. I'm getting a touch. How good's this? But then there's also style, and that comes up. I think that comes down to the coaches in the coaches box looking and what they're seeing, and then trying to change it in an instant, getting the runner out to the required plays and say, hey, this is how we're playing at the moment, and this is not sustainable. 11 tackles, 18 inside 50s, half time. Like Lingy, it's got to change. It's simple. It's a simple coach change.
It felt like they planned to play that way, Rama. Not to lose the contest like they did. I don't think of the clearances. They wouldn't have planned that, but they planned to move the ball like that, which was so wrong because when they did get a quick turnover at half back in the corridor, they still looked to go lateral to the boundary. So that, to me, that was a plan that they'd trained all week. So I'm with you. The coaches need to realise, hang on a second, we, the coaches, our instructions all week were wrong. We got this wrong. We coached them in the wrong style to play the Bulldogs. We need to change it immediately and get the message out there super fast before this game gets away from us. And they didn't. Even after quarter time, I thought there'd be a real shift in mindset of we get a turnover, we're in the corridor, don't leave the corridor and just go sideways and lock ourselves into part of the ground. It didn't change. Nothing changed after quarter time. Nothing changed after half time. And it took until the last quarter when the game was completely done and dusted for some bravery with their ball use, and lo and behold, they kick a few goals. Top to bottom, Clinchy. That's coach all the way down to every single player. That's as bad as I've seen them for a long time.
So they obviously won a final in 2020. They've re-signed Brett Ratton. It feels like the levers that put Tim Membry behind the ball, and yet it felt like the way to win was to have Max King have a great night, potentially Ryder or Marshall to pop up with a couple, Higgins with a couple, and Membry to play his role. But it just feels like, I'm not sure if they have to go backwards to go forwards, Lingy. Do you have a view on that?
Well, there's a couple of players I wouldn't be playing. And I said it right at the start, you can't have a midfield that is too full of players who just don't know how to defend and get lost if they try and have any balance. Zach Jones, I wouldn't have brought him back in. I think Steele and Gresham with one of Ross and Crouch works well because you get a balance of players. Hill should not be behind the footy if he's going to keep playing like that. He's not going to be in the team, but give him value at half forward perhaps. If your plan is to get Max King to have an influence as a forward, and your strategy is to go sideways to the boundary and then move it so slowly that your only option is to kick it long and high and say to Max, pretend you're in the schoolyard and you're flying against 10 other kids and try and take mark of the day every single time, and we're only going to kick it to you 18 times in a half of footy or kick it inside our forward 50, good luck. That's not a winning strategy. So it is right across the board, Clinchy. There's almost too many things to change from last night's performance that you can't do it all at once.
And I think also you can't go and overanalyze that game if you think it's too late in the season now. I think
it's a pre-season, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to show you got to show the good things. You got to show when they were playing well in those games to build some confidence back into the team. Hey, this is the style. This is our style. Not what we played. I'm not going to show any of that, but this is how we play when we're winning and when we're winning well and when we're playing well. Build the confidence back into their mind and then go and execute it then out in the training track initially and then in a game.
Adam Ramanauskas, Cameron Ling and Matt Clinch with you on the lead. Our South Australian listeners are about to depart to the Adelaide Oval. It's Collingwood taking on the Adelaide Crows. It's a big occasion for Scott Pendlebury. He plays his 350th game as a Magpie, and there's a lot of attention on the Crows deciding to drop Matt Crouch again for a third time this season. Coming up next on the lead, we'll preview a bumper Saturday night to come.
Take 2 cups of family love.
God, I hate you! Yeah, ditto!
Add a splash of angry chef.
It's my soup.
Fine, have your slop.
And a pinch of drama.
2 weeks community service.
And you have a recipe for disaster.
Just stay away from me.
Is there a problem, Easton?
The new season of Aftertaste. Come back for seconds Wednesday, July 20 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView. This is The Lead.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Great to have your company with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you on a Saturday afternoon. It's a bumper Saturday night. It gets underway with the Blues taking on the Cats from the MCG, and then in the West it's the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Sydney Swans. All of a sudden, Geelong are on a beautiful roll. They've won 7 on the trot. They're on top of the AFL table, and James Kelly's been good enough to join us to preview their clash against the Blues. James, welcome. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Obviously, you'd be really happy with the way Geelong have been playing in recent weeks. It kind of sets itself up as a nice challenge against the Blues, who, especially early in the season, were displaying all the sort of weapons that might be able to challenge a team like you. What do you put it down to tonight as you tick off the final preparations?
I think Vossi and Scotty did a pretty good job of explaining it during the week. I think both forward lines are really dangerous when the ball gets in there, but the challenge will be around through the midfield. They're a very good contested ball and stoppage team, and we like to strive to be that. So those challenges around the ball, Walsh and Cripps and all those sorts of guys around there, and Dangerfield and Guthrie and Atkins, there's going to be some really good matchups and a really strong challenge for us.
Cal, straight away we go to Tom Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron and Dangerfield and Selwood whenever you start talking about the Cats. But the bloke you just mentioned, Tom Atkins, that move of him from half-back into the midfield has been one of the moves of the season. How does that type of decision get made? Is that one coach saying, I've got this bright idea, or is it really thrashed out over a long meeting or a series of meetings and trainings?
A little bit of both, mate. I think the idea sort of pops up and then you kind of just sit on it and see how we feel and see how the team's going. And we sort of like to feel like we're a pretty open coaching group, and we're open to try things and try different players in different spots, and we're always sort of tinkering with the game a little bit. And Axe had obviously been going really well as a defender, and then his running profile from his GPS numbers were really similar to a midfielder. It's not that much of a stretch from high back, the way he plays it, to playing around the ball consistently. So we just sort of thought, we'll just give it a go. And if nothing else, it's just an experiment and it doesn't work, then we've lost nothing and we've still kept a really good small defender. So, most of the credit goes to Axe for his ability to change his role and play the way he does around the footy consistently, which has been, really luxurious for us as coaches to have up our sleeve.
We've loved throughout the season, Cal, too, the willingness to let Sam De Koning take on the biggest jobs and play often against the very best key forward that the opposition has. They've got 2 of them, the Blues, Harry and Charlie. Who's he best suited to play against out of those 2?
Oh, it's a good question, mate. I think he's, the reality is he's probably really well suited to play on both of them. He's as tall as Harry, but he's as athletic as Charlie. So I think sort of you're trying to not let me off answering the question, but I think the question is he'll probably spend time on both of them. Him and Colin Jasny and Jack Henry down there, we've got a lot of confidence in all 3 of them. So I dare say, I know at different times throughout the game they'll be on different opponents, and we don't really like to think of the back line as, you're on McKay or you're on Curnow, and no matter how many goals he kicks, you're just stuck there for the day. So we still pride ourselves on playing a solid system and being flexible, and that includes being flexible with our matchup. So whoever it is, I think DK will enjoy the challenge.
You used to chase my man a lot, Cal, so you looked after me for years, so I had to give you a little out with that question there. I had to look after you and return the favour.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, finally some acknowledgement.
Hey, Cal, I'm interested in the role of Mark Blitzars now. We saw last week that there was times when he was on Oliver, there's times when he's on Petrarca, there's times when he's standing at centre-half back again. Does he have a preference? Does he come to you guys as coaches and say, this is what I actually want to do? He's such a versatile player, but it's hard to actually recognise what's actually his best position.
Yeah, I think his best position is just anywhere inside our formation. I think he's probably best used not as a deeper key defender or not as a deeper key forward. So, no, for Blitz, anywhere in between those two positions, I think is pretty good for Blitz. And to be honest, I don't really think he has a preference. He'll sort of come to us and say, it's easy for me to start in the midfield and then I can disperse from there however I want. In the Richmond game, he felt like he wanted to give the boys a little bit of support down back and help us move the ball out of there, so he just did that. He feels like he can impact the game as a ruckman. We're happy for him just to pick and choose a little bit, and the boys are smart enough to sort of work around him a bit. So I think that's sort of to your point of the starting position. Sometimes we don't even know. We don't even know where he's going to end up. We just sort of say, you do you, and you work with these guys, and whatever you feel like you can impact the game, we'll just run with that. And a lot of times in the box, we're sort of asking ourselves, where's Blitz playing? Do we need to rotate him? Who do we need to rotate to support, whatever moves he's made himself?
It's a nice problem to have,
isn't it? Just
we've all sat around.
We've got a guy who can run 16k a game. You sort of tend to try to use that to your advantage, and he's very smart. He knows what he's doing, and like with all our players, we just like to trust that.
We've all sat around for months now, and we can see the change in the way Geelong are playing. We've asked everybody questions. Oh, what is it? What is it? So I'm not going to go down that path, Cal, but one of the big areas I've noticed of difference within Geelong is that forward half of the ground now with Stengel, with Myers, Close, and even now with Gary Rowan coming back into the team. It seems that forward half turnover now has become critical to the way you guys play the game.
Yeah, it is. And I think having sort of Tice down there, he's obviously hitting the scoreboard really well, but he brings a different element of pressure, which also takes a little bit of the responsibility of that off Grind and Closey. Like previously, they had to be the, boss of pressure down there. Now Tice is down there doing it really well. We know Gary Rowan does it really well, so we're actually can spread the load around there a little bit. There's a bit of flexibility with Jeremy where he wants to play. He's got a little bit of the blitz role. He can sort of go where he feels like he can impact the game. And Hawk is a bit the same. He can impact the game anywhere, whether it's up high in contests or out the back. So I think that sort of the forward line is a bit symptomatic of what we like to do with the whole team, is just sort of see what's going to work, see where we can get a good advantage, and just let the players sort of drive that out on the ground. And we're kind of in the box. We're just kind of quality control a little bit. But I think you're right. I think the flexibility, different guys in there, sharing the load certainly helps.
You guys are sitting on top of the ladder now. Do you guys feel like the number one seed, or is it like we're seeing just a ridiculously close year?
Yeah, we feel like that. We feel it's a really close year, and we feel like every game's really important. I think there's 4 teams on 48 points now, and a couple on 44. So, you drop a couple of games that you should win, it becomes really important. We're sort of the mindset that we just want to keep improving our game and keep tightening the screws wherever we can. As soon as we start feeling like or acting like we're the number one seed, it'll come back to bite us. And, that's been happening for 100 years to good teams. So we just want to keep getting better, keep improving, keep getting work and continuity into our key players, and we'll sort of worry about the rest when it comes.
It feels like you might be just getting better at the right time of the season. James, as always, thanks for your time. Look forward to seeing the Cats in action tonight.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for your time.
James Kelly joining us from Geelong to preview the Cats and the Blues. I'd imagine Sam Walsh will get some treatment tonight. He kind of struck Paddy Cripps as a couple of the weapons that could potentially challenge Geelong.
I think you've got Mark O'Connor to potentially run with someone. I think even Atkins, when he goes into the middle of the ground, he's got that defensive mindset. So you imagine somebody will get some attention from him. But it's Blitzar's that's the X factor through the middle of the ground, because he can go to and stand next to a Paddy Cripps at a stoppage. So
he does the ruck and then he stands alongside the best player for the opposition. It's not a bad weapon to have.
One thing I noticed last week, Lingy, particularly was Dangerfield. I just thought he'd look back to his sort of bouncy, powerful best. He was breaking away from contest. They keep him fit like that as an absolute weapon that they haven't had, in my opinion, at their disposal in their final series, because he's always looked banged up going into finals.
Yeah, I agree, Rama. That was a really great call and a brave call for nearly 2 months ago now to say we're prepared to potentially suffer a little bit in the short term to give him a break, freshen up, and then do a little mini training block so he's firing for the finals. I couldn't agree more with you. And he adds that element to that midfield that I was worried they didn't quite have. Their back line is really solid, especially when Stewart comes back. Their forward line is excellent. I thought, is the midfield a touch shallow? But Dangerfield firing on all cylinders answers that question a bit. Carlton have got enough weapons to really bother them, though. That midfield of Carlton's is outstanding, as we know. You've mentioned a couple of the names. I think Cherry has still got another gear or two to go to. I think he's still finding his spot in the team. Hewitt's been excellent throughout the whole year. The weapons up forward, not just the two big guns that we talk about all the time either. The way that entire forward line works keeps everybody accountable in the opposition. So Durden and these types of players, or whoever comes in and out of that forward line, they get to dangerous spots and they're athletic enough and they've got enough to worry the opposition. So Blues have got the elements there to really trouble the Cats, and the back line's starting to come back together with Wiedering, and they've got enough size now that they can help each other a little bit. Sard, probably Stengel, you think, Rama? Like Sard's... I love the fact that Vossi sent Sard to the opposition's best small and then just told him to attack when the time is right. His balance is so much better. So it's a really good matchup, these two teams. I think Melbourne is a better team than Carlton, but I think Carlton could trouble Geelong more than what Melbourne could. Just because of those other little weapons that Carlton have that Melbourne don't have, especially forward of the footy. So this will be a ripping game.
Yeah, can't wait for tonight. Adam Romanascus will be there with Mark McClure, myself and Andrew Mays to call the action. Carlton and Geelong tonight. Fremantle Sydney is also taking place tonight. So not a great scheduling matchup with a couple of the key competitors going head-to-head against each other.
Leggy, why would that game be on at 9 o'clock Melbourne time? 7 o'clock Perth time. You play Carlton and Geelong at 7 o'clock into then Fremantle. So you might miss the first quarter of Fremantle and Sydney, but you get come on, seriously.
Listen, Rama, it's a really good question. That is an excellent, excellent question. Sydney players, would they have something to say about that late?
Possibly getting a flight out. I don't.
Yeah, but that's still
think
7
7
o'clock Perth time.
Yeah. No, great question, Rama. You make a lot of sense. It only happens once or twice a year, but occasionally you make lots and lots of sense. So that's a good one.
So 2 of the last 3 clashes between these two sides, Freo and Sydney, have been thrillers. I mean, it feels like the Dockers at home are going to be a hard prospect, especially after their second half against the Saints last week, led beautifully by Nat Fyfe. But Sydney are a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde side. Their best is good enough, but they put in the odd stinker as well. So all of a sudden, with the week that's been around Lance Franklin, I'm kind of interested to see how he responds.
Yeah, I think Sydney can trouble them because they've got a when they're on, they've got a really good team. I rate it. They can use the ball quick. They've got hard nuts. All this buddy stuff, Rama. I'm fascinated by, one, where the story comes from. Two, when Sydney come out and say, no, there's no problem. The dialogue's really good. Buddy, I think, even said, no, it's fine. Is it fine? Or when there's smoke, there's fire? Is there actually conflict when there's this type of thing going on?
I would imagine this is fine. It's just a little bit of sort of gamesmanship, and maybe Buddy trying just to squeeze the last little bit out what he wants. But I'd be stunned if he wasn't playing for Sydney next year.
So do you think this is a negotiating tool just to get the last bit out of the lemon?
Yeah, possibly. But he's playing good enough football to deserve the money as well.
Could you see a scenario where he ends up at a different club? So say the Gold Coast Suns go, Lance Franklin alongside Ben King, that'll look pretty good. Collingwood go, well, Lingy, do we look at Dan McStay or do we look at Lance Franklin? What's going to give better value, be it Franklin, a 36-year-old?
That's the thing. No club responsibly could, for list management, go, here's $800,000 or $900,000 for a 36-year-old. So I don't think that happens. But if you are going to use it for a short-term boost in the way you're playing, but also a massive marketing coup where the Suns is then I see it making a little bit of sense. But I'm with Rammer. I believe totally he will be playing for the Sydney Swans. They'll arrive at a figure that doesn't impact their salary cap massively.
To sign their younger players.
Yeah, but also it gives Buddy enough to show the respect of, Buddy, we still love the fact that you've got a lot to bring to this team. If the figure's 650, 700, I don't know. I've just plucked a number. That probably finds the balance for both parties, and he plays at the Swans.
Do you want a pie in the sky scenario?
Please.
Clarkson and Buddy Franklin to North Melbourne.
It's going to be good for 12 months, isn't it? It'll get some people signing up for the Roos.
Correct. Get some excitement there. Get your man in Alistair Clarkson. Franklin goes down there. They helps Nick Larkey for a year or 2 years. Off you go.
Just when I think Ram is the logical one out of the three of us, Lingy, he throws something out like that. So what's his net worth, Lingy? I mean, $500,000 would seem pretty good to me, but I mean, would it be sad for the AFL if his legacy doesn't finish at the Swans, if it was a third club?
Oh, for the AFL, the organisation that runs the AFL that imposed sanctions on the Sydney Swans for daring to recruit him? Or you mean the AFL as a general populace of footy fans? Because I think for the populace of footy fans, I think I'd love him to finish at the Swans and find that figure, 500, 600, 700, whatever it is. I think the average wage now, Rammer, am I right, is about 350,000?
Yeah, a touch more. Yeah, but
a touch more than that. So he certainly deserves to be paid over the average wage. And if that figure is 600, that's fine, because he brings a marketing element. He still does. He's still Buddy Franklin. We saw what happened when he kicked 1,000 goals. So you're still paying him a bit for that, but I don't think you need to be paying him $800,000 or $900,000 anymore. He's earned his money. He's deserved it. He's had the big deal. Just find a way to show him the respect and the comfort level that we still want you around. We still want you part of this team, but we also need to start paying Heaney and Mills and Warner and Blakey and all of these, the McCartan boy, all this sort of. We need to find money for them to keep this group together. We can't lose a big chunk of it to a 36-year-old.
It's certainly a watch this space. It's an interesting marketing tool. Rama might be a bit worried if there's the possibility to come and have dinner with Jacinta Franklin and let's talk some terms as we're negotiating contracts. That might have a bit of appeal about it. This is The Lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you. We're taking you to Collingwood and Adelaide from the Adelaide Oval next. There's no late changes there with James Rowe, the sub for the Crows, and Ollie Henry for the Magpies. So given you kind of pointed us in that direction to start with, Rama, North Melbourne, the week that's been the decision to sack David Noble after 38 games, just the 5 wins. It felt like everyone came to the mutual kind of agreement that they weren't progressing in the direction in which they would like to. What happens next? How do they try and save this club from potentially heading down the gurgler with no real answers?
Yeah, look, it's a tough one. It's a really, really tough one. They're sort of, I think they would all admit they're pretty close to rock bottom at the moment. So what they do next becomes vitally important. They've just got to get, and we say this all the time, they just got to get the best person, but it feels like they probably need someone with some level of experience that hasn't done it before, because it's a monumental task that they're going to face. But I think the key to it, whoever they get and whoever they've got to pick and stick. You know, you can't have another scenario, Lingy, where it's 38 games and then that's not going to work. You've just got to give the person the time to do it. Now, whether it's 3 years or I think more like 5 years, give them the time. Don't put any sort of pressure on. If media are putting pressure on, just ignore it. Just ignore it. Stick the course, stay the path, and just give that person the time that's needed.
So who would be your top three candidates, Rama?
You've probably got to put them into two different lots. You've got to put the guys in that have coached before, that haven't coached before. So, you the guys that have coached, you look at Nathan Buckley and Justin Lepich and probably Ross Lyon as those three. Then I think the next bucket would be probably, an Adam Kingsley type.
Adam Uze type. I feel like the Giants are going after Uze. I just feel like that's where he ends up.
Yeah, I think we know who the candidates are. It's what North Melbourne have to work out is the players they've got, because they've culled so many players over the last couple of years. What's the personality of our group, and which coach has got the best personality that's actually going to then drive the group forward? Because that's the hard part, is picking personalities. You're coaching 44 players, but the next part of this then too is, Lingy, whoever coaches, who's the team around him?
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's so much more important than just that one particular person. Craig McRae is having success at Collingwood is because he's got Justin Lepich and Brendan Bolton sitting right behind him, as a wicket keeper. So having the team is so much more important than the individual.
And while that team's being put in place, getting some alignment with the upstairs.
Yeah.
Like when David Noble took over, and I think it was Ben Buckley was chairman, said, we expect to be top 4 in 3 years. That is rubbish. Then the press conference at David Noble's parting is, we've got a great list and we're in great shape. That is rubbish. The alignment of an understanding of where they're at needs to come. This isn't turning around next year. No. There's not going to be some little bump and we've snuck into the 8 next year. This is years of work. And Rama's right. You've got to put a team in place and stick with it, constantly challenging and supporting and pushing and prodding that team. But it's got to be there for the long term now. There is no quick fix to this one.
Yeah, they've tried the young coach with Reece Shaw. They've tried the experienced administrator with David Noble. So it'll be interesting to see what direction they go. But they need someone with authority who can set standards and really drive a culture. And that might be a combination. It might be a great young coach with someone like a Mark Williams.
Correct.
He is 63, but someone who's been there and knows what goes on in a developing club, because it feels like for the moment, unless they're aligned in that area as a developing club, they're going to have a lot more pain. So Collingwood and Adelaide, first up for you on Saturday Grandstand AFL. Lingy, do you have any memories of your career playing alongside Scott Prenderbury, who brings up game 350? Wow. So I was just thinking you played 250 plus, another 100 on top.
Just before you answer that, Lingy, is Scott Prenderbury the best Magpie ever?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I think so now. I think that's fair, isn't it?
His accolades probably read better than Nathan Buckley. Premiership, half a dozen All-Australians, 5-time Copeland Trophy.
Norm Smith.
Longest-serving captain for Collingwood. Signed a 2-year extension. So he's there going to have 18 seasons in the black and white. Consistent.
I was a young player, a young person watching Buckley, and then a young player playing against him. So Buckley always has this just aura in my mind of how good he was. So it's still a battle for me to get over and say that Pendles is better than him, but probably is. Yeah. He unbelievable player. I remember playing on him early days, Clinchy, and I tagged him because he was starting to play some brilliant footy. This is sort of 08, 09, maybe 7, might have been 7. And I beat him easily one game. I was all over him, beat him easily. No worries.
Regardless of how this story goes, I beat him easily.
I got him.
There's more to this, please trust me, Rama. The next time I played on him, I thought, well, okay, I'll do the same thing. He destroyed me the next time I played on him. And you know what it showed to me straight away? It was Pendles went away from that first time, understood what he did wrong, worked on what he needed to do, thought of all these different ways of playing, and took me to the cleaners. And that was when I first sat up and thought, okay, this isn't just a flash-in-the-pan kid who's going to be a good player for a few seasons. This kid thinks about his footy, understands why he plays good footy, which is a big hurdle, and how to beat somebody who beat them another. That's when it just opened. I thought, oh, this guy is going to be something special. And 350 games, brilliant player. Well done, Pendles.
So Scott
Don't get that smile off your
brings
face.
up that milestone tonight, but Cameron Lee will know he always smashed in the first time. We're heading to the Adelaide Oval. Adelaide and Collingwood, Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli, Mick Moldhouse and Liz Walsh. See you at the G tonight, Rama.
Looking forward to it, can't wait.
Carlton taking on the Cats. And Lee, we'll hear you North Melbourne and Richmond. Stay with us on ABC Sport.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has announced the government will reinstate pandemic leave payments until the end of September on the back of a snap National Cabinet meeting. The $750 lump sum payments were available to workers forced to isolate or care for someone with COVID-19, but ended 2 weeks ago. The government has been under increasing pressure to bring back the payments on the back of rising COVID-19 cases across the country. Speaking after National Cabinet, Mr Albanese said the decision was made in recognition of the risks associated with the more infectious new COVID-19 variants.
What we've seen with this new wave of B4, B5 is a changed health circumstance, and when the health circumstances change, we've responded.
South Australia has recorded a drop in the number of daily COVID-19 infections. 3,863 cases were reported as of today, down from more than 4,400 yesterday. There are 287 people with COVID-19 in hospital, which is a slight increase. SA Health says 2 men in their 80s and another man in his 30s, all with COVID, have died. COVID hospitalisations are on the rise across the Northern Territory, and another person has died. Jesse Thompson reports.
A man in his 50s with underlying health conditions from East Arnhem has died with COVID, becoming the 54th person to die in the NT during the pandemic. The health system is currently battling an increase in COVID cases, putting pressure on hospitals. 2 weeks ago, there were about 20 patients in hospitals across the NT. Today, there are more than 60. 7 people require oxygen and 2 of them are in intensive care. There were 424 cases diagnosed in the most recent reporting window. The health system is now restricting visits at most NT hospitals to respond to the rising demand.
The Victorian opposition leader Matthew Guy has confirmed that a Liberal MP is being investigated over allegations he behaved inappropriately to staff in Parliament. The Age is reporting the Speaker of the Victorian Parliament is investigating complaints about Hastings MP Neil Burgess. Mr Guy was told about the allegations in April, but says he hasn't spoken to the MP about them because the investigation is continuing.
I'm not sure who it's toward. I wasn't advised any of that. Second point, every member of Parliament needs to uphold high standards, and every person should be encouraged to come forward if they have issues with anyone else in any part of their workplace.
New South Wales beekeepers have welcomed a plan to let them move bees around the state once again. The movement of hives was stopped 3 weeks ago after the deadly varroa mite spread from Newcastle to the mid-north coast, Central Coast and Narrabri. Commercial beekeepers outside designated biosecurity zones will have to apply online and meet certain criteria before they can move their bees. New South Wales Apiarists Association President Stephen Fuller says it's a good move.
It's moving our industry forward. What we've got to look at is how we can keep the industry going whilst not allowing the mite to escape any further.
The New York City Medical Examiner's Office says former President Donald Trump's first wife, Ivana, died of blunt impact injuries to the torso. It added that the death of the 73-year-old was accidental, with US media reports saying it occurred after she fell downstairs in her New York City apartment. Born in what was then Czechoslovakia, she married Trump in 1977 before divorcing 15 years later. Ivanka Trump said in an Instagram post that she was heartbroken over the death of her mother.
Australian golfer Cameron Smith holds a 2-shot lead at St Andrews after the second round of the 150th edition of the Open. The world number 6 is 13 under par, 2 ahead of American Cameron Young and 3 shots clear of Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy. Smith says it's a familiar position.
It's obviously a really good spot to be in. I feel like I've been in this spot a lot over the past couple of years, and things just quite haven't gone my way yet. But like I said before, I just got to be really patient over the weekend. I think the golf course is going to get a lot harder and a lot faster. So just be patient and make good putts.
Adam Scott is the next best Australian, 6 shots off the pace, while Tiger Woods has missed the cut. And Australian cyclist Caleb Ewan has suffered a heavy fall on the 13th stage of the Tour de France. Ewan crashed for the second time this tour, clipping the back wheel of a teammate's bike during a tight descent and injuring his knee and shoulder. Denmark's Mads Pedersen won the 192-kilometre stage in a sprint finish to claim his maiden Tour win. You're up to date with the latest on ABC News.
When I'm 90.
Teenager's going to be riding hoverboards, probably.
When I'm going to try and break a world record, I would get people to do all my work.
You know, I'd want to be in a movie. The next Chris Hemsworth.
I would love to have at least 78 grandchildren.
At least 5 grandchildren.
What's the world going to look like? I don't know. I don't know if I want to know.
I reckon we'll still be best friends when we're 90.
Happy birthday, ABC.
Yours for 90 years.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, steps on the right foot, scores the level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45, starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the Immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big time. He can be a game breaker, this kid.
And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
We're gonna be kids.
Loads up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Shuts it down. The big man sorts it out there. This would be absolutely extraordinary. It is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to kick a miraculous goal. He can't believe it.
Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Bells to Van der Veer. Sweeping hand pass to the board. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
For 16 years and 43 days, we've had the luxury of witnessing Scott Pendlebury complete all Australian seasons, rack up best and fairest, and lead the Magpies to a premiership. This afternoon, an all-time great becomes the 20th player to reach 350 games in the midst of an outstanding season for Collingwood, who have their sights set on a return to finals. The Magpies are on a 7-game winning streak, but a scare from cellar dwellers North Melbourne could be the opening a young Adelaide Crows outfit need to snap a 5-game losing streak against the visitors that stems back to 2016. No late changes for either side. James Rowe, the medical sub for the Crows, Oliver Henry for Collingwood. No Matt Crouch or Jackson Haitley for Adelaide. Meanwhile, Darcy Moore returns for Collingwood. Aaron Bryan's with you on Grandstand AFL to call the action. And alongside me is Neil Cross. Afternoon, Crossy.
Aaron, good to be with you. Interesting, isn't it? Scott Pendlebury, the longevity, the class. the things that Adelaide needs, a bit of longevity and class, which is probably lacking in a young squad at the moment. And when you lay out those facts and figures about Pendlebury and where Collingwood is at 6th on the ladder and obviously in finals contention, Adelaide 15th and struggling, it could make for an ugly day, let's just say that.
Well, polar opposite seasons. So Collingwood in their first year under Craig McRae, Adelaide obviously in their third under Matthew Nicks, but the Crows are 5-11 and Collingwood are 11-5. So clearly one side's doing better than the other, but this afternoon at the Adelaide Oval, you never really know. We've seen a couple of close games across the season. Mick Malthouse is going to join us shortly, one of our two experts. Great to hear, or will be great to hear, his insights. He was there when Scott Pendlebury debuted. He was with him for 127 games. So we'll chat to Mick very shortly. But firstly, Carlton Premiership player Scott Camperell is with us. Welcome, Campo.
Thanks, guys. Good to be here. Yeah, important day, obviously, for Collingwood. One of their greats, really. Probably their all-time great in Scott Pendlebury. One of my favourite players to have coached against. He always gave you a few headaches the night before, and I just love the way he goes about it. You hear great stories around his leadership and how he prepares, the way he sort of interacts with the younger guys. And when you see him play, the bit I like about him is the world just spins a bit slow when he gets it, doesn't he? He just uses the ball well. He makes other players look silly, not on purpose, but just the way he turns. He's clean, he's great by hand and by foot. Just a wonderful player.
6-time All-Australian, 5-time best and fairest, premiership player, as I touched on, Norm Smith medalist as well in that game. He's the games record holder at Collingwood. The big question, Campo, that's been throughout the week is you've got Nathan Buckley, Dane Swan as a Brownlow medalist, Scott Pendlebury. Who do you rate as Collingwood's best ever player?
Oh, jeepers. That's a tough question.
Tony Shaw's in there as well.
Look, I think, they're all different. They've all brought something different. I think Bucks, in terms of what he was a super player, Bucks. People, I guess, judge him harshly in the way he goes about things, and obviously part of his coaching that ekes into, but he was a wonderful player, Bucks. He could play anywhere on the ground. He was one of the best kicks that I've ever seen and played against. Dane Swan, a Brownlow medalist, but his impact for, I guess, his less than great physical attributes, the way he sort of got around the ground, and I reckon he was probably ahead of the game, Dane Swan, in terms of the way he manipulated the way the game was played with the interchange. He'd come on, he'd come off, he'd come on at different times, he'd burst, he'd have 6 or 7 possessions, and then all of a sudden he'd get under the guard, he'd come off again. He was almost untaggable, but he had that attribute, and we see the modern day players around how important they are for midfielders that can go forward and kick goals. He was unbelievable at that, Dane Swan. Whenever he went forward, he hit the scoreboard. So, but I think, I guess I'm a little biased. I just love the way that Scott Pendlebury handles himself both on and off the field, the way he prepares, the ultimate team person. You never hear anything around his selfishness, and just the way he's led this club, through some really rough times as well, is a credit to him.
Sorry, I missed that. Was that the greatest player with Collingwood, or just the greatest Collingwood player since the AFL was formed?
Since the AFL was formed, yes.
I was going to say, because there's guys like Gordon Coventry, Peter Moore, Dacos.
In the modern day.
He's got plenty of stats that we'll reel off across the afternoon, Scott Pendlebury. 350 games. He's 34 years of age. He's still signed to play on next year. He could go on after that, to be honest. He still looks incredibly fit out there, and he'll play a vital role in this afternoon's contest between the Crows and the Pies. Very shortly, we'll check in with the Adelaide Football Club and their CEO, Tim Silvers. We'll also chat to Brendan Bolton downstairs, part of the Collingwood Football Club. It's a massive game for both sides, really. For Adelaide, they need 3 wins from their next 6 games to try and best last year's record of 7 wins. And I can't really see it happening considering the teams that are coming. So they've got to play Carlton, Sydney in the next 2. West Coast in Perth is going to be a tough matchup. North Melbourne's gettable at the Adelaide Oval, a showdown to finish their season. So they've got a lot on the line. And Collingwood, meanwhile, 7-game winning streak have surged them right up the ladder. They're a chance to even push to the top 4 realistically, but North Melbourne really exposed them at times last weekend, Campo.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, first year under Craig McRae, so new system, so that's going to take a little bit of time. But they look like that, and I haven't seen a lot of Collingwood, to be fair. But what they have done is they've definitely sped up their ball movement. They definitely want to try and take the game on through the corridor. They do mark it inside forward 50, even though they don't have the tools. So I was looking at their goal kickers. So Ginnivan's got 28, Myercheck 30, and Henry, who's not playing today, who's the sub, is the next highest with 21. So They don't have a lot of firepower in terms of if you look at the other teams in the top 8, but they sort of got a reasonable spread of goal kickers. The one that has got Adelaide a couple of times is Jamie Elliott, and he's back today. So he's kicked bags of 5, I believe, in the last couple of times they've played against them. So, but what they do have, they've got a really strong back line with Howe, and Moore's obviously back, and their midfield with the inclusion of young Dacos, who's had an unbelievable standout first year, hasn't he, really, to be able to do what he's done at half-back. And I love the fact that they've done that, put him at half-back, and he's got beautiful skills both sides of his body. He just complements that group. He's now moved a little bit into the midfield. He's had a little bit of time through there, so they've got a nice mix, in terms of where they're going. They've obviously got Lipinski in as well, so he's added to the group as well. But look, they're in a really good position. They've obviously got belief in what Craig McRae's come in, Justin Lepich is there, and also Brendan Bolton. So they've got some experienced coaches from successful teams to get some valuable buy-in.
Some big outs for the Pies today. So Isaac Quaynor out with health and safety protocols. Taylor Adams, concussion. Oliver Henry's been omitted to the medical sub. The ins are pretty exciting, though. So Trent Bianco, we saw a bit of him last year. He's had a couple of games this season. Had 35 touches in the VFL, so he's a big inclusion. Darcy Moore, as he touched on, going to be elite down back. The story of the day, though, outside of Scott Pendlebury, is going to be Ash Johnson, who's SA's own. Well, we can't really claim him because he's technically out of WA, but played in the Sandpool here. Becomes Collingwood's 18th Aboriginal player, so he's making his debut this afternoon. Picked up in the mid-season draft out of Sturt. He's the brother of Shane McAdam, who's also one of Adelaide's inclusions today. So both out of Halls Creek. Ash Johnson and Shane McAdam will be at opposite ends, so I can't really see them playing on each other, but an exciting storyline heading into today, Crossy.
Same journey. Halls Creek into the wilderness, found themselves at Scotch Old Collegians in the Amateur League, then through Sturt, then being picked up by AFL clubs. So quite an interesting journey for both of them. Be interesting if they come together.
Yeah, maybe you might just put the magnets in the last quarter depending on the scoreline and give us a moment we'd like to see. But certainly excited to see Ash. He was very impressive with Sturt, and this year in the VFL he's had 8 goals from 7 games. So a decent inclusion for them. For the Crows, Murphy, Hinge, McAdam in. They're outs, pretty big ones, Campo. So Haitley omitted, Matt Crouch omitted, James Rowe omitted. You've got 2 inside midfielders, or wing players as they've been playing them, out. The inclusions don't really balance that out. Can you justify why Crouch and Haitley have been omitted?
Oh, well, I think they've obviously decided that Haitley's not really a winger, so what they do there is going to be interesting. And obviously Saligo's been the one that's gone through there, and Hinge obviously comes back in, so he played a little bit before he had his injury woes as well. So they've gone with that. Obviously Berry, Keys, and Laird's been the consistent inside mid from that perspective, and then they throw in a little bit of Schonberg moving forward. So it'll be interesting to see what they do, whether they do throw Dawson in. Now, they don't have Matt Crouch if they're looking for that balance of inside and outside. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting, but critical as they learn a good lesson last week from Adelaide. The start's going to be really important.
Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli with you at the Adelaide Oval. Mick Malthouse to join us very shortly. It's Adelaide and Collingwood on Grandstand AFL. And if you'd like to get in touch, the text line across the day, 0437 774 774. Let's start in the Collingwood camp this afternoon as, the rain's just starting to set in at the Adelaide Oval. It's overcast and it's starting to just drizzle down. Hopefully Liz is doing all right down there. She's downstairs with Brendan Bolton.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm here with Collingwood's Director of Coaching, Brendan Bolton. Brendan, welcome to Adelaide. Your team arrives here on a 7-game winning streak. That must give you a lot of confidence coming up against the Crows today.
Yeah, well, I've been... it's not very often that happens in AFL footy, you get a streak like that, but been so pleased with the leadership because many of those games have been really tight. Jeremy Howe, Pendlebury, Jamie Elliott, Darcy Moore, Taylor Adams. We've just got players that in tight situations have known what to do, and I think the competition's that tight. We've snuck over the line, but I think it's through good leadership on the oval.
Yeah. What's going to be key to beating Adelaide today, do you think?
Their contest is really strong, and so is their pressure. In spite of, you can look at the ladder and be fooled really quickly. They've got high pressure numbers, and in and around the contest, players like Laird, Keys, they can really get them going by outnumbering. So we've got to work hard to match their outnumber runs, but also apply pressure the other way.
Your side has come under a bit of scrutiny of late for the centre bounce. You've lost centre clearance the past 2 games, was 9-18 against North Melbourne and then 4-13 against Gold Coast the week before. Can you perhaps put a finger on what's not quite going right in there and maybe some insight into how you're going to handle it today?
Yeah, well, the centre bounce is that real difficult phase where everything's 6v6. Been a few little fundamentals in terms of stoppage craft that we just needed to refine a little bit more than what we have over the last month. So they've trained it really heavily, so making sure that those fundamentals on body positioning are really strong in and around it. But we also look at a stat in and around metres gained. When we lose a stoppage or a centre bounce, how well do we bounce off that? Or if we win it, how well do we hold territory? So it's important, winning stoppages or centre bounces, but not getting scored against and maintaining territory is really important as well. So we look at the two, not just one in isolation.
Heading into finals, though, is it fair to say that the midfield mix is still a work in progress?
Yeah, we'll try some different things. I think, we've put Nick Dacos in and out of there. We've got young Josh Carmichael having opportunity. With Taylor Adams and Geordie De Goey out, that is the chance. Often when we don't want those guys out, but when they do, you can find a different mix. So we'll keep experimenting, but if we're near the point end, we'll see how we go with who the best mix are in there.
Long term, is it fair to say that the centre clearance will sort of be sorted out once Brodie Grundy comes back into the team, or it's not quite that simple?
It helps. Brodie's a terrific ruckman, as we know, and our numbers were a bit stronger when Brodie was there, but we've got full faith in Darcy and Coxie to be able to get the job done.
Looking to Grundy, how is he going in his rehab? I would suspect this is the longest injury of his career. What's impressed you with the way he's gone about his rehab, and how far away is he in returning?
Well, in fact, just on the back of that question, he trained really heavily this morning over here, so he's been really diligent. You've got to look after knees and do it the right way, but I think, in the next month or so, we're going to see a really fit and firing Brodie Grundy.
Looking to the ladder, you're sitting 11 and 5th in 6th position, but you have the lowest percentage of all the top 8 teams. Is that something that gets discussed between the coaches? And do you look at playing, a team 15th place Crows as being an opportunity to boost percentage, or you're just happy to walk away with 4 points?
Yeah, we're just worried about the 4 points from week to week, to be fair. We don't really discuss percentage, but we talk a lot about process. Fly talks about that a lot. So without trying to bore anyone on that answer, we try to score as much as we can and limit the opposition. We try to do that every week, and nothing will change there.
What do you think about the conditions today? It's a bit windy down here at ground level. We might be expecting some rain. That might limit scoring opportunity.
Yeah, it could. I think we've got to be able to embrace the imperfections of the game. There's going to be a lot of turnovers today, and players are learning the art of not getting too high when it's going well for them and not getting too low when you're turning the ball over a bit. This caper has a lot of pressure on the ball carrier, so we've got to be able to embrace those plays when they're not perfect.
Scott Pendlebury today becomes the 20th player in AFL history to reach 350 games. It's a remarkable milestone. Can you give us an insight into what he's meant to the club and potentially what it would mean to get a win for him today?
Yeah, it'd be pretty special. There's a lot of debate about is he the greatest ever Collingwood player, and I've only been here for a tiny little snapshot of his career, but what I've been so pleased with Pendles in the short time I've been here is his want to support the coaches and be that on-field assistant coach, if you like, and he takes many of our meetings. We give him a lot of the information and then he can go and own it with the players. So I just love how much he's wanted to be an extension of us. But I think what I've heard from so many, again, I haven't been here the whole time, is just his elite preparation with his body. He just looks after it so well.
Can you maybe take us inside the inner sanctum? How has the club celebrated the milestone this week?
Yeah, Fly's had a real focus on connection and family, and a few weeks ago we got all the dads in, for example, to be able to share that experience and see what it's like for a day or two with their son at work, and that's only continued with Pendles. His family come up and over here today, and they've sat and watched some of the meetings and been in and around the training the other day. So really, as simple as it is bringing his family in as tight as possible.
Oh, that's really nice. But obviously, as one player reaches such a significant milestone, you've got a debutant today. Can you sort of give us an insight into Ash Johnson? He's actually got a really nice South Australian connection too, doesn't he?
He does, and I think Ash is parents have had a huge journey to be here. They've travelled from Halls Creek. I think they went to Darwin 10 hours and then a flight here. So, another opportunity to connect with family. But he's really athletic. I've watched a few of the VFL games. He can jump and, burst with real explosive power. But it's his first game. He's still learning the system. And we don't have real high expectations or pressure to be put on him. But he's athletic. He can jump and make a contest.
And the fact he was picked up in the 2021 mid-season draft is a really interesting story in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, Derek Hines done a fantastic job with those sort of picks. So, it's his first game. We just want him to go out and enjoy it, show his athleticism and learn our system over the coming weeks.
And it's a nice little bow on the game, isn't it, that he's playing his brother in Crow, Shane McAdam, who has conveniently returned from an ankle injury just in time this week. Have you spoken to him about playing family or anything like that?
We talk about family all the time, but I think that's just a nice little touch. It's what our game allows with the draft. You can go to anywhere around Australia, and it's great to see them being able to play together.
Darcy Moore returns today as well. A boost for your back line. Do you think he gets the job on Taylor Walker today?
Yeah, most probably him or Howie. He's really important for us. He can put a really strong fist through those long balls that go down the line and clear that area, so we need him to be doing that today.
When you're playing the Crows, Taylor Walker, is he the key player that you target, or is it other midfielders like Rory Laird and Ben Keys, those type players?
We respect and consider all players. We probably don't target them. We just understand what their strengths are, and we ask how do we nullify those strengths, and if they've got any weakness in their play, how do we expose it? So we ask those sort of questions more than just target someone,
And just quickly before I let you go, COVID's obviously surging again across the country. How is Collingwood dealing with that?
Yeah, we understand it. We're just trying to be really diligent, mask wearing, sanitising, all the things that we've heard. And then be guided by government protocols and AFL protocols about if we've got to do anything different. But our players are trying to do all they can, just being safe. Yeah.
Brendan, thank you for your time today. All the best.
Thanks for having me on. Cheers.
That's Liz Walsh downstairs with Brendan Bolton in the Collingwood camp. It's the Crows and the Magpies at the Adelaide Oval on Grandstand AFL. Great to have your company, Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli, and very shortly Mick Malthouse to join us for Scott Pendlebury's 350th. From one camp to another, though, we can check in with the Adelaide Football Club. Their CEO, Tim Silvers, has been good enough to join us this afternoon. Welcome, Tim.
G'day, guys. Thanks for having me.
5-11 with 6 games to go. You need 3 wins at least to improve on last year's record. What's your feeling about the current season?
Look, if I talk just about last week, we were really disappointed with our performance last week. We've been inconsistent in games, and we really let ourselves down with our contest and pressure at the start of last week, and we need to respond this week. But in terms of the season itself, look, probably the theme of the season, we started with some really strong wins. We won the showdown. Where the Bulldogs and Richmond have felt we were on the up, but we've just been inconsistent in a variety of games. But we are getting some good games into a lot of our talented kids that are coming through, and we're seeing signs of improvement. And I'm hopeful we're going to respond today, and hopefully in front of a reasonable crowd against the Pies that are in red-hot form after 7 wins on the trot.
You've been pretty confident in Matthew Nix's ability and backed him in across the season. If you don't get a win from here and end up on 5 victories, would you still back him in at the end of the year?
He's a great coach. He's a great coach. He's got a good coaching team around him. I'm confident he's got the right plan to take us deep into finals. It's a contested brand of footy. We're still learning that style, but I feel like we're improving. It's not all about wins and losses at the moment, but we do need some just for a little bit of our confidence. And I can feel the frustration from our members and fans, and we understand that, and we get their passion. We'd like some more wins as well.
Tim, Scott Camporelli here. I guess a non-footy question. Where you're at with the facilities? We haven't heard that for a while. It's sort of been a little bit quiet, I guess, on the public front. Where are you at with that?
Look, we're still pressing ahead. We've been working with the City of West Torrens at the moment around Thebarton Oval. We've been in constant negotiations with them and the sample, and we're looking at an outcome that will help us develop what we think is a Torrens sports precinct, which is exciting, but we're trying to finalise negotiations of that. However, on the side, because of, if you recall, we were unsuccessful with the Brompton site. We put in a big bid for that towards the end of last year, and under the previous government we were unsuccessful and a major developer came through. we've left that proposal on the table with Renewal SA, and the current government are reviewing that decision. So we've got a couple of balls in the air. However, pretty hopeful that there's an outcome in the not too distant future.
And what's your preferred one?
I don't want to comment on my preferred. What I want to do, I've been in this club for 15 months, haven't been able to find a site. I just need a site because we need something, an elite training and admin facility for our players, staff, coaches, members and fans. We just need to start to look at having a home for AFLW. We want to be a destination club, and having a new home is part of that. So I'm just really, really excited to try to find that new site and start building.
Tim, apologies, we had to keep it short and sweet. We do have a welcome coming up, but thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck against Collingwood this afternoon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
That's the Adelaide Crows CEO, Tim Silvers, Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli, and very shortly Mick Malthouse to join us at the Adelaide Oval. No late changes for either side. So James Rowe, the sub for the Crows, Oliver Henry for the Pies. Scott Pendlebury's 350th game. He'll become just the 20th player to do so at 34 years of age. Still got another year on his contract as well. He'll play through 2023. Decent record against the Crows as well. He's 12-6. Collingwood, meanwhile, have beaten Adelaide all the way back to 2016. So the Crows need to buck the trend if they're to snap Collingwood's 7-game winning streak at the Adelaide Oval. There's another game going on as well, which will keep you up to date across the afternoon. The Giants and the Lions at Canberra. And plenty of action across the day on Grandstand AFL. Stay with us. Adelaide and Collingwood next.
Nominations for your Australian of the Year
are now open.
It's time to reflect on your community
and who you admire.
It's time to show you respect
by nominating
and acknowledging them.
And it's time to celebrate
their story, their contribution,
and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald, and I'd love you to nominate an inspirational Australian who you think is worthy at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
A warm welcome to listeners joining us on ABC Sport. It's Adelaide and Collingwood on Grandstand AFL. The Pies looking to extend their winning streak to 8 in Scott Pendlebury's 350th game, whilst the Crows have dumped midfielders Matt Crouch and Jackson Haitley as they search for 3 wins from their next 6 games to try and beat their 2021 record. Aaron Bryans with you alongside Neil Cross, Carlton Premiership player Scott Camporelli, one of your experts. The other is making his way into the ABC Sport box in a moment. Will be one and only Mick Malthouse, 3-time Premiership coach, one of those with Scott Pendlebury. He spent 127 games as his coach. He was there when he debuted. I will get his thoughts on the milestone man very shortly as the Adelaide Crows make their way out onto the Adelaide Oval. 5-11, a mirror of Collingwood's 11-5. Season well and truly over for Adelaide. They just need to show some signs of improvement because inside the internal SA bubble, it's getting a little bit boisterous, and there's some concerns for the future and direction of this football club, Campo, as we found out this morning on SA Grandstand.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, we just heard from Tim Silvers, and, you know, the reality is it's not, or from his words, it's not all about wins and losses, but I guess year 3 into a rebuild, you'd want to expect to, I guess, move forward in that category. And when you're doing a rebuild, it's often about, like, how you're winning and losing. That's probably more the point. So I guess the unsettling thing from, I guess, internally and externally is how they're losing at times, and particularly against Hawthorn last week, and whether, you know, they can actually do a number on the teams that are around them. They don't expect to beat Brisbane. We don't expect them to, you know, challenge Geelong and these sort of teams, but they're trying to put the pieces in place. They're starting around the contest. We understand that. Their pressure. And with a young list, there's going to be inconsistencies. But I guess the challenge is where the list is probably the big talking point around town.
And for Collingwood, meanwhile, they could make a real tilt at the finals. They've got the Bombers to come, Port Adelaide as well, Melbourne, Sydney, Carlton. So it's a tough final month. Essendon next week, you'd imagine, is a win, though. And if they can get the job done this afternoon, it looks like they'll be locked into the 8, which is realistically come from nowhere, considering they've got a first-year coach in Craig McRae, and they started the season a little bit iffy. But the squad mentality, the way that they've decided to take the footy on and really dare through the middle, they've got no concerns about turnover footy, Collingwood. They just play with a lot of attack.
Yeah, well, I guess they had some pieces there. If you look at their list, they've still got a quality list that have actually been able to play some games together previously. They're in a bit different spot than Adelaide today. They still got some chinks in their armour, I guess, moving forward. There's still, some of the key indicators, still 13 from contested possession. Not really sure whether Fly values that coming from Richmond, and obviously Justin Lepage has been there as well. They've been a successful team, not necessarily highlighting that category. Same goes from stoppage as well. So it looks like their turnover game is one that's it has improved. They've gone a little bit quicker, as you mentioned. Under Bucks, it was a bit more sideways and kick mark. So we'll ask Mick a bit more. He's obviously watched them a little bit more closely than us, but you certainly has seen a little bit of DNA change since Fly's come on board.
Nice little segue as Collingwood make their way out onto the Adelaide Oval, led by their skipper Scott Pendlebury in game 350 to bring in his premiership coach and Mick Malthouse, who spent 127 games with him. Mick, welcome firstly to the broadcast.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I got this up loud enough. It's terrific to be here. I love Adelaide, and COVID has just killed it. So we're back now. I've got the opportunity to come back to this great oval for a start off. Getting onto Collingwood and getting onto their coach, I had him as a development coach in 2011, so it's a long time ago, but he was very calm and cool under pressure. One of the things, a lot of my former players who left the club and were a little bit bitter about the club at various times, they've all gone back. And they've been invited back. He's invited them into the rooms. They've taken their kids to the rooms, and they feel very much at home. It's a real family club. You've been part of one of those family clubs, and you know what it's like either side. One of the things that the boys have said to me coming out was he detests the team going backwards. And that's so evident, because when you look at the sides that he's been... So from 2000, and I know I did, so therefore then the next stage he went to, I think he went to Richmond and went somewhere else. So all the way along you'll see sides that only go back at the very last resort. It's getting the ball into a position where you can defend the ball in front of you and make the mistakes at the back end, not the front end. And conversely, he wants the opposition to make the mistakes in your front end and turn the ball over. Now, 7 wins in a row is a rarity. I know Geelong have done that at the moment, but they've won, I think, of those 7 games, I think 3 have been under 10 points or thereabouts. 8 games in a row is very difficult to win.
And they've beaten quality sides too, Mick. So they've beat Freo, they beat Carlton, they beat Melbourne, they beat the Suns.
Absolutely.
So they're not the bottom end teams.
No, they're not.
And they haven't just creeped in. They're beating teams that they're contending with in this year in terms of a premiership.
Yeah, well, it took them 3 quarters to wear North Melbourne there last week, and you wonder why. Look, I think they've got players in there. Dacos has been an absolute, revelation, really. But they're vulnerable. But I look at the AFL this year, and I've changed my mind a little bit about the ladder. I had clearly got it wrong, but I had Essendon as winning the premiership, so that's a long way off. But I also
You're a genius if you pick it though, Mick.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's it. So, but if you look at Geelong, I had Geelong 8th. Geelong are probably the best side in the comp at the moment because they've probably got a good front end, steady back end, and adequate middle. I think they're a bit slow in the middle, but I don't know whether we've got a great competition at the moment. I don't know whether there's anyone sort of standing up like, say, Carlton did a few years ago and Collingwood did a few years ago and Brisbane and then Hawthorn. It just seems to me that on the day, I would like to think that the top 4, one of them has to win it, because if you're in the bottom 4, you've got to win 4 games. And I don't think any of those sides are capable of winning 4 of the most important games of the year. So that's why Collingwood's so important to finish in top 4. But can they? I don't know. I just don't know whether they're a top 4 side.
Big game for you personally, Mick. Scott Pendlebury's 350th. You spent so much time with him. Can you tell us about your emotions?
Well, he's... Funny enough, I've just been asked that on West Australian ABC radio about Buckley, him and Swan. Who's the best? It's a very interesting question because they're all different. I reckon Scott Pendlebury brings more people into the game than the other two. I think Buckley's a 60-plus metre kick, beautiful, can hit the longer target, fancy himself on the left side, not good, not convincing, so therefore probably not as good there. Dane Swan just see ball, get ball and just keep running from one end to the other. Brought a lot of players into it because he would use his hand passing. each one of them has got a claim to be the best player in the AFL period. Or, going backwards prior to that, Bobby Rose and those. But Pendlebury is a absolute superstar professionally, and what we're seeing about him is exactly why he's been able to play, because he's not lightning quick, but he's got he slows the game down. I reckon the last 2 years I've seen more mistakes from him in the last 2 years than his whole 15 years before that. It's whether he can reduce those sufficiently enough over the next 6 weeks to go on again and be of value. So I don't think players want to be a non-value. So it's a credit to him, though. He's been... I remember taking him on a training camp with the young blokes the first time I took these kids. I used to take all the kids away every year after the draft, and he just stood out as leadership. Stood out. I was blown away by it, because no one said to me, this bloke's going to be a leader, but he just grabbed hold of these blokes and just embarrassed them into working hard.
Yeah, well, he's been one of my favourite players to coach against. He gave you a few headaches the night before, going, where's he going to go? What can he do? He's clean with his hands. He's got great composure. I mentioned before we had the same discussion around those three players, and they all brought something different, and I couldn't sort of split them in terms, I probably said Dane, he probably manipulated the interchange rule better than anyone in terms of being able to get on and off the ground and have 5 or 6 possessions and have some real influence on the game really quickly. Whereas Scott he's an accumulator. He brought guys into the game with his creativity, with his hands, and he's such a beautiful... I think he's underestimated in terms of by foot. He's a creative handballer, but by foot, he never overkicks the ball, and that's for any young players out there. And I'm coaching junior football. I go, you don't have to kick it hard.
No,
you just got to put it into a position. And you watch him today; he'll just put it into a position where the forward needs to lead into, and that's a dangerous commodity. For any midfield mix, and that last kick inside 50, he does that beautifully, better than anyone. So it's great. It's a privilege to be here, because he is one of my favourite players. And 350 games, that's based around what you do off-field. You don't just trip over 350 games. That's your preparation, that's your mentality, and that's the way you go about things Monday to Friday to get yourself ready to go for Saturday.
And probably 16 and 17 years of age, he was leaning heavily towards basketball, because he's in the Australian squad. Heavily, because he just had this, and it's like you said about his kicking, his ability to find targets on the touch, just beautiful touch. You didn't have to be a rocket to find you. It was just, as you just said, just put the ball. Don't waste energy on something that has to go like an exit
Whereas
missile.
Bucks, on the other hand, he used to he'd break a finger coming out with that. Yeah.
So it's a credit to him, because simply. Actually, funny enough, when we recruited him and Thomas, I had him out of position, because I had Daisy in the middle and Scott in the wing, and it become very obvious in the first year. I thought, this needs to be flipped, because Daisy needs to be outside where he can just really cover the ground, take his marks, and be special, and Pendlebury just be that creative player, and he's been that from day one.
The voice of Mick Malthouse alongside Scott Camporelli on a big day for the Collingwood Football Club. 350 games for Scott Pendlebury. Becomes the 20th player in AFL VFL history to do that. 6-time All-Australian, 5-time Best and Fairest, Premiership player, Norm Smith medalist, games record holder at the Magpies as well. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross to call the action. We'll head downstairs to Liz Walsh very shortly. If you'd like to get in touch, the text line 0437 774 774. Mick, I am interested to ask you, though, from the outside looking in, coming out of Melbourne, have you seen much of the Adelaide Football Club this year?
No. I only bits and pieces on TV because I don't know whether I've actually done an Adelaide game.
Lucky you, to be honest. They've been pretty brutal at times.
Yeah, well...
they've had their moments.
Showdown was good.
They've had their moments.
Richmond win was good.
They pushed Melbourne for a bit. They probably, I reckon, last year they had more games where you're sitting there going, they're in the game. But this year they probably had their moments where they've been poor at stages and they've had goals kicked against them. That's been their number one thing, that they've get 6 or 7 goals and then they're out of the game and they lose their confidence with a young list, as you probably coached over your time, Mick, that they drop away quickly in terms of effort. They go, this is a bit too hard, and they don't have the senior listed players other than probably Tex and perhaps Brodie Smith, who have been around a long time, to actually go, come on boys, let's galvanise this. They're just having their moments, and how do we control that from not only off-field but off-field in terms of the coach's box as well. So that's been their Achilles heel this year, and selection-wise it's been a bit of a revolving door for them too, Mick, in terms of what's the best mix? We hear a lot of conversation around what's their best 22, and they're still trying to find that at the moment.
Yeah, and I just look at their percentage and wins home and wins away, higher score, lower score. Their high score is pretty reflective of what you said. Having said that, they're marginally ahead of Fremantle for the highest score of their kick this year. You know, when you look at Fremantle in third...
Yeah, there's one thing about Fremantle. Yeah, they defend better.
Remarkably, the 33 points is the lowest score against them, and I think the win-loss there in terms of the highs and lows. But, you know, right now at round 16 or 17, but 16 games, you get the impression that it only takes a little bit of confidence. Like I say that Collingwood are running around. I always equate confidence to gives you an extra 10% or gives you nothing. Collingwood are chock full of confidence. There's a 10% for a starter. If Adelaide can dent that brings it. It's amazing what 1 or 2% can do. But then you've got to maintain it. You know, we've seen sides do it, like North Melbourne last week. Yeah. For 3 quarters and just couldn't, and then all of a sudden...
Well, and Carlton are probably the other example of confidence.
Exactly.
The bounce moments away at the Adelaide Oval. Liz Walsh has kept her eyes on the coin toss. What's happening downstairs, Liz?
Thanks, Aaron. The weather gods heard I was back on the boundary after a week off, and so they've ordered in the rain today. We're expecting up to 8 mils to fall, and after holding off all morning, they've just started. It was coming in sideways before, but it's just light drizzle now. The Crows have won the coin toss. They'll kick to the northern cathedral end of Adelaide Oval. Looking to the benches, and for the Crows, Riley Philthorpe celebrated his 20th birthday last week. He's starting on the bench alongside Schomburg, Millerer and Parnell, while James Rowe is Adelaide's medical sub. And for Collingwood, Trey Rusco, Jack Ginnivan, Ash Johnson and Josh Carmichael are starting on the bench.
Well, they're underway. In the middle, Pendlebury in his 350th gets the first possession out of the middle for Collingwood, attacking that River Torrens end of the ground down to half forward. McCreery on the ground for Collingwood. Hamill got a hand pass out. Bianco picked it up for Collingwood. Back to Pendlebury. Another possession. Off to Bianco by hand. 25 from goal goes the kick. Finds grass in the end. Chase Jones picks it up. A bit of relief for Adelaide. They'll get out of defence.
McHenry's kick smothered, though, by Braden Maynard. Great pressure early from the Pies. The smother rolls over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play left half forward for Collingwood.
That's the sort of press they like. They like to press that ball into the forward line and make the mistakes make the team make a mistake in their front half, Collingwood.
So the 3 changes for the Crows: Murphy, Hinge, McAdam in. For the Pies, Johnson makes his debut. More returns alongside Bianco. Off the ruck contest, Dawson puts his head over the footy, immediately wrapped up by Lipinski. And the umpire will circle and say, my ball, as it just trickled inside the attacking 50 for the Pies. Quick reset. O'Brien battling with Cameron. The latter wins out. Straight to Laird, though. He's gang tackled. He's not going anywhere either. Another ball up to come on the paint of 50.
And already, Adelaide, they love throwing that one up to the stoppage, Mick, which allows Darcy Moore to be the spare. I don't really like it, but they do like it, and they've been doing it for the majority of the year.
Collingwood work it through the hands. Eventually it came to Josh Dacos inside 50 off the left foot, intercepted by Dawson for Adelaide. Straight across the goal face to this broadcast side to Hinge. No outlet for him down the line. He's going to have to wait, and he does. And Hamill made some room between half-back and centre wing near the interchange gates with a mark.
You know, sides that go 6 and 6 generally do pretty well against these sides, but when you give them the extra one, they'll just slaughter you.
Hamill races through centre wing. McAdam had a fly at the paint of 50, couldn't bring it down. Keys brought down in the Maynard tackle, spills out to McHenry. He's got a couple on him, pushes the ball inside 50 for the Crows. Messy footy at the moment. Trickles out to Walker. He's immediately tackled by Noble. Berry's kick smothered. Side bottom now for the Pies. Got it out to Dacos. That's Nick. Chips inside. Finds McCreery in the corridor. Handball over the top. The Pies are out. Myercheck, attacking edge. Heads inside 50. Will Hoskin-Elliott spilt it 45 out. Can gather on the bounce. And then is run down in the tackle from Smith. They made a meal of it, Collingwood. Free kick to Adelaide in the right back pocket.
Well, they did make a meal of it. I mean, it was a classy kick by Dacos just to open that up. It was Hoskin-Elliott. He actually had Elliott out because Butts had actually pressed up to put some pressure on that ball, and he dropped a sitter.
Out the centre wing with a kick from Smith. Came off hands. Berry got it. Hand pass forward. Noble intercepted. Dropped it in a tackle. Picked up by Keys for Adelaide. Off to Murphy. Inside 50 with his kick into space. McHenry can get there, or it'll go through on the bounce. Adelaide with the first of the afternoon. Big lifter. Adelaide, 1 goal straight. Collingwood yet to score after 3 minutes on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, well, was it just a cough-up, Mick, at half forward? Noble just coughed the ball out. You'd want him to take that to ground. It was in space. But from a selection point of view, Mick, there's been a lot of talk about Lockie Murphy coming in and out.
Yeah.
The match committee will be pretty happy with that because he hasn't really kicked the scoreboard at all this year.
Isn't it interesting? We've had 2 fumbles now, one at either end. And when the boys come out to train or to practice their pre-match game, it was dry and it's rained. And it just may have just a little bit of moisture on the ball, and they're starting to think ahead as opposed to first of all grabbing the ball. Because both Hoskin Elliott and Noble both made uncharacteristic errors, really.
The voices of Mick Malthouse and Scott Camperelli. Adelaide on the ball first by 6. One down by O'Brien. He was looking for Saligo, but Pendlebury's there first. Handball wasn't clean, uncharacteristic. Cut off by Keys. Gave it to Saligo. Inside 50, McAdam couldn't bring it down. Walker, though, gathers on the bounce. Weaved through traffic and then turned it over. Trying to get it back to Murphy. Tackle laid. Ball up to come, 35 out.
Centre bounce clearance, 666, Mick. There it is. It saw it at first hand. I mean, Adelaide haven't been great at it, but, Saligo, young player, he's got to hit that target.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Walker in the ruck contest, couldn't get it. Nick Dacos off the ground, sends it onto this broadcast side near the boundary. And Brodie Smith, or rather Tom Duday for Adelaide, was the man who saw it over the line. Right half back for Collingwood, attacking the River Torrens into the ground.
Over at Canberra, the Giants on the board first with a minor score against Brisbane. If you want to hear that game, jump on the AFL app. There's a stream available for you. Toss back in. Cameron from behind won it down for Collingwood. Went down to Pendlebury, who's wrapped up by Saligo, lost it in the tackle, spilled to Josh Dacos. He loses it in the Lair tackle. This time it's paid. Holding the ball, free kick to Adelaide.
Well, the game last night had 7 tackles for the quarter. They've had 7. Adelaide have had 7 already.
Lair to the top of the goal square, through the hands of Fogarty, spilt down to Murphy, front and square, tackle, got a dribble kick that ricocheted into the right-hand goalpost. Minor score to Adelaide. They're lively early. 1-1-7, Collingwood yet to score, 5.5 played.
So Collingwood will get another chance to break out of the back end. Nick Dacos with the responsibility bringing the ball in, finds Noble. Still inside defensive 50 for Collingwood, right back pocket. Noble goes down the line and then along the line with the kick. Off hands over the back. Cameron got it, hand pass. Chris brought down immediately, but they soccer forward anyway. At half back, Adelaide with the ball through Smith. He goes back down the line looking for Fogarty. He's got a mismatch, almost took the mark, couldn't bring it in on the second grab. Ball on the ground now. A couple of Collingwood players in there, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Left half forward for Adelaide, attacking that scoreboard end of the ground, the big scoreboard, the old scoreboard.
Quick ball up as well. Cameron slaps it down. Intended for Josh Dacos. He lost it. Saligo comes through. Handball over the top, went back to Josh Dacos. Now Collingwood. Through Pendlebury, Cameron. Then Nick Dacos heads up towards the eastern wing. Butts used the body illegally against Johnson, who'll have his first disposal at AFL level, and it's an awful one. Handballed it inside. He was intended to hit Bianco, who lost it. Had a bit too much pace. Caught in the tackle, ball up to come inside centre square.
Well, it wasn't an awful one. Bianco spent it to Mick's point. He actually looked forward before he even took the ball, so probably not ideal at that part of the ground.
Ruck contest, Laird got it out briefly. Pendlebury did the same. On the ground, Miller are fighting for Adelaide. Laird came through. Now he's over the ball. Just handballed it forward. Now, Collingwood player caught under there. It might be Johnson. He's going to get pinched for holding the ball. He was on the ground, dragged it in. In fact, it was Carmichael, former West Adelaide boy, taken in the mid-season draft. So, Adelaide through Keys, just short of half forward. Arcs around to the left foot, inside the centre square, sends it long towards the goal face. Huge pack, Walker picks up a crumb, snaps goal. Great finish by Walker. He continues to be Adelaide's main man up forward. Adelaide 2-1-13. Collingwood yet to score. Liz Walsh down on the boundary.
Yeah, Crows coach Matthew Nix is actually breaking with tradition this first term. He's coaching from the bench and is loving what he's seeing early on.
That's interesting, isn't it? There's two ways of thinking about the coach at the bottom. It's all about emotion and talking to the players, because you can't get a view of the ground, Scotty. You know that. Yeah. So then you have to really back your coaches above you to actually who see the game. And what I've seen so far, Adelaide's set up have been very, very good. Collingwood have actually collapsed. Their forward line collapsed that second time. So the setup by Adelaide now, maybe his voice is carrying. Maybe the players coming off the ground are actually coaching for him out there.
So Adelaide up 13 points. Collingwood yet to score. Awkward bounce in the middle will be recalled. Your umpires today: Robert O'Gorman, Cameron Dorr, and Brent Wallace.
Never ceases to amaze me, Walker. He's just so strong and just knows where those goals are.
Riley Thilthorpe in the ruck for the Crows. Darcy Cameron retains his position. Neither jump at the footy. Knocked down into the path of Carmichael, who went to his knees, couldn't get back up in time as he's wrapped up by Berry. Lost the footy. Now Cameron dives onto it, keys onto him.
Well, this is something new, Aaron. Riley O'Brien hasn't gone off the ground. He's gone forward and Thilthorpe into the ruck. We haven't seen that at all, Mick. It's always been 1 for 1, either one on and one off.
Thilthorpe wins it down, looking for Berry. Had a couple of fumbles, meant that Collingwood could come in. Head over the footy. Bianco tries to wrench it out. He can't. Becomes the tackler in the end. Umpire circles and says we'll have another ball up. Attacking edge of left half forward for Adelaide, who are up 2-1-13. Collingwood yet to score as the rain starts to set in at the Adelaide Oval.
Up it goes as down comes the rain. And Cameron gets tackled to ground. So we've had a couple of showers, a couple of them heavy. This one probably the heaviest coming over the ground. We're going to see this all afternoon as the ball goes in the air from the umpire. Out of there and wide towards the boundary. Ginnivan over the ball. And now picked up, and Lipinski was the man who picked it up on the logo on centre wing, immediately set upon Berry. I think he's already got 4 tackles on the board.
Just on those two forwards, by keeping the ruckman on, you occupy Moore and also Howe that way. So it puts pressure on Collingwood to actually have someone who's not an attacking player free.
Just on Sam Berry, he's averaging 10 tackles across his last 4. Game 350 for Scott Pendlebury. He's already got 5 touches. From the ruck contest, Keys soccers it up towards half forward, cut off by the Pies. Pendlebury's wrapped up by Keys, loses it, squirts out, straight back to Maynard. Flicked a handball over the top in hope. Hinge was waiting back for the Crows. Cuts it off on the logo, broadcast side. Now Dawson inside to Berry, chips it short to Murphy. He's at left half forward, about 65 out. Murphy not sure what to do. Thought about left, thought about right.
Handball to Dawson. He's standing right next to him.
Collingwood's flooded the 50. Heads inside to Fogarty.
Catch.
Juggled it in the air, 25 out, but claims the mark. 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, by keeping some really good players in front of the ball, Collingwood haven't been able to get the loose player then to be able to back up that aerial kick going in. So it's good tactics so far, really good tactics.
That's really poor though, Mick. I mean, you've coached. That's a slow play.
Oh, yeah.
Collingwood wingers need to get into that leading lane there and not allow Fogarty just to drop that ball in there.
Exactly.
Decent run for Darcy Fogarty. He's had a goal every game since round 11. 17-7 for the year. Make that 18-7. He's just snuck it home. Usually it goes right to left at the northern end. This time he's gone left to right. Darcy Fogarty has the Crows third. Adelaide up by 19 points with Collingwood yet to score. 11.5 in. Round 18 action on ABC Radio and Sport Digital. Your experts, Scott Camporelli and Mick Malthouse.
Well, 7-4 inside 50s, Mick. They're dominating field position. But the thing I've liked about Adelaide's first quarter here is they've actually been able to get repeat entries. It's only really been one break where Hoskin Elliott dropped that ball they've been able to get through. So their pressure and their stoppage work's been allowed them to keep that ball in their front half, which I guess ties into your point, Mick, that they've been able to make Adelaide forwards defend Collingwood's defenders, which means it's a one-on-one contest, which I don't like from a stoppage point of view when it's up the other end of the ground.
Scott, is there a distinct advantage here with that breeze, the way it is at the moment, or not?
Not really. It sort of does zip through here a little bit, but it's not enough to worry about at ground level because the stands are pretty close and close it in.
You can hear Adelaide had the advantage or not, but if they haven't, well, they've done very well so far.
They can hear the rain starting to thump down. Adelaide will get the centre break eventually after a stoppage. Soligo taken high, so he sends it inside forward 50. Ball hits the ground, picked up by McAdam. Hand pass wide, went to McHenry. High towards the goal face. Ball comes down, bounces high. Moore knocks it away towards the boundary, and eventually it goes over the boundary in the contest. And just 5 or 6 metres around from that behind post in the left forward pocket, there'll be a throw in.
And one of Adelaide's strengths is contested possession, Mick. We highlighted it before the game. They're definitely in front 20 to 12 at that point of view. Wet weather, that's going to be an important stat.
Crows by 19. Darcy Cameron with a double tap down to no one, so he had to become the tackler on Schomburg. Escorts him back over the boundary line, bit further out from the Crows' goal face, about 25, 30 metres.
Yeah, if your DNA entails contested football in the wet, it's just absolutely essential.
It is bucketing down now at the Adelaide Oval. Walker's in the ruck, slipped away from Cameron, neither got a tap. Diving onto the footy, flipped out the handball was Carmichael. Spilled to Adelaide though. Murphy's wrapped up, lost it. Quick kick around the body, cut off by Laird, who can snap from 40 for Adelaide. Miners scored to the left-hand side. 3-2-20 Adelaide. Collingwood yet to score. Gee, it's been an awful start. 14-minute mark of the first.
Well, time in forward half, 73% Adelaide.
So the kick out goes to the eastern side of the ground, and the ball on the ground and falling heavily was Hinge as he went for the mark and then came over on his back. He was effectively tunnelled, although not deliberately, by Myercheck it might have been. And he's he's stayed down, and he's got a trainer with him now limping away. Meanwhile, at the point of the centre square at half forward for Adelaide, ball goes in the air. It's on the ground now and slipping through hands left, right and centre, and eventually the umpire says, well, I'm not going to let this go on forever. Let's ball it up again.
Myercheck remains on the eastern wing as the ball is tossed up, missed both rucks. There was a holding free kick, and it's going the way of Collingwood. Darcy Cameron to receive it, left half back on the eastern side.
If I'm reading this right, I reckon Adelaide have got two behind the ball, which is really interesting. At least a slippery ball needs to be picked up, so they've got the one on the back 50.
Yeah, which is Dawson. His player rolled up to that stoppage and then they've just sort of concertinaed back, and he's the one they do want spare.
Yeah, well, wet ball stoppage, an extra one doesn't mean anything. You're far better to have someone behind the ball like Adelaide have got.
Cameron went wide to Maynard. His kick cleared the pack, and Johnson takes it at the back. Handball inside to Pendlebury. Handball over the top, smothered by Schomburg. Now Duday wrapped up by the skipper and holding the ball as well. It was an immediate tackle. Not sure about the prior, but Pendlebury will take it. He hands it off to Dacos. Inside 50 for Collingwood. Spoilt down by Elliott in the end. Spills to the back. Murray's kick caught in the tackle. Only went about 5 metres. Chris becomes the tackler now. Duday came through, trying to get it to Hamill. Head over the footy. Brought down his butts. Now off the deck, Parnell just tries to clear, only as far as Pendlebury again. Gives it to Dacos, sold some candy, runs to 40 and finishes for Collingwood's first. Nick Dacos is a star. An outstanding debut season, and he's got a goal for Collingwood. They're 1 straight 6, Adelaide 3-2-20. We've travelled 16 minutes in the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. Liz Walsh is downstairs.
I can confirm it's absolutely miserable down here. It is just bucketing down. There's water flowing everywhere. The majority of people behind me have now got to the stands behind me. The lights are on. It's pretty miserable.
Well, you just saw there, Scott Pendlebury, you were going to say it, Mick, sorry. I mean, he was clean at ground level. He just picked up the ball. He just distributed to Dacos' advantage. And then what I loved about him and what I've watched over his games, Mick, he just accelerated. He just accelerated, gave himself some time. He didn't panic with the ball and just jack it forward and then knocked it over from about 45 with a wet ball.
Yeah, and two class players in the wet. One young, one 350th game. It just... it's an easy replacement, isn't it?
And you've coached a lot of footy, Mick, over the time. The best players are still clean in these conditions, aren't they? They stand out. And the best ball users as well.
Yeah, well, the old saying, oh, no, it brings everyone back. No, it doesn't. Yeah. If you're a fumbler, you become worse.
Yeah.
So in the middle of the ground, we've had a stoppage, and then Collingwood able to clear the ball away from the secondary stoppage. Down towards half forward. Lipinski goes in hard, couldn't take it. Still, it's fumbling. And it's slipping through hands, and there's so much water out there at the moment.
You would have been a big one for the glove, Mick, would you?
Oh, no. Well, Clokey had a glove. I didn't mind them what they wore, so long as it didn't, being too weak.
Kinnaman got the ball at half forward. He went to ground in the tackle of Parnell. Adelaide able to sweep it away. O'Brien gave a hand pass. Off to Laird, down to half forward he goes with a kick. Offhands it, went to Thilthorpe. He reached down and got it, smuggled it towards centre half forward. Cameron picks it up for Collingwood, sends it to the other end of the centre square. Parnell was in there and grabbed. It's play on. Adelaide get it out towards centre wing. And it's just knocked forward, cleverly thumped forward by Roscoe. Picked up by side bottom, inside 50. He goes with a kick. Brave went Duday back with a flight. Knocked it towards the boundary and then ensured it went across. 25 around from the goal face. Adelaide defending at that Torrens end.
Oh, that is so brave. A lot of people wouldn't know from if you're not watching that. That was running back with two players bearing down on him. He just did not take his eyes off the ball whatsoever.
Crows by 14. O'Brien's tap is sharked by side bottom. Got it to Lipinski. Kick around the body. Sits up the top of the goal square. The debutant Johnson can sock her straight into the right-hand goalpost. He's filthy with himself. Just lost it on the bounce. He's almost run down and the pressure was enough. Minor score to Collingwood, 1-1-7. Adelaide 3-2, 20, 18 and a half played in the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli and Mick Malthouse.
So Dawson for Adelaide. Comes this broadcast side, the western side of the ground, long with the kick, looking for Thilthorpe, who went up high. Ball slipped over the back, picked up by Saligo. Forward hand pass looking for McAdam, got the arms free, did well. Jones, and then he flipped a hand pass over the top and didn't find his man. There's a brief intercept and across the line. So player down there is Moore, and he's coming off the ground. Looked like a hand injury, possibly a dislocation out of that as we get a throw in.
Toss back in through centre wing. O'Brien wins it down straight to Jones, playing some midfield time. Was caught in the tackle from Carmichael, missed the footy. Trickles its way to Noble off the deck. The Pies up to half forward. Mychek couldn't bring it down, but tapped it to side bottom in the end. Gathers, tries to wheel away from Hamill, but slipped. Handball turned over along the deck to Jones. He'll wheel around. Chaotic footy at the moment. Kick was cut off by Hoskin Elliott on the wing. Inside 50, it'll tunnel its way through Elliott. Take a bounce over the boundary line. Right forward pocket, Riverbank stand end for Collingwood. They're currently trailing by 13 points, approaching time on.
Well, isn't inches just gold? If you can get that ball forward on wet days.
Off the ruck contest, Mychek threw a foot at the ball, back towards the boundary line. Elliott picked it up, hand passed back into the corridor as best he could. Now he's got it in his hands. He's got an opportunity to snap, lost the grip on the ball. Laird took it. It fell out of his hands onto his foot, outside 50. Miller almost the mark for Adelaide. Picked up by Thilthorpe. Somehow, on his knees, he got a foot to the ball. Adelaide get it outside the defensive area, but it's coming back through Murphy for Collingwood. Just put boot to ball inside 50. Adelaide player down. Meanwhile, behind the players, Thilthorpe.
Yeah, he doesn't look good either.
No,
looks like his ankle.
He has not
his
moved.
Foot looks like it's in the wrong direction at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think we might have a dislocation. Certainly, I think we're going to stop play here.
It's bent on the 45, I think.
No, I think they're checking his knee.
Oh.
In any case, hushed crowd now. And Thilthorpe's decided, well, I can get up.
What's happened there?
I think
Absolute
I'm okay.
resurrection there. He's just popped straight back up, no problems.
Well, they halted play, and now we'll get a throw in.
Toss back in. Mychek out of the ruck contest. Absolutely shirt-fronted by Hamill. He's hurt. Meanwhile, Adelaide get the clearance from Keys. Exits defensive 50 looking for Walker. Cox comes across without the goggles today. Lost it at the feet.
He needs windscreen wipers today.
Rusco across half forward. Kick to Tumbler. Picked up by Crisp. Back inside 50. Elliott gets a run. Another crunch. O'Brien clashes with Butts. Spilled down to Mychek. Snaps from 30. Curls it. Bounces on the line and through for a major. Carnage at the Adelaide Oval, but Collingwood are capitalising. 2-1-13. Adelaide 3-2-20. 21 played in the first. Looks like Thilthorpe's okay, and Butts and O'Brien have popped back up as well. Wet weather footy at the Adelaide Oval.
Well, that was bizarre, Mick.
I just can't believe it.
I thought Thilthorpe...
He'd be embarrassed, wouldn't Did his socks fall down?
I'm not sure they pull him up that high anymore, Mick. But, yeah, it was really interesting. And then he competed strongly at that next ball back here, so I'm not sure what actually happened. But let's hope he's okay, because they certainly need him.
Collingwood are now back in the game because their ball handlers, the ones who can touch it, are now getting hold of it. This is where Adelaide now really need a steadier. I know it's silly, but 3-2, but they need a steadier because Collingwood have just taken over that hard ball, the ball that's a little bit wet.
Adelaide with the first 3 goals. Collingwood's responded with a couple. Out of the middle now. Laird again dominant. Quick hand pass up to Berry. Got a foot to ball. Down to half forward. Hoskin Elliott picks it up for Collingwood. Over the shoulder play on. It was touched. Chris got it. Off he went on the left foot down to Myercheck inside 50. Just takes the mark. Myercheck will go back and have a look at the goals from 45 out. And we might quickly go down to the boundaries. He puts the ball on the ground and Riley Thilthorpe off the ground, Liz.
He is. He's come off with the blood rule. He's got a cut on his left knee. The doctor's also given it a good look over, but he does seem to be okay.
Oh,
okay.
So he must have got some, maybe a stop.
Yeah.
Maybe a stop's gone across it. He didn't know what to do.
Yeah, the equivalent of a stinger maybe. I don't know. Anyway, Myercheck from out near the boundary on the eastern side. Came off the side of the boot towards the goal face. Numbers there. Johnson almost took it. Butts picked it up for Adelaide. Can't get out of the goal square. He's tackled by Cox. Will get a ball up.
Yeah, good setup by Collingwood too. For those that aren't watching on TV, they've got a back line now that's come up to the line. So Adelaide have to be very careful how they bring this ball out of this defence if they can get it out.
Ball up in Collingwood's goal square. No, the ruck went for it. So side bottom just soccers off the deck.
Well, Adelaide is saying it's touched, but...
Well, I think Adelaide's questioning how he was able to soccer the ball mid-air.
Left all alone, the ball up just dropped to the boot of Steele's side bottom, and he's got Collingwood's third. 3-1-19, Adelaide 3-2-20, 24 played in the first. 1 point game at the Adelaide Oval.
No, that's all right. They just showed a replay, and he's actually half volleyed the ball.
Smart player, Steele side, but he's been around for a long, long time. Just hasn't had the same impact stats, but as far as cleverness goes, you don't lose that cleverness. And while everyone else is watching it, he's going, righto, it's on the deck, I'm going to put it through.
So 24 minutes down in the opening quarter, and Adelaide scored the first 3 goals. Collingwood respond with the next 3. It's a 1 point game in favour of the Crows. They're down to half forward. Out of the middle, Laird again dominant. Now he's got another disposal. Flipped it to Saligo off the left foot. Just grubbered it. Noble picked it up for Collingwood. Sends it strong and long to inside forward 50. And there's holding there. Elliott pinched. Butts will receive the free kick. I mean, Elliott kicked 5 goals against Adelaide last season.
I've got to say, Adelaide at the moment are really panicky when the ball's on the ground. They're just not prepared to take the ball, which they need to.
Butts went to Smith, who heads out to the broadcast wing. Mark taken by McAdam. Just forward of the logo. On the 45, he goes short to Saligo. Had to gather on the bounce. It was too short. Handball back has put McAdam under pressure. Maynard gets him, got a handball away. Trickles to Dawson. May have caught one in the back from Johnson. Umpire puts the whistle away. Pendlebury had over the footy. He's wrapped up from Barry. This time it's in the back. Barry dropped the knees in the tackle, but it wasn't enough. Free kick to the Collingwood skipper. He hands it off. Rusco. Now to Nick Dacos. Spins out of the tackle. Beautiful footy into the right forward pocket. Back with the flight. Jones nearly cut it off for Adelaide. Handball flipped out from Johnson was a throw. Intended for side bottom. He was about to have a snap on goal. Free kick to Adelaide left back pocket. They're up by 1.
Chase Jones assesses. No options across the ground. So down the line he comes on this broadcast side. Big pack. Somehow Collingwood smuggled a couple of hand passes forward. It ended up in the hands of Bianco. He sends the ball to the top of the goal square. Off hands, and Cameron did well to pick it up. Gave a hand pass out. Elliott back towards Cameron. Too high for him. Can you believe it? Ginnivan goes in with the arm up, and the umpire says play on. That's not high. Ball on the ground again. Still it goes on. It's fumbling. And then Ginnivan's in there again, and he's surrounded by 3 Adelaide players who'll get a ball up 30 out straight in front of the goal face.
Well, it was high, but the umpires have actually woken up to it because he led into it. So the umpires called play on. He almost, I watched the umpire straight away, Mick, to see what's going to pay. Exactly. And he half went, and then he said, no, I'm not going to pay it.
It happened earlier in the quarter as well.
Yeah, he did. That was good umpiring. Very good umpiring.
Off the ruck contest, Hoskin Elliott gets boot to ball. Tumble kick up towards the top of the goal square. Johnson beats 2, rips the ball away and snaps his first on debut. They get around him, Ash Johnson. The Halls Creek product has his first major in AFL. Collingwood take the lead as well. 4-1-25. Adelaide 3-2-20. Time on in the first on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, just a difference in the two sides at the moment. In the last 10 minutes has been ball handling. Adelaide picked it up very, very quickly, kicked the ball under pressure, never got distance with it. It gave the Collingwood defenders a chance to bring the ball back. And then when Collingwood hand passed the football, they hand passed it to a player who's in a really good position. Johnson's made some real basic errors so far. Then a double effort then because the Adelaide players fell around him. So,
well, both teams have, Adelaide dominated the field position, kicked 3-2, and now Collingwood have dominated field position. They've kicked the last 4, so it's a wet weather day. So whoever can actually lock it in their front half are going to get opportunities.
Yep, absolutely.
Berry for Adelaide off the ruck contest. Cox just got a foot to the ball, got it to side bottom at half forward. At right half forward, he sends a hand pass wide. Knocked away near Chase Jones, picked it up, immediately taken high by Ginnivan, and he might be giving away 50. He did. After the free kick, Ginnivan just dragged down Jones to take some extra time out of the game. Jones now near half forward, where the man on the mark stands. He sends it inside forward 50. Ball off hands again. To the ground. Off the ground. Outside 50 from Bianco. Picked up by Parnell for Adelaide. Skips around one with the kick towards the goal square. Big numbers there again. Murphy, the smaller man, outnumbered and outgunned by Collingwood. Moore sent it over the boundary. Left forward pocket for Adelaide.
Poor start for Jack Ginnivan. He's made his way to the bench. He's on his haunches. He hasn't had a touch and has been pinged a couple of times as well. Toss back into play. Adelaide attacking 50. Cox won it down straight to Lipinski. Uses Josh Dacos. Clearing kick for Collingwood out towards the western side. One-on-one Cameron and Walker. Spilt down to Butts. Pushed as he kicked it, and as a result it'll arc over the boundary line out on the full. Free kick to Collingwood up by 5 points. Still got 2 and a bit to play in this opening quarter.
It's a bugbear of mine, Mick. Why do players in that position there don't kick a drop punt?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
No.
Or they want to try and kick a torpedo when the ball drop is actually easy to kick a drop punt and you know where it's going to go.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about this stoppage because I know you're a stoppage player, but the stoppage up the other end really was so poor by Adelaide. No care, and of course the ball comes back.
Again through a stoppage. Side bottom got it, sent it forward. Adelaide could have turned it over easily, but in the end they did get it out of the defensive area and straight back to Josh Dacos ahead of centre wing for Collingwood on this broadcast side. He drops it in short. Bianco with the mark. Just 5 metres or so from the boundary line at right half forward. Now numbers flooding forward for Adelaide. Bianco goes inside short to Maynard. I think that might be his first touch of the afternoon. Arcs around on the left foot. Inside 50, heads to the top of the goal square. Again, huge numbers. McCreery was almost first there. Somehow the ball managed to escape him. Behind play, Elliott having a bit of a disagreement with a Brodie Smith. A couple of players go in, drag them away. Umpire to ball the ball up.
Top of the goal square for the Pies. This time O'Brien does get a hand to it. Knocked it down looking for Duday. He lost it on the bounce. Myercheck now wrapped up. Shrugged a couple. Got it to Carmichael. He couldn't bust through. Lost the footy. High tackle laid as he tried to get the ball back. Free kick to the Crows. Chase Jones, who didn't realise he had it. So he'll have it in the right back pocket. And hand it off for Adelaide. Gives it to Dawson. Booming kick up to the eastern side. Jumping high, Moore brought it down straight to Murphy though. He tumbles it forward, slipping over Rusco, enabled Fogarty to run onto the footy, busted through Murphy's got 3 to beat and just can't get there. The Pies have numbers and use them well. Dacos, that's Nick, back to Pendlebury, heads up to centre wing eastern side, Cox at the back, nearly claimed it against O'Brien, side bottom at the fore of the ball, kept it in, socket along the boundary line, trickles its way up towards Duday, who's happy to have scored it over. Left half forward for Collingwood. Kicking to the southern end. They're up by 5 points.
About 60 from the goal face. 4-1-25, plays 3-2-20. The Pies in front after they gave up the first 3 goals of the game in this opening quarter. Ball off Cox's leg from the ruck contest. Inside 50. Dawson got it. Hand passed it off to Hamill. He just got it out of there. Unfortunately, it beat a couple. Ball on the ground, Noble, and it was knocked away and then knocked forward by Noble. Lipinski tried to do the same. It's inside 50. Berry picks it up for Adelaide. Half kick as he was having a player run across his leg. Back to Dacos and siren for quarter time. Well, first half of the quarter, Adelaide had possession and took the ball forward. Second half of the quarter, Collingwood had their turn. And at quarter time, it's 4-1-25 Collingwood, Adelaide 3-2-20.
Goal scorers at the first break, all individual for the Pies. Myercheck, Johnson on debut, Nick Dacos and Sidebottom for Adelaide, Murphy, Walker and Fogarty. It's been great to have your company in a big day for the Collingwood Football Club, game 350 for Scott Pendlebury. They have the early lead by 5 points on ABC Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
To answer one of Australia's fundamental philosophical questions,
do you think you're getting a fair go?
Miriam Margolyes is on a road trip.
Who knows what I'm going to find? I must be mad.
To meet the people who make Australia tick.
They've given us 1% of the land that was ours.
Keeping my eyes peeled for bogans. Jackpot.
Miriam Margolyes, Australia Unmasked.
Great.
Starts Tuesday, July 19 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Out the centre wing with the kick from Smith. Came off hands. Berry got it. Hand pass forward. Noble intercepted. Dropped it in a tackle. Picked up by Keys for Adelaide. Off to Murphy. Inside 50 with his kick into space. McHenry can get there or it'll go through on the bounce.
Hamill, head over the footy. Brought down his butts. Now off the deck, Parnell just tries to clear only as far as Pendlebury again. Gives it to Dacos, sold some candy, runs to 40 and finishes for Collingwood's first. Nick Dacos is a star. Rusco across half forward, kicked to Tumbler, picked up by Chris. Back inside 50, Elliott gets a run, another crunch. O'Brien clashes with Butts, spilled down to Myercheck, snaps from 30, curls it, bounces on the line and through for a major. Off the ruck contest, Hoskin Elliott gets boot to ball. Tumble kick up towards the top of the goal square. Johnson beats two, rips the ball away and snaps his first on debut.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The rain returning to Adelaide Oval. Overcast conditions. It's been on and off, but certainly wet weather footy out in the middle. Collingwood leading Adelaide at the first break by 5 points. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you alongside Scott Camporelli and Mick Malthouse. Over in Canberra, the Lions lead the Giants at quarter time there, 4-1-25 to 1-1-7. 2 goals to McStay, singles to Charlie Cameron, Toby Green and Hugh McCluggage. Mick, Campo, what did you make of that opening quarter?
Well, it was a quarter of two halves. Adelaide controlled the first quarter. And even though it was raining, Collingwood were making the fundamental errors of either trying to pick it up, being a bit cute with the football. Then it all of a sudden clicked in. Senior players like Pendlebury, Sidebottom, they started to use the football. One touch, Dacos one touch. Myercheck got involved in the air. And the game just swung right around. It's quite interesting, Scotty, what you were saying about the contested footy. Adelaide are miles in front. From 49 to 37, okay, it's 12, you say miles in front. That is miles in front. But from there on in, though, inside 50 is 10 to 17, and yet it was dominated there by Adelaide. I think it was, you call it 7-4 at one stage. So Collingwood now are doing what I know Craig McRae likes best of all. Get the ball in the front half, lock it in with your back players. They come up, the 6 of them come in 2 lines of 3, so that if it comes back out, it goes straight back in again. And the only way that Adelaide are going to break this, they've got to be clearer with their football, not just a haphazard kick, not even even off the ground ones are last resort. It's got to be precise, get it to the players facing home and clear the ball, because Collingwood are sweating on the loose mongrel ball coming out, if you like.
Yeah, for me it's about field position, Mick.
Yep.
It was the game, as you said, the game of 2 halves. So at one stage, Adelaide's time in forward half was 73 to 20 to 27 at that stage, and then it swung around. So for the rest of the quarter, it actually dropped Adelaide 48 to Collingwood 52. So they really dominated, as you said, around. But for me, the contested balls around, there's a lot of tackles in the game, so that contested number is slightly inflated, but they've been cleaner at times, Collingwood, no doubt about that. Adelaide's kicked their goals based on re-entries, trying to get back in there. So if I had a look at the stats, stoppage-wise, 6-12 around the ground. So that's why Collingwood were able to, I guess, get better field position, particularly in that back half of that quarter. But they had 10 intercept possessions in their attacking mid for 9 inside 50, so they went back in, Collingwood, and then they kicked 2 goals from attacking mid as well. So they're really playing the game in their front half. I agree with you. Adelaide need to make sure they get control and actually not kick mark, but actually find some possession and connect and then get some forward position, set up behind the ball, which they did really well in that first half, and then not allow Collingwood out.
The text line this afternoon, 0437 774 774. Matt from Tassie's wondering, what are your opinions of Chase Jones? He's been shoved into the middle today, obviously, in the absence of Crouch and Haitley.
Well, he's been playing wing, so he's had the 7 possessions, which is a good return for Chase. Normally he's been played in that back pocket, so it's been great. And he is an elite runner. He wins their 2K trial every year, Mick, so he can run. It's just his ball use at times has always been one of his issues. Can he connect moving forward? But for me, the dominant player on the ground, I mean, he's a first-year player, Nick Dacos. He's had 11 possessions, 75% kick efficiency in these wet conditions, highlights our point previously, and almost 300 metres gained.
Oh, the 300 metres is the thing for me, because on a wet day or a slippery day, and because he's a one-touch player, you're spot on. He's been so dominant as a young player, first year. It's amazing.
The experience of Pendlebury with 10 touches to the youth of Nick Dacos with 11. Collingwood by 5 in the middle. Tapped down, favoured Pendlebury, socket away from Berry, who kept going. Gathered for the Crows, handball in under the tackle, just lost it. O'Brien at the fall, the ball slid in, got it back out to Laird, then Berry loses it again. Wet footy in the middle. Bianco went back, Cameron's kick a tumbler, cut off by Parnell, he's wrapped up by Ginnivan. Still at the centre circle here. Chris finally gets a clearance into the 50, a bit too short at the toes of side bottom. He goes 3-4 times. Couple of fumbles, then wrapped up by Berry without it. Tried to sell it, no free kick. Laird clears it up to left half forward for Adelaide. Clears Walker and Thilthorpe. Moore's waiting at the back to give it to Maynard. He's under immediate pressure though from McHenry. Tried to fend him away, lost it. Free kick paid, advantage taken, bounces in the left forward pocket. Saligo's ripped away from it by Murphy without the footy. Wanted the free kick, won't be paid. And Howe will walk it over. Crows fans want to deliberate. They'll get a boundary throw in instead. Left forward pocket.
Well, I think lucky on a couple of occasions, holding the man and also walking over the line. It's a dangerous act.
So we get that throw in just 25 around from the goal face for Adelaide. In the ruck contest, Walker and Cameron, 0-0. Down to Jones, might have been taken high. He's slung in a tackle. Umpire says, give it to me. So Collingwood's advanced the ball, if you like, about 10 metres closer to getting it outside defensive 50. Ball in the air. Finds the ground, and Maynard was in there, handballed the ball out directly to the boundary. The umpire says, well, one of your players was in the area. Throw it in.
This is where Adelaide can really put Collingwood under a bit more pressure with a good solid line-up outside the front 50.
Walker's in the ruck against Cameron. Tossed back into play about 45 out. Walker wins it down looking for Keys. Was wrapped up before the footy reached him. No free kick. Clearance from Collingwood went as far as side bottom. He went straight through his legs. Parnell back inside 50. Just put it in hope and shipped it to Walker, who marks 35 out, slight angle to the left.
Well, that's that setup. I say outside 50. If you don't collapse in on it, you've got a good chance of bringing it back, because there's been some pretty good heat at the source. Sidebottom was a bit stiff. He wasn't able to get that ball, but nonetheless, the ball's come back and Walker's in the right position.
Big week for the Texan. 1 year extension ensures that he'll play his 16th season for the Crows. 31-19 for the year. Leans back from 40. It's right, but it's enough. Tex finishes to start the second quarter and puts Adelaide back in front by a point. 4-2-26. Collingwood 4-1-25. 3 played in the second. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camperelli and Mick Malthouse with you.
Well, once again, it highlights Mick field position, so they were able to get it in from that first centre bounce, get it inside forward 50, a couple of forward 50 stoppages. We've highlighted that when you get a slow play inside forward 50, that's your opportunity to set up the ground defensively so you don't let teams out. So Collingwood a little bit different in their setup. They've actually held out Pendlebury and one of the other mids. Adelaide have actually sent all their mids in. So a bit like your old call, Mick, let the bakers bake. You used to say that.
Let the bakers bake the bread, exactly. If it's a stoppage, get your ruck in there as well and get one of your key forwards out.
Walker with his second goal of the match. Adelaide with a lead again. Out of the middle, Collingwood. Elliott couldn't necessarily get a clean possession, but he's got it down to half forward. Cameron picks it up and gets tackled immediately for the Pies. Just inside the centre square at right half forward. Dawson got him. Ball up comes as a result. Down it comes to Keys. Cleared it away back towards centre wing. Flipped out to Maynard from the contest by Moore. And then he sends it inside 50 and hope more than anything. Again, ball found the ground. Hoskin Elliott socketed it. Dawson was in position A. Read it best, took the mark.
Yeah, Dawson was in a perfect position for anything that came out of there. But it was good play by Collingwood getting it off the ground because it moves the ball quickly. You're not ready for it.
Dawson heads to the eastern side. Sitting in the hole is Rusco, trying to juggle it. Gave Berry time to slap it away. Moore now skies it up to right half forward. Not sure if it was 15. Hoskin Elliott flew anyway, did enough. Knocked it down to Lipinski. Now inside to Rusco. Pulled down as he kicked it. It bounces up towards Johnson. He'll become the tackler in the end as Collingwood in a 3-on-1 force a ball up on Paul Will Hamill. Right half forward on the paint of attacking 50. O'Brien battling with Cameron. O'Brien wins it down, slapped it straight in the path of Hamill, who's met high. Pendlebury stuck an arm out. Absolutely clotheslined him. Free kick to the Crows.
Hamill off the left foot, eastern side of the ground. Good mark by Thilthorpe. Pack of four, he took it in one grab on the logo. Sends it long off the right foot, long inside looking for Walker. Got a hand to the ball, couldn't control it. It went over the boundary line. Howe came at him. Walker used the body well.
Well, he used his body well, Crossy. I mean, it's a little bit wet, but I just love Tex just to get his hands out there.
Yeah.
If he was good enough to take it one hand, he could have actually taken that because his body work was elite.
Toss back in. Cameron and Walker do battle. Cameron wins it down. Nice little tap to Maynard, who throws it on the boot. Rushed up towards the eastern side. Johnson brought it to ground, then socket up towards Myercheck. Went in with the hip and shoulder. Bounced off Hinge. He got a handball out. Myercheck looks hurt again. Keys gets a clearance inside 50, but Cameron's sitting in the hole. So Myercheck staying out there, but he's certainly copped a couple of niggles. The Pies have it at right half back.
Well, it's really Nick Dacos versus Jordan Dawson. That's what's the loose at either end. So Jordan Dawson now, that's what they need to do, Collingwood, is connect through here to try and draw Dawson out of there to allow Elliott, who's got, I think, a really vulnerable matchup in Will Hamill deep forward.
Josh Dacos with a couple of hand passes. Nick Dacos ended up with it, gave it to Howe under pressure off the side of the boot and out on the full.
Good pressure by the Crows.
Yeah.
Collingwood are holding up well right now with only one goal scored a quarter, but they're just not efficient enough going forward. And that's the Pies I'm talking about.
So Laird took the free kick just ahead of centre wing, went back slightly to go to Smith, who's now paused and sends it long towards the top of the 50. Out wide though, left half forward, couple of Crows go in. It's picked up by Crisp, he's tackled. McHenry picked it up, inside 50. Moore's there, he can intercept it. In fact, it's not Moore, it will be Murphy who intercepts it and sends it outside 50 for Collingwood.
Dawson fisted it down and off the deck. Nice little half volley. Hits the chest of Thilthorpe. Just chaos footy from the Crows, and it's worked out inside 50.
I'd almost suspect that in part of the pre-match speech, there would have been an indicator by both coaches. When you're not sure, get it off the ground. I don't know how quickly this ground dries out, but that was a great option because whatever happened, it was going to be a chaos ball going forward.
So Riley Thilthorpe looking for his first of the afternoon. Had two last week. High kick, starts left and doesn't come back enough. Minus score for the Crows. They're up by 2 now at the Adelaide Oval. 4-3-27 plays 4-1-25. 7.5 played in the second quarter. Aaron Bryant, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli, Mick Malthouse, Liz Walsh with you on ABC Radio and Sport Digital.
And to your point, Mick, it does dry out pretty quick.
Does it?
Yeah,
right,
it's not too bad. It'll get a little bit tacky. If it doesn't rain, the ball will be a bit tacky.
Right, okay.
So Nick Dacos went into the pocket to Moore. He sent it long, and there's a mark taken by Murray at the back for Adelaide. Sends it inside 50. Moore got rid of his man Walker. Couldn't take it. Murphy rushes through the minus score. Adelaide by 3 points, and off the ball, a little bit of to-do between McHenry and Murphy. So McHenry, as we know, likes a bit of agitation.
Howe plays on from the defensive goal square, heads long to Cox. Should have brought it down, lost it at the last moment. Didn't matter. Bianco front and square, gave it to Pendlebury. Rare fumble again in the wet. Gives Miller a chance to mop it up. Back to Laird for Adelaide. Spiral punt up towards right half forward. Fogarty. Philthorpe flew, lost it in the air, spilled down to Bianco. Weaves in traffic for the Pies, gets it to Pendlebury, then Howe. Nice little handball chain over the top to Crisp. Races through centre wing. He's got Elliott in space and hits him.
Kick. Yeah, brilliant.
Elliott back with the flight, takes the mark.
That was probably the hardest option, Mick. I actually my check was the one I thought.
And plays on, snaps on the right, minus score to the right-hand side. It was right there for Jamie Elliott, and he's wasted it.
Sorry, Aaron. I didn't realise he was going to play on.
Neither did I, to be honest.
I was just saying, Scotty, back here in this flank, all the Crows, all the snouts in the trough, no one out, and hence Collingwood had players out. That's why they were able to get that quick break.
Brodie Smith with a kick in. Philthorpe got hands to the ball, came off them straight down the front, and the ball is held in, and we'll get a ball up. Bianco surrenders the ball from Collingwood. Now, Smith, or rather O'Brien, with a nice tap down, and he found Soligo, picked it up on the boundary, out to McHenry, found a little space, took one step too many, Bianco ran him down. Well, he had time, and then he decided, I'll reconsider my option, and that was too late.
Well, he cocked it to kick it, and then pulled it back.
Bianco cocked the kick it then and ran around McHenry, then down the line he goes, neat little kick, and he found the chest of Carmichael.
Decent start for Bianco, has 8 touches so far on return to the side. Carmichael weaving around Dawson as well, just throws it on the left late, sits up on the paint of attacking 50. Miller was front position, couldn't bring it down for Adelaide. Laird over the footy, wrapped up by a couple. Dived onto it, isn't really showing any signs of getting it out. It's going to be pinged. Ball comes out to McCreery instead. Skies it towards the top of the goal square for the Pies. Forced to spoil. Hoskin Elliott did so brilliantly because waiting at the back was Cameron. Half volley out of the air. Top of the goal square. Collingwood back in front. 5-2-32. Adelaide 4-4-28. 10.5 in the first. Darcy Cameron with some magic.
Well, not only magic, he's a ruckman for a start off. Ruckman forward is probably going to keep Grundy out of the side for the rest of this year because he is so competitive and he kicks goals. And that was he played like a small forward there. That ball hit the deck. There was no good coverage. The coverage at the back of the pack was pretty poor by Adelaide. But nonetheless, if he picks it up, he's gathered in. He just kicks it off the ground. Brilliant bit of play by Cameron.
It's the old adage, Mick, don't let the ball go to the back. I mean, Hinge was the one that... Murray was the one that came back with the flight. I mean, his attempt was to try and punch the ball through, but you've got to make sure you actually make contact with the ball.
Darcy Cameron, 16 goals, 5 for the season. Tap out of the middle. Riley O'Brien goes in and gets Carmichael, and the umpire says holding the ball. Carmichael had slid into it. Now O'Brien with a quick hand pass off to Schonberg. Down to half forward he goes, looking for McAdam. Ball punched away. Miller did well, picked up the ball, got it away from Maynard, but then gave it up. Free kick. Maynard plays on now. Down the line to Crisp. Takes the mark near the interchange gate, sends it to half forward. Covers the pack and then comes off legs straight out to side bottom. Inside 50 he goes with a neat little pass. McCreery on the lead. Takes the mark, 40 from goal.
Oh, how good was side bottom's touch and disposal. McCreery had to still to take the mark. It was a difficult mark with the player right on him. You couldn't blame the backline player for that.
And Chris moved into the midfield, Mick. I mean, they've released him this year, and he's been he's a real penetrating left foot kick and does have nice touch as well.
Yeah, and tough.
Bo McCreery, picked up in the 2020 draft from South Adelaide, comes in, starts it on the left post, and it comes around beautifully. Collingwood get away with a nice kick to their biggest lead of the match. They're out by 10 points. Collingwood 6-2-38. Adelaide 4-4-28. 12 minutes down in the second quarter on Grandstand AFL. Your experts, Mick Malthouse, Scott Camporelli.
Yeah, we're just looking at the replay. As Mick said, it was side bottom, but if we have a look in behind the goals, people at home aren't watching it, but Jordan Butts, no body work at all. So he had all the space in front of him, but Jordan Butts didn't put any pressure on him, just allowed him to blow straight past him, Mick, and easy uncontested mark. But great finish under the conditions.
Yeah, indeed.
On the
he was
text
pretty
line,
happy with himself too, wasn't he?
on the text line, Mick Marcus in South Melbourne says, will Cameron or Cox go when Grundy returns? Cameron's had a pretty good game so far.
And they've got great faith in Cox at the moment too, and he's showing great faith in the coaching.
He's back in the middle and has the goggles on once again. Slapped it down. Carmichael tackled O'Brien. The kick smothered by Cox. Coming through Lipinski to Crisp. Inside 50. Battling Murray and Myercheck. Knocked out of side of the arc. Dawson's there. Handball forward to Schomburg. Trying to get away from McCreary. Did well. Handball out to O'Brien. Sold him into immediate danger. Tackled by Maynard. Lost it. Miller now for Adelaide. Handball back to Dawson. Kicks up through the Logo Western side. Fogarty reels it in on the bounce with one hand. Walker over the top. Saligo kept running. He's got Murphy if he wants him. Heads home instead, and it's too far wide. Bounces and hits the left hand behind post. Murphy is filthy.
So he should be. So he should be. If you're playing league football, you have got a right to see that. He's a player running into an open goal. He's 15 metres clear of his opponent. I don't even think the player looked at him. So that's a fault of the way he plays the game, more so than being selfish.
Ball comes back into play. Walker comes to the front. And there was Fogarty to pick it up. Left foot snap. Goal! It was almost hard against the boundary line by the time he steadied. But Fogarty finishes his second of the afternoon. Reduces it to a 4-point game. Adelaide 5-4-34. Collingwood 6-2-38. 14 gone in the second term.
That was a freak goal.
Yeah, just watching the replay. I mean, essentially there was a little block there and he just able to run straight forward, Mick. And there was no sweeper there for Collingwood. Didn't come up. I think it was Jeremy Howe was the one that his opponent went into the ruck. But, I mean, that's the challenge. That should never happen at a forward 50 stoppage. There should be pressure at the front of that stoppage
Yeah, you're spot on, Scott. Look, I think it was a fluke goal, but the fact was Walker is such a smart player. He could have taken it, he just tapped it forward, and with his body, no one can get past him. But you're spot on. I think it was a very weak defensive setup. Inner and outer, there was a lot of outer, but no inner.
Collingwood by 4. In the middle, Cox wins it down, goes again, can't reel it in. Becomes the tackler on Thilthorpe. Got a handball late out to Berry. Over the top to Schomburg. Back to him. Spun through traffic. Handball over the top to Laird. And Berry now for a third touch out of the middle. Pierces it to the right forward pocket. It's a bit wide. McAdam did well though. Diving down. Got a handball back out to Jones. Tried to give it back to him with a kick. It was awful. Murphy cuts it off. His clearing kick not good either. Thilthorpe sits back. Right half forward. And now we'll head towards the right forward pocket. Spots Walker short. And hits him lace out. Tex takes it. 45 out. Tight angle to the right.
Darcy Moore is a very, very good player, but when players lead on him, he just assumes they're not going to kick it to him because he wants to get back to that goal square. He's allowed Tex the extra yard to find that space there.
2 for Tex so far. The 32-year-old looking for his third.
Put it in your book.
It's going to be a lot of work. Crosses the paint of 50, starts left. Ooh, it's coming late. Back on the behind line.
He swings them that way. He loves them kicking from there.
Cleared the packet through for the minus scores. So Collingwood by 3 points now. They're 6-2-38. Adelaide 5-5-35. And we've played 16 minutes.
Howell brought it out with a bounce. Gave a hand pass off to Noble, who missed his kick. Intercepted by Jones for Adelaide. Sends it back to the goal square. Over the pack. Thilthorpe was there and kicked the goal. The big men as rovers. Cameron at the other end, and that time Thilthorpe for Adelaide. And the Crows are back in front. 6-5-41 plays Collingwood 6-2-38. 17 gone in the second term. What a match.
Well, once again, you highlight, so Adelaide 61% time in forward half. So it's amazing both teams haven't handled the pressure of when the ball has repeat entries. And part of it is, Mick, as you know, if it's repeat entries, you've actually got no energy in offense then to try and move the ball out because you're defending, and in these wet conditions, it's physical, it's on the ground, it's not clean. So when Collingwood, in this point of view here, where they're just getting it to jack it out, the defenders are going, just get it out of here so we can have a breather, and it's coming back in.
Yeah, you got to say young Noble. He had a bit of time. If there's a hit on him, it's his disposal, and that was a shocker. It was like a bag of spuds being kicked.
The voices of Mick Malthouse and Scott Camporelli. Adelaide by 3. And from the bounce, tackle laid. Another ball up to come over at Canberra. The Lions by 18 midway through the second over GWS. Back in the middle, Pendlebury lost the footy. Cameron spun in the tackle, got a kick as far as Dawson. Got it out wide to Hinge. Adelaide towards the 50 again. McAdams on the lead and takes it 45 out, straight in front.
It's all to do with our stoppages. At the moment, the side that wins the stoppage has a real chance because their forwards are on top. Remarkably, I know it's dried out a bit, but remarkably, the forwards at both ends are on top if you get that clearance.
Playing against his half-brother and Ash Johnson today, Shane McAdam had a decent year, despite the fact it's been marred by injuries. When he's played, he's been good. Goals in 9 of 10 games. This one a long kick from 48. It's floating across the goal face, minor score to the right-hand side. Adelaide by 4 points now, 6-6-42, plays 6-2-38, approaching time on in the second quarter on ABC Radio and Sport Digital.
So Collingwood through more to bring the ball back in. He comes this broadcast side, a couple of steps outside the goal square, sends it wide. Phil Thorpe got it just inside the boundary, centre hand pass forward in hope. Lipinski received it from Maynard and he's pulled down straight away in the tackle by Laird. So we get a ball up within a metre or two of the boundary. Right half forward for Adelaide. Ruckman go at it. Phil Thorpe trying to force his way through. No clean possession. Then finally Collingwood just scrape a kick out of there in the direction of Elliott. Couldn't take the mark. But he receives a free kick for too high.
So Jamie Elliott, left half back. Calls for some options up at half forward. No one's really coming, so he'll bang it up through the corridor. Sits up attacking edge, crunching the pack. G. Johnson came through with dare. Knocked it down. Hoskin Elliott wrapped up by Keys. He's not going anywhere. Ball up to come just forward of centre wing. Broadcast side. Collingwood trying to get inside 50. They led at quarter time by 5. Down by 4 at the moment. Slapped down. Cameron became the tackler. Laird got it out to Thilthorpe. Now Miller. The Crows are out wide. Miller heads up to right half forward. Bouncing in front of McHenry. Fogarty comes through with the body. Bounces off Murphy. And the ball will carry over the boundary line to be tossed back into play.
Haven't seen Keys much, Scotty.
No, you're right, Mick. He has, I don't know whether he's playing a little bit more of a negating role today, but I haven't noticed him. He's sort of playing that behind the stoppage high half forward,
right,
and trying to use his run.
Yep.
Adelaide by 4 points. Time on in the second term. Off the ruck contest, belted forward by Maynard. Out to centre wing. Myercheck had it. Tackled immediately. Ball on the ground. Keys scrubbed the ball towards centre half forward. Intercepted straight away by Rusco. His kick went wide for Collingwood. Ball spilt by the Collingwood player. It was picked up and sent to Walker from Hinge. And Walker with a beautiful kick off his left foot finds McAdam just outside the goal square. Not much angle to speak of for McAdam to go back and have a look at the goal face.
What exquisite skills from a man like Tex Walker, who we all know how good he is on the right, but that he weighed up the options, have a shot or find a play. He waited a split second to find the right player. It was brilliant.
McAdam from 8 metres out sends it through. Adelaide just doing the job now in the reverse of what happened in the opening quarter. It was Collingwood who snuck away to a 10-point lead, and Adelaide's run them down. After in the first quarter, Adelaide was out by 20 points and they were run down. So what a contest. Adelaide 7-6-48, Collingwood 6-2-38, 22 gone.
Well, it was Hinge was the one on the open side. I mean, Dacos dropped the mark and then couldn't regain his feet.
Yeah.
Hinge kept his feet. I actually thought he cocked it up, to be quite honest, because he held the ball and actually Ned McHenry was running inside forward 50. He could have had an easy connect with an uncontested mark there, but as you called it, Mick, I mean, that's what he does, Tex. He's got great skills and he's got great vision around the ground. You highlighted Saligo that didn't have the vision before. That's what Tex does have.
Yeah. I just noticed Myercheck going off. Now Cox has gone forward. This will be interesting with his height, and if it dries out, he'll cause some damage down there if he's able to get a lot of football or get near the football.
Adelaide by 10. Ball's trickled out to the eastern side. Crisp will become the tackler on Laird. Umpire says my ball.
Who's got him down there, Scotty? Who's got Cox? I can't see.
Murray.
Right.
Yeah,
Can he handle him?
Well, he's played undersized majority of the year, Mick, and he's done a pretty good job, to be fair.
He's 13% contested defence loss in a one-on-one, so he wins most of his one-on-ones sitting back, Nick Murray.
And the benefit, he's got Duday there as the anchor, so he'll come over and support with the height.
Yep. Plays deep, doesn't he, the anchor?
Ball up out towards the eastern side. O'Brien won it down. Coming through, Saligo was wrapped up or entangled with Elliott. Ball not really going anywhere. There's plenty of players around it. Through the legs of Bianco. Now Chris just throws it on the boot. Tumbling out towards the western side in front of the benches. McCreary slaps it on. He's got side bottom for support. Had to dispose of Dawson. Side bottom just keeps it in. Or did he? Umpire says boundary throw in.
A great quarter. Riley Philthorpe had the 8 possessions, 4 ground balls, contested mark, and kicked a goal. So he's really, and most of that's been, he's been in the ruck, which is, I've been calling for majority of the year. Give him some more time in the ruck, Mick, because he actually is a really good at ground level.
Well, he's demonstrated that. Not only that, you stay in the game, don't you, if you have a ruck role.
Ball off the ruck contest. Tapped out by Hinge, found Keys. Forward hand pass wasn't great. Saligo then had his smothered. It went out to Ginnivan from Pendlebury, back to Pendlebury, who just socketed off the ground. Down to half forward, picked up by Laird. Wasn't a great kick. Cameron got a hand to it. Now he's picked it up on the ground. Inside, scrappy hand pass. Pendlebury led with the shoulder. And Berry obliged by going high. Free kick, left half forward. And off the ball, down in the goal face. It'll be a free kick to Adelaide. So there was holding going on and blocking going on in the forward line for Collingwood, and Berry will take the free kick away from Pendlebury and send Adelaide down to half forward.
Well, they're into Mason Cox, the Adelaide boys, so it was obviously he was the one that may have thrown one on the ground when they're trying to block it for each other.
Well, the other thing about Cox, when he's getting bumped, knocked around, he doesn't know how to react. He reacts like a basketball in saying, well, this is not...
Oh, there it is there on the replay, Mick. Yeah, so Murray was not allowing him to run, which is what we spoke about, and he literally just tackled him and threw him on the ground.
There it is. Yep, that's the answer. Yep.
Fogarty was outnumbered under the ball, so he slapped it towards the boundary line. Tossed back in now. O'Brien dropped to his knees. Jones's kick cut off by Pendlebury. He becomes the tackler. Ball up to come right half forward for the Crows. They're up by 10 points at the moment, 7-6-48 to 6-2-38. Late stages of the second quarter. Cameron wins it down. Lipinski trying to gather almost basketball style. Bounced it back to himself. Gave it to Bianco. Now Rusco heads up to right half forward. Bouncing in space. Elliott's first to the footy. Shrugs the tackle of Butts. Hands it over the top to Ginnivan. He's in space at 45. Flat snap. Bounces through for a minor score on the right-hand side. Ginnivan can't finish for the Pies. They trail by 9, 6-3-39 to Adelaide, 7-6-48, 25 played.
Adelaide dropped off the extra play behind the ball. I was watching and thinking, this is not their setup. They have dropped this player out, and then Cox had another fight on the wing here. So he doesn't like getting the attention, and it's good play by the Crows to get into focus on other things other than the game.
Dawson brought the ball in, exquisite pass. And then down the line went the kick from Jones after he marked it. And Fogarty had a good chance in a big pack and went up very high. That was the groan from the crowd. Saw the ball across the boundary line. So right near the interchange gates, we'll get a throw in. It's Adelaide by 9 points.
Fair bit of biff between Saligo and Carmichael. Meanwhile, off the ruck contest, Jones puts his head over the footy. Carmichael gets him. Ball up to come.
And probably played against each other in the SANFL this season, Jones and Carmichael.
Fair few SA Pies boys out there today. Tossed up. O'Brien slaps it down. Straight to Bianco. Got a disposal away under pressure. Side bottom turns it over though to Schomburg. Inside the corridor, he's looking for McHenry. Bounce back. Schomburg again flicks it clear. At half forward, Johnson lost it for the Pies. Now Duday. Socket off the deck by Carmichael. Parnell. Plenty of turnover footy, but the Crows have it now. Keys heads up to left half forward. McAdam disposed of Maynard. Tried to reel it in with one arm. Got it on the bounce in the end. Great dive from Maynard to smother and cut off the inside pass. Now Hoskin Elliott will use Nick Dacos up to right half forward. In front position, Johnson takes the mark. Forward of centre wing. Heads up towards the scoreboard pocket. Elliott on the lead. Hits him on the chest, tight angle to the right.
I tell you who got really lucky there, Mick, was Rory Laird. Nick Dacos kicked that ball and then went again, and that's why he gets possessions that he does. He overlaps, and that's what he does. He just blew straight past Rory Laird, and Rory Laird did not give him any attention whatsoever. It was lucky he got kicked down the line.
Yep, you're spot on.
So Jamie Elliott had 6 goals on the Crows last year in round 12. 2 goals last week as well, in decent form. This will be a fair bit of work. Kicks from 48, plenty of carry, but no accuracy. Out on the full. No score to Collingwood, who trail by 9 late stages of the second quarter.
Yeah, very unusual to miss by that much. He will miss, but not by that much. He's generally and you can tell by his marking power, he's got a bit of confidence up.
Well, Duday was ordered to take the resulting free kick. Instead it went to Dawson. He cleared the pack, and Fogarty came late to take a strong mark out on the eastern side at left half back. Hand passes off to that man, Jordan Dawson. Runs around one and then goes down to half forward with a kick. McHenry, the unlikely flyer, got through his hands out the back. Moore takes it. Walker got him, slammed him. Umpire says we'll have a ball up. Inside attacking 50 for Adelaide.
There's a difference to the game I watched last night. There's 2 kicks. The ball's gone from half back inside the front 50.
Tossed up just inside the arc. Walker sold some candy. Underground hand pass. Clean bowled O'Brien. Collingwood can mop it up. Bouncing footy inside the square. Maynard down the line went as far as Murray. Now Hamill, his handball not clean either. McCreery knocked it down. Schomburg has to mop it up for Adelaide. Whistle coming back and going Adelaide's way. It'll go to Chase Jones or Harry Schomburg. Jones in the end.
He's lost his cool. Cox really has been upset a bit here.
On the 45, the kick to Schomburg. Heads into the right forward pocket. Walker and Saligo. One tap diving. Thought he would be paid the mark as he claimed it low to ground. But I think Tech's got a hand on it. Ball up to come. 45 outside angle to the right.
Collingwood late in the second term under a lot of pressure inside forward 50. Crisp just got a foot to the ball. McCreery pushed off one, slipped a hand past to Noble. He's going across the ground with a 45 kick to Ginnivan. Logo on centre wing. But that's half time. What a half. What an interesting game of football. Adelaide was behind by 10 points early in the quarter, came back and leads by 9 at half time. Adelaide 7-6-48. Collingwood 6-3-39 on Grandstand AFL.
Goal scorers at the major break for the Crows, 2 to Fogarty and Walker. Singles to McAdam, Thilthorpe and Murphy. For Collingwood, all individual, Cameron, Sidebottom, McCreery, Nick Dacos, Johnson and Myercheck. Over in Canberra, it's the Lions by 7 at half-time there over GWS, 6-3-39 to 5-2-32. Goal scorers in that game. Toby Green has 4 at half-time. 2 to McCluggage and McStay, singles to Cameron Hipwood and Josh Kelly. Great to have Mick Malthouse as a special guest in the box this afternoon as well. And the text line agrees with me. Neil from Coburg says, Malthouse, best analyst so far. Verbal or written, despite being a grumpy coach. So there you go, Mick. You've got some fans on the text line. 50-50. You take the good with the bad.
You're underestimating Scotty. He's very, very, very smooth. Is this their first one together?
It is.
Yeah, it's been good. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, the only one other than that is Lingy's come across and graced us with his presence over here. But other than that, we've been pretty okay with the COVID situation over here. So
yeah. And can I say congratulations on your? You got 16-year-olds who are
the boys. Yep.
Are they wearing the blue, the navy blue, or are they got a little bit of Adelaide or Port in them?
No. They're navy blues. Yeah. Well, they love some of the Adelaide boys because obviously coached there for a long time. So they've got some pretty good mentors to look up to. But it was great experience for them to play. Last week. Good.
No, I read in the paper and I thought I must congratulate you, particularly on air. If people don't know, it's a great credit to you.
Fantastic. It was a good experience. I mean, especially for those kids. You know, there hasn't been a lot of rep footy the last couple of years for any of those kids around Australia. So they're all on the pathway, and it was a good carnival for them all.
That's interesting you say that. I've got grandchildren, and they have missed 2 years of sport, and it's crucial 2 years. They've got to be a 16-year-old missing 17 and 18 going into a draft. So your lads have actually now come out of it, and now they've got games. So hopefully,
we've been pretty lucky, Mick, over here. Our boys didn't, or our state as it's such. We played those 2 years we played games of footy, so we were really lucky over here from that perspective. You're the opposite.
We had the chains on us by Dan Andrews. Him and Sutton. Let me tell you, they slaughtered us. So you couldn't sneeze, otherwise you had it. But anyway, so well, that's fantastic. Good on you. That's terrific.
Thanks.
Love a bit of camaraderie in the box, even though it might mean that we might lose you in a couple of years over to Melbourne, depending on where the boys go. We'll see how that plays out. Let's keep our eye on the game, though, at the moment. Adelaide by 9 after Collingwood led by 5 at quarter time. What really changed in that second quarter, Campo?
Oh, well, for Adelaide, they still dominated that contested possession, Mick, didn't they? And ground ball, and they were able to get inside 50, and they were really efficient. They had kicked 4 goals, 4 from 13 or 14 entries. So that built pressure and I guess being able to set up behind the ball allowed Adelaide to keep that ball in their front half and build that pressure and score from that perspective. So Collingwood still look dangerous when they go forward. There's no doubt about that. But for me, I reckon it's a really even game, and it's been a good game. You know, it's not highly skilled in terms of a dry day, but in terms of what we're seeing, both teams are having their little momentum shifts and getting opportunities. So it's just been little things that I think were Adelaide in front. 25 inside 50s, they've had 13 scoring shots, which is high for them. Normally they're around that sort of 40%. So that's actually been a better return for them in that perspective. They've always been solid at contested possession. Their clearance game has been a little bit off today from that perspective.
Yeah,
but
they are getting knocked over there, aren't they?
But it hasn't really hurt them from a scoreboard point of view. So most of the goals have been around turnover. So both teams aren't kicking it that well, but we understand that it's the conditions. But certainly from a ground ball tackle, that sort of thing, it's been sort of shifted. Whichever team's dominated has actually been in charge of that stat.
Now I've been thinking, why has Mason Cox come out without the glasses? I've had a very good think about this. There's no wipers on his glasses. You can't wear them where it's wet.
Yeah.
that's how dopey I am. I hadn't even thought about it. I thought
we put him on that quarter though, Aaron, didn't we? Did he have it dried out?
Yeah, because just this thing, I can't see the wipers working for him, so he had to give him up.
He needs a little chamois in the pocket.
But I'll tell you what they have done, the physical work on him he's got a bit narky, and we know he's given away a short kick up the ground. There was a wrestle here. It was all like there was 2 games going there. We had the football game and we had the wrestling, World Championship Wrestling, sitting here in the half-forward flank. No umpires went near them because I knew there would be no damage with Big Coxie in the wrestle. But they've got under their skin a little bit in a couple of those things. I reckon in the last part of that quarter, Adelaide overused the hand pass in the middle instead of, because the quick kick was really like Walker's in fantastic touch, and the other lads around there are highly competitive. Why muck around through the corridor when you can actually get in there? Because this is the first time I've seen Collingwood really certainly lower their colours to a side that's well below them, the one-on-ones in the forward line. And I think there's the lesson. There's a good lesson there for Adelaide, but the lesson is for Collingwood also, pressure Adelaide in the middle and see if you can get in there and see if you can take that 6th player away from the game, because at the moment the Dawson's having a big impact, I reckon.
Well, it's a good point, Mick, and you haven't seen Adelaide, and one of the things I've been saying at Adelaide, their kick to handball is 1.3. Right. So that's real. They're high handball, not necessarily high kick, and that's got them into trouble against teams that are high pressure, and Collingwood come in as the 3rd best pressure team in the competition. So once you start doing that, you've got to be clean, and once you're out, then kick. But if they do overuse, and they have done it at times, Adelaide, this year, and I've been critical of them, Mick, in terms of once you're out, you don't need that extra handball. Get it into that forward group. And they only average 45 inside 50s, Adelaide. So they're not getting a lot of service for the forwards to go to work. But you can see once it gets in there, they can score. They've got some score power there that they can do it. But it's when they go slow and then they muck around, and it allows teams to fold back. That open side, you know how important that open side wing, and they roll back, and once it gets slowed and it gets jacked in there with pressure, then they struggle. But once they get it in quick, that's when they've had most of their scoring power.
Well, if they get it in quick, the Collingwood extra doesn't hurt them. It's when you slow play, it just means that player then, Jeremy, whether it be Jeremy Howe or whoever, just be able, Dacos sometimes gets in there as a back, or Pendlebury as a back, and they're able to then dictate it. If you get in there quick, they've got no dictation power whatsoever. and your extra can set up the play the way he wants it. And in Adelaide's case, they play very deep. Now, on a wet day, that's quite smart. As it dries out, you need to probably come up a bit and squeeze it a bit tighter. But nonetheless, it's been a very interesting game of football.
Well, their number one stat, Aaron and Crossy, without prolonging it, just had the stats there. So they've had 14 intercepts in their front half. So they want to be a forward half team. And we hear that a lot from coaches about, we want to set the game up, we want to be a forward. They've actually got better bang for buck today. 14, they've had 10 inside 50s, and they've kicked 4 goals too. That would be world record pace for Adelaide this year. They haven't been able to hit the scoreboard and keep it in their front half.
Well, that's interesting. Well, that's the case. If they can do that for 4 quarters, then we've got a game with our hands right to the death. If they don't do it, Collingwood, we've seen what their finishing power is like. Collingwood are a very good finishing side, and I mean, when I say finishing it towards the end of the game, they gain that momentum. They feel comfortable with each other. They blow you away like they did with North Melbourne. They didn't let North Melbourne score in that last quarter. So, great game.
Great to have the insights from Mick Malthouse alongside Scott Camporelli this afternoon. Another thing to keep your eye on in this second half, despite the fact the scoreline's so close. Most tackles in a game, 19 at the moment in terms of the men's, with Tom Liberatore, Jack Zeeble, Jude Bolton. In the AFLW, it's 21 with Ebony Marinoff. Sam Berry has 12 at half-time.
Who is 12?
Sam Berry has 12 at half-time. So I think we're on the way to possibly breaking that record in the men's game at least. So Sam Berry's certainly having a field day at the moment.
I would like him to have more possessions as a midfielder, Mick. I mean, we've said this before, and even the way he uses the ball. We saw a great passage of play, and I think that's his development. He got tackled, got handball received, but then it was just his polish to kick inside forward 50. That hasn't, he's still working on as a second-year player, and he's getting midfield minutes, which is great, and I love that. But that's his natural progression, is can he use the ball a bit better? Because 11 possessions at half-time, serviceable, but only going at 60% in terms of by foot. But his pressure's been outstanding, 12 tackles. I love that.
Yep.
But I'd like to see more possession and be more damaging with the ball as well if you're going to play as a genuine mid.
What I love doing, secretly behind you guys, when you talk, is I slip back into the football record and I like to see where they've come from. And when you said Berry, I thought, let's have a look at this because he's handled the conditions reasonably well. Gippsland, well, they do have a lot of rain. And it is a fact because I come from Ballarat, and Ballarat players generally handle the heavy conditions better than over the mountain range towards Bendigo, which you don't like talking about when you're a Ballarat person. But Bendigo have far greater probably skill level on the running track because they've got generally a drier track to play on. So, like when you look at Berry, if he's played most of his footy in Gippsland as a kid, he will handle the weather, no worries.
Great story for Sam Berry. So I actually ran into his father a couple of months ago outside the Docklands because he was there to watch him play. Basically, the Crows were in action against Carlton. Doesn't get to see him play here because they still live in the Gippsland. So whenever Adelaide are in Melbourne, they go see him. But all reports say he's very happy at the Adelaide Footy Club.
That's
so
good.
No return home on the cards.
That's good.
12 tackles for Sam Berry, if you're wondering why we're touching on him at half-time. The record in the men's game is 9.
Rory Lairds had the 11 as well. So between the two small people in the midfield, we can't say that word anymore, but they're getting after him, which is what they need.
The scoreline at the moment, though, is Adelaide leading by 9 points, 7-6-48 to Collingwood 6-3-39. The Pies led by 5 at quarter time, and now the Crows up by 9. We'll give you some scores from around the country very shortly, but for now, on ABC Radio and Sport Digital, it's time to take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has moved to reinstate emergency pandemic leave payments and some Medicare-funded telehealth consultations following a snap national cabinet meeting. The government has been under increasing pressure to bring back the $750 lump sum payments, which ended 2 weeks ago and had been available to Australians with COVID who didn't have access to sick leave. A new temporary Medicare item will also be introduced, covering long consultations with GPs to prescribe COVID-19 antivirals. Mr Albanese says he's responded to the change in health circumstances.
That vulnerable people are looked after and that no one is faced with the unenviable choice of not being able to isolate properly without losing an income.
Queensland has reported 22 deaths due to COVID in the past 24 hours. The state also recorded 5,795 new cases, and there are 921 people in hospital with COVID, 14 of them in ICU. The State Health Minister says COVID testing and infection rules at WA hospitals could be relaxed in a bid to ease pressure on healthcare staff. Grace Burmess has the details.
WA hospitals have been under a red alert since the beginning of the year, and in a statement, Amber Jade Sanderson says the state government is looking to scale down the protocols. The red alert includes the requirement for all hospital staff to use a rapid antigen test. Ms Sanderson says infection control in hospitals is important, but workers also need to process patients quickly through the emergency department. The state's Chief Health Officer, Andy Robertson, has supported a re-evaluation of the red alert and says some protocols may no longer be necessary.
Nurses and midwives from 2 Western Sydney hospitals are planning to walk off the job next week as they continue to call for better staff-to-patient ratios. Blacktown and Westmead hospital staff will take part in the action. The walkout will take place on Monday morning. Police are calling on the public to help find more people allegedly involved in a brawl at the Sydney Royal Easter Show, which led to the death of a teenage boy. A 17-year-old died from stab wounds at the Carnival Ride section in April, while a 16-year-old boy has since recovered from a leg wound. Police have charged 2 18-year-old men and a 14-year-old boy with murder so far. However, Acting Assistant Commissioner Jason Weinstein says he still believes that more people are involved.
We continue to conduct investigations with the ultimate aim of still identifying those other offenders. I ask the community again, if you have any information that can lead us to the identification of the other persons involved, I ask that you contact Crime Stoppers.
The Victorian government has questioned the state opposition's commitment to help drive down energy bills and lower emissions. The coalition has today pledged to provide rebates of up to $4,400 for owner-occupiers to install solar panels and batteries by 2035 if it wins the November election. The Liberal and Nationals are also vowing to support at least 100,000 rental households with rebates of up to $8,800 for landlords to install solar panels and batteries. Victorian Government Minister Steve Dimopoulos says it's hard to believe the coalition takes climate change seriously.
Been in the chamber, in the parliament, when they have been not only interjecting but actually speaking actively against everything we've done in clean energy, from our targets to our investments. And 5 minutes to midnight, they want to make a promise about an investment. I don't think the Victorian community believes in.
The Colombian government says that the country's main dissident rebel leader has been killed in an attack carried out by armed forces in the country's southwest. Nestor Vida, who was known as Ivan Mordisco, refused to accept a peace agreement signed by the FARC rebel group and the government in 2016. Colombia's Defence Minister Diego Molano says his death is significant.
This operation allowed us to neutralise 9 individuals on the FARC dissident front line, as well as alias Ivan Mordisco. This allows us to point out that this operation led to the fall of the last major leader of the FARC and dealt a final blow to the dissidents.
And Australian surfer Ethan Ewing has won his maiden World Surf League event, beating fellow Australian Jack Robinson at J Bay in South Africa. The win moves Ewing to 3rd in the world rankings, just behind second-placed Robinson. In the women's event, Australian hope Tyler Wright also made the final, where she was beaten by Brazilian surfer Tatiana Weston-Webb.
If you love sport, we've got the podcast for you. ABC Sport Daily, it's your daily sports conversation.
West Coast has had a horror season. They're going to finish bottom 2 or 3 on the ladder.
There's some kind of romance about it, isn't it? The idea of just being the fastest man or woman.
How many times does this have to happen before we accept that, there is something different? There's just something different up there, and it's something that I'm sad to say New South Wales just doesn't have.
ABC Sport Daily. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
Lend us your ears and experience a world of audio content with ABC Listen.
A world of sound.
Like the new pop culture podcast, Schmeitgeist, decoding the biggest trends this year.
I saw a trend happening on TikTok, basically, I've never seen before.
Trash reality TV. It is my favorite thing in the world.
And for the kids, Dynodome.
T-Rex is ahead. Check out those lunges.
The ABC Listen app.
Lend me your ears.
Download it now from your app store. the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Land over the footy, wrapped up by a couple. Dived onto it, isn't really showing any signs of getting it out. It's going to be pinged. Ball comes out to McCreary instead. Skies it towards the top of the goal square for the Pies. Forced to spoil. Hoskin Elliott did so brilliantly because waiting at the back was Cameron. Half volley out of the air.
Ball comes back into play. Walker comes to the front. And there was Fogarty to pick it up. Left foot snap. Goal! Howell brought it out with a bounce. Gave a hand pass off to Noble, who missed his kick. Intercepted by Jones for Adelaide. Sends it back to the goal square. Over the pack. Phil Thorpe was there and kicked the goal.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Round 18 action at the Adelaide Oval. It's the Crows leading the Magpies by 9 points at the major break. 7-6-48 to 6-3-39. Collingwood led at quarter time by 5. Wet weather footy. It's been fairly back and forth on Grandstand AFL. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli, Mick Malthouse with you. Liz Walsh downstairs as well. Last night, the Western Bulldogs defeating St Kilda by 28 points. The Saints season definitely in jeopardy at the moment. There's plenty of teams around that game out of the 8. Over at Canberra, halftime there. Brisbane leading GWS 6-3-39 to 5-2-32. Leading possession getters in that game, Harry Himmelberg has 16 for the Giants alongside Sam Taylor. Hugh McCluggage with 15 and 2 goals. Lockie Neal with 14. In terms of the goal scorers, Toby Green has 4 as well for the Giants. Still to come today, or following this contest, we're headed to Docklands, North Melbourne and Richmond. If the Tigers win that one, they'll consolidate their spot in the 8. North Melbourne, meanwhile, pretty bullish last week against Collingwood, and now will be without their coach, David Noble. So we'll see how they go against the Tigers. And then tonight, a couple of blockbusters for round 18. Carlton and Geelong should be a packed crowd at the MCG. And then out west, Fremantle and Sydney. So plenty on the line between top 8 teams to conclude your Saturday of football. But here at the Adelaide Oval, it is a tight game. I think we expected Collingwood to play a little bit better than they have, but the conditions have certainly opened this game right up. Nick Dacos has 16 touches. Scott Pendlebury in game 350 has 15 touches, 7 contested, 134 metres gained. For the Crows, Rory Laird with 17 disposals, Jordan Dawson with 13. But 12 tackles to Sam Berry and 11 to Rory Laird has us looking at the record books, with 19 currently being the record. Ball up in the middle. O'Brien and Cameron contest with Adelaide leading by 9. Tapped in front of Berry. Couldn't peel it out. Pendlebury was in there as well. Off the boots of Elliott. Trickles towards the Logo Western side. Hinge decides to just bang it off the deck. Bounces to Fogarty's handball intended for Saligo inside was cut off by Cameron. Clearing kick skies up towards half-back. Bounces off a couple of hands. Dawson's waiting in the square. Sends it back in. Scoreboard pocket. Saligo back with the flight. Nearly brought it down against Moore. Couldn't claim it. Messy football now, 25 out. Scoreboard pocket. Walker slaps it forward to Keys. Gives it to Murphy. Snaps from the top of the goal square. And Adelaide strike first in the third. Lockie Murphy has 2. And within 45 seconds, Adelaide pushed their lead to 15 points. 8-6-54 to 6-3-39. Good time to welcome back Scott Camporelli and Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, sorry, Mick and I were out the back having a pasty and a coffee. We were a bit hungry with the work. But once again, field position, clearance, got it forward. And you spoke about contest balance, Mick. I'm not sure whether we're on air or warfare, but we were talking about Adelaide's ability when they went all in. At that forward 50 entry there, it was Keys that was the one that was just held out, and once again Taylor Walker smart enough just to push it into that area, and then Lockie Murphy's had a good return with 2 goals.
Yep, you've got to get the right balance, inner and outer.
And out of that contest in the forward line, Nathan Murphy from Collingwood went down heavily, slowly back to his feet. He's up and was back to taking Fogarty. Meanwhile in the middle, secondary ball up, side bottom, quick ball to foot, down to half forward. Third man up was Dawson, came over the top, couldn't get a good fist on it. Johnson picked it up for Collingwood, gave it off the Lipinski forward pocket. Ginnivan with the mark.
It's amazing if you don't hold your feet, you're 17 or 16 on the ground, and that's exactly what happened. The 2 Adelaide boys fell over and Collingwood stood up. Now it's in the hands of a forward having a shot on goal from 20 metres out.
in the left forward pocket. He's going to work the ball across his body. He stands 5 metres from the boundary. Off he goes, across the body, hooks it, and is successful. Ginnivan has his first of the afternoon. It's 1 goal apiece to start the third quarter. Collingwood 7-3-45, trailing Adelaide 8-6-54 after 2 minutes.
Well, centre clearance each. Adelaide went down, scored from theirs, went back to the middle, centre clearance to Collingwood. Great kick by Lipinski, inside forward 50. He's been a find, Mick, this year.
Absolutely.
I've seen his numbers, but his influence in your eyes, what he's been
Well,
brought?
I was terribly surprised that he actually couldn't get a game at the Western Bulldogs. So it wasn't a surprise that when he did appear, because I know the way Craig McRae, he coaches on confidence, and all he needed to do was a little bit of love, and out comes the best. And he's a very worthy player to be playing on this side.
Career best 23 disposals per game for Pat Lipinski. Turns 24 tomorrow as well. Crows by 9 in the middle. O'Brien slaps it down, then crumbs the footy as well. Off the deck, just gets a kick away up to right half forward. Went through McHenry. Waiting at the back was Nick Dacos. Handball wide to Howe. Along the boundary line, he'll head up centre wing. O'Brien comes from the side, couldn't bring it down. Spilled through Myercheck, gathered by Cameron for Collingwood. Handball forward in hope. Cut off by a couple of Crows, but Myercheck goes again into the 50, back with the flight Butts. Matched up on Jamie Elliott today. Bit of a height mismatch, and Butts beats him out that time.
So Butts drives long to the eastern side of the ground, holding in the contest. O'Brien versus Cameron, and the Collingwood player will come away with the free kick. So Cameron has Dacos arcing around him. That's Nick Dacos towards the boundary. Just ignores him. Round on the right foot. Called a play on. Sends it long and high. Butts will get up there. He missed it. Duday didn't. Grabbed it at his feet. Hand pass out to Smith for Adelaide. Clears the 50 again. On the ground, McHenry did well. Picked it up. Caught in a tackle. Surrendered it to Nick Dacos. Back he went with a hand pass to Pendlebury in game number 350. He's had a lot of it. Inside 50. Johnson picks it up. Going to ground. Slipped out a hand pass near Elliott. Just tapped it out in hope. On the ground now, Dawson taken without the ball. Adelaide soccer it off the ground. Found Berry. He clears with a good hand pass wide for Jones near the boundary, and a little kick finds at half back McHenry.
Good hands by Berry. Really good, strong hands.
McHenry through centre wing. More spoils against Fogarty. Walker lost it with a fresh airy. Howe comes through with a diving handball. Cut off by Fogarty. Back to Jones. Stood in traffic and was caught by Hoskin Elliott. Collingwood can rebound. Side bottom to Ginnivan. Handball inside the corridor. Pendlebury with another fumble. Twice. Has to soccer in the end. Did well. Got it to Josh Dacos. Back to Pendlebury but wide. He loses it. Tried to play tunnel ball. Turned it over to Hinge. His handball not clean either. Keys now battling with Nick and Josh Dacos. And Nick puts his head over the footy. Caught one high. Umpire sees it against McHenry. Nick Dacos on the 45 to the logo. Should have been a chest mark to Lipinski and spilt it. Berry wraps him up. Ball up to come. Broadcast side. True centre wing. It's Adelaide by 9 points.
That little bit of range just caused a bit of havoc with some ball handling.
Might be more coming too. Sorry about that, Liz Walsh on the boundary. So from the rock contest, Ginnivan, hands and knees, flipped out. A hand pass was good to Lipinski off the left foot. Inside forward 50. Elliott led to the ball. Got it on the bounce and then chips the ball towards full forward. Murray came across the front. His trailing arm on Myercheck was over the shoulder and the umpire saw it. Free kick Myercheck. 15 out, slightly to the right.
You've got to be able to spoil the ball. He did catch him there, and it's happened all over the ground, but it's highlighted when the ball's 15 to 20 metres out. This is another, when the days like this, every inch you get is a gold coin.
Brodie Myercheck comes in only 15 metres out. Oh, he set it to the left, but it's okay. It's well inside. Collingwood with a goal. And we're back under a goal between these sides. Adelaide 8-6-54, Collingwood 8-3-51, 6 minutes down in the third quarter.
Yeah, well, 5 inside 50s, they kicked the 2 goals, but they've once again just dominated the field position, just kept the pressure, just don't let it out. They're setting up the ground behind the ball. I mean, Adelaide are giving away a couple of free kicks, which doesn't help. It's not through structure always, but yeah, I'm with you, Mick. That one's, you've still got to be able to compete on the ball and understand that like that's physically impossible to try and get your right arm across, jump and spoil the ball at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. If you hold him down, yes, free
Correct,
kick. But when you're in the contest, you just got to let it go.
The voices of Scott Camporelli and Mick Malthouse. Adelaide by 3. Cox in the middle, won it down. Looking for Carmichael, threw a boot out but missed it. Laird sliding in, got a clearance out towards the eastern side, but quickly held up, ball up to come.
Definitely from centre bounce, Cox is trying to hit it away and get it out into some space for Collingwood.
Cox in front position again. Hit out was slapped away by O'Brien. Berry with a clearing kick, bounces through the centre circle. Josh Dacos met heavily by Hinge. Enabled the bursting Hamill to 1-2 with Millerer. The Crows inside 50. Left forward pocket leading out. Thilthorpe gets there. Sat in the air for an eternity. But it was weighted well to Riley Thilthorpe, who marks 20 out, tight angle to the left.
Well done, Will Hamill. Played proactive in front of his guy. Saw that was going to be a 50-50 ball. Got a handball receive. I'm glad he didn't handball to Keys, and Keys waved him on instead of that overuse as we spoke about, and then hits Thilthorpe lace out.
Thilthorpe opens the angle but can't get the arc. Minor score to the right-hand side. Adelaide's lead extends to 4. 8-7-55. Plays 8-3-51. 8.5 played in the third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Collingwood through Dacos. Nick Dacos brought it into the pocket to Maynard, who then chipped it to Murphy. Murphy backs up. All of this out on the eastern side. He sends it long looking for Cox. So Brian got rid of him. Ball through the hands to the back. Somehow Dawson got the ball to boot. It wasn't meant, but it worked. Smith now off his left foot just tumbles the ball forward. Nick Dacos takes the mark and then spreads it straight away to his brother Josh. So from over on the eastern to the western side, down the line goes the kick. Off hands, picked up by Sidebottom, did a full 360, then he released the ball. Crowd wanted a free kick. Miller picked it up, ran straight into 2 Collingwood players, and he gets the free kick against him for holding the ball.
Not sure about the prior there. Crisp, meanwhile, takes the free kick on the 45 to the boundary, hits Carmichael, keeps it alongside the paint. Flat kick that bounced in front of Butts, who beat Elliott to it. Couldn't gather cleanly, and Sidebottom wraps him up. 40 out from goal, tight angle to the right. Adelaide kicking to the southern end in this third term after Riley O'Brien won the toss against Scott Pendlebury in game 350. O'Brien slaps it down. Elliott coming through, though, for Collingwood. Couldn't gather. Now tries to shove away a couple of players. Berry gets the clearance instead. Up towards left half back. Cox in front position, beaten by Thilthorpe.
He's having a dirty day, Mason.
Adelaide will race through the broadcast wing through Parnell.
Good off the left foot. He's non-preferred. Down the line, interchange Gates. Mark taken by McAdam. So he holds it up. Thilthorpe was the main man, and he hasn't been able to get back quickly enough. He goes for Fogarty. 3 Collingwood players emerge, and Maynard comes to the front and takes a chest mark. Unopposed, inboard with his kick.
Got to get Walker on as quick as they can, Adelaide, because they're missing out on opportunities that are going forward.
Lipinski from half-back now. Goes long with his kick. O'Brien went across late. Cox stayed down, and as a result, soccers the ball inside 50. Elliott comes to it, picks it up. Hand pass inside was good. Carmichael sends it towards the goal face, and it was well done. An educated move to rush it through by Murray back there for Adelaide. The margin cut to 3 points in favour of the home side, the Crows. It's the third quarter here at the Adelaide Oval. Neil Cross, Aaron Bryans with you. Our experts are Mick Malthouse and Scott Camporelli.
Dawson will play on from the defensive goal square. Take a bounce through the left back pocket and then head to the western side. Cleared the pack. In the end, Howe came across, brought it to ground. Miller wrapped up by a couple. Ball up to come right half forward for Collingwood. Should amend my ends as well. Collingwood kicking to the southern Riverbank stand end or the right of your radio dial.
McAdam looks sore. He's had that ankle injury. He's hobbling again.
Holding free kick in the ruck contest. Cox paid it, but Josh Dacos takes the advantage. Inside 50, Butts got the height on Elliott, brought it to ground. Ginnivan head over the footy again, tried to sell the high tackle. The umpire didn't bite. Now Parnell wraps up Elliott. Ball trickles to the back. Schomburg threw it out to Keys. Now a kick off the side of the boot, trickles to O'Brien. Did well to get a handball out to Saligo. And up the western side, he spots Walker alone, centre wing.
Walker decides to play on. He had Fogarty down the line. Fogarty brought it to the front. Adelaide had some numbers there. Maynard came through, just bustled the ball towards Hoskin Elliott. He gave it to Moore. went to the other side of the ground, the eastern side. He found Bianco off his left foot inside forward 50 now. Ginnivan opposed to Dawson over the back of both of them. Myercheck, was he taken and held? No. Soccered the ball, though, back towards O'Brien, who happened to be standing there in the corridor. He had passed it out. And Butts clears the area, and a good contest made out there late by Smith. Bianco looked for all the world he was going to take a mark. Smith knocked it over the line. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Yeah, McAdam came from the ground. He looked to be in some considerable pain, but he's actually okay now. The physio's worked on it, and he's okay. Mitch Hinge is now being spoken to by Matthew Nix. He's having his hamstrings worked on. I'll keep an eye on all of them down here.
From the ruck contest, Crisp spun in the tackle, got it back to Cox. Now Bianco, there we go, got it out. Collingwood get the clearance inside 50. Cameron brought it to ground. Front and square was Jones, wrapped up by Hoskin Elliott on the pain of attacking 50. Ball up to come.
Just take it back, Mick. That really poor kick from Taylor Walker. I mean, he had no patience there. There was a 2v1, and it was Fogarty 2v1. He just had to wait till the other forwards reset the ground, make it an even number contest, and then go.
Yeah, he could have just gone, and we don't like lateral, we could have gone 10 lateral and held it. He probably would have got it back again.
So you get a secondary stoppage just outside attacking 50 for Collingwood out there on the eastern side, just 5 or 6 metres from the boundary. It came off the ruck contest. Smith cleared it away. Down the line, Walker made a contest. Bianco was there, knocked it away from Jones towards the boundary. They go in again, and Bianco's a little bit sore. He was met very solidly as he went for the ball. And just behind play, slow to get up. Meanwhile, umpires separated the players and said, throw it in.
Crows by 3 points. Haven't had a score on major in a while. Last goal was the 6-minute mark of the third. We're at the 14th now. Cox won it down. He's lost the goggles again, Mick. Keys front and square, kicked around the body up through the eastern side, only as far as Darcy Moore on return after hyperextending his knee. Moore looks to head towards centre half forward. Plenty of players underneath it. Early fly from Cox. Knocked it down to Hoskin Elliott. Lost it to Chase Jones. Ball trickles into the square. Berry diving down. Couldn't reel it in. Crisp for Collingwood. Got it out wide. Side bottom to Bianco. Then Nick Dacos. Back to side bottom. Had Fogarty on his tail. Tries to shrug and clear but can't. Caught in the tackle. Had to handball off the deck. The crowd wanted a free kick. Rusco can send it inside 50 for Collingwood. Dawson with the spoil. Straight to Hoskin Elliott. Could have claimed it. Instead, he tapped it looking for Ginnivan. And Parnell can have scored it over the boundary line. Left forward pocket for the Pies.
Crowd involved. They have to be. It's a cool afternoon. It's the best way to enjoy the game, being involved rather than thinking how cold it is. Ball back into play. Phil Thorpe with a knockdown, pretty good. And 2 Crows players attempted to boot the ball outside 50. They achieved that, whether it was Keys or Berry. The umpire said insufficient intent. As a result, Howe will take the free kick for Collingwood at left half forward out in that eastern side.
The 32-year-old Jeremy Howe goes long to the top of the goal square. Plenty of carry. Cox would have claimed it, but he was up against Cameron, his teammate. Ginnivan loses it in the tackle. The handball went through the air. Rusco stuck a boot out, went across the goal face, takes a bounce and over the boundary line. Crowd wants to deliver it, but it wasn't as clear-cut as Adelaide exiting defensive 50, and it's on in back play. Couple of fists thrown between Jones and Will Hoskin Elliott. Ginnivan's in there as well with Dawson. Meanwhile, the ball's been tossed back into play. Philthorpe knocked it down, went straight through the hands of Carmichael, went again, kick smothered by Berry. Keys handball stripped by Carmichael, loses it again in the tackle. Josh Dacos can gather outside attacking 50, shrugs 2. Handball inside looking for side bottom. He lost it against Smith. Smith diving onto the footy. Side bottom on top of him. Carmichael's in there as well. And they'll just rugby scrum the ball towards the boundary line. Miller are finally escorting it over. And across the, I imagine, in back play, it seems to have settled down now.
It's funny, Mick. I mean, Ginnivan, he's one that's got a target on him now, hasn't he? Both from the umpires and from opposition players as well.
Absolutely. And he's going to have to earn every free kick, let's face it.
He doesn't mind a word. Off the ruck contest, a strong tackle by Adelaide on side bottom, no effect. It came to Dacos. Josh Dacos sends it too wide. Off the ground, there's a chance there for Chase Jones. Tats it to himself. Tries to push off Bianco successfully. Got it towards centre wing. Picked up by Nick Dacos, taken down. Umpire inspired, says holding the ball. Don't know how much opportunity there was there for Nick Dacos, but Saligo got him.
Well, he just took 3 or 4 steps forward. That's his prior, Crossy, in the modern day game.
It is.
Saligo up to right half forward. Fogarty nudged out of it by Howe. Went again. Murphy of the fresh area as well. Bianco in traffic. Gets a handball out. Lipinski forward. Works well to Carmichael. Awkward ball drop. Just gets it up towards left half forward. He just basically guided it all the way down. Adelaide cut it off. Clear it back to half forward. O'Brien flies. There's an umpire who's lost his cap. It's found its way onto the field. Oh, it's a boot. It's a fluorescent boot that's stuck in the pack. Meanwhile, on the paint of 50, Schomburg can gather at his toes and hits the leading Walker in the scoreboard pocket. Tex has it, 25 out, tight angle to the right.
Great poise from Schomburg. That's why they've got to keep playing him. Understand the chink on him, Mick, is his defensive actions, whether he can buy into that and do it regularly. But that's a class kick. Just to compose a little 20-metre kick, just put it in front to Walker, gives him an opportunity.
And he's young enough. I just look at his age. He's young fella. He stick to them.
Walker kicks from 35. Brilliant finish. He's got 3. Adelaide extend their lead back to 9 points. 9-7-61. Collingwood 8-4-52. 18 played in the third. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli and Mick Malthouse with you.
Scotty, 4-13. If I said to you 4-13 inside 50s, and the Crows have kicked 2 goals, 1, is it? Or 2 straight?
2-1.
I don't know whether it's sustainable for the rest of the game. They've really got to start to occupy that front 50, because at the moment the ball's living on our right-hand side from centre forward. Collingwood are controlling it. It's only the back line, and I suppose the slippery conditions are saving him a bit. So the Pies, if they can continue to push this, they'll win it. If the Crows can make some penetration inside their front 50 and keep it there, because you can't sustain that and keep thinking you're going to win games of footy.
No, the damn wall will break, and we've seen that with Adelaide. Sometimes when it comes too much, they do get scored against.
Adelaide out of the middle, down to half forward. Noble took the ball, hesitated. Miller had got him. And it'll be a free kick to Miller for Adelaide. Probably his best game this year. Inside 50, he goes with a kick. Ball foul and Philthorpe. Oh, there were 3 in front of him and they all misjudged it, and Philthorpe came out and took it on the chest. Scoreboard pocket, 25 out.
Well, it's a dangerous forward line when you've got a Walker and Philthorpe there. That is a really dangerous... they're both mobile. They can mark above their head. So...
And as we've spoke about, Mick, once you got it in there, it was all isolated one-on-ones.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what defence you've got. Even against Melbourne, they've been exposed to at times when they've got one-on-one with space.
The number 2 draft pick in 2020 comes in and just to the right. Minor score, bad miss for the Crows. They extend their margin to double figures, 10 points. And we've crossed over into time on in this third term.
Over at Canberra, Brisbane getting away from GWS, 29 points in their lead. Meanwhile, Collingwood tried to exit defensive 50. It was cut off by Hinge, who was met late, and he's receiving a 50-metre penalty.
I'm not 100% sure there's a 50 there. I reckon he's certainly come in and bodied him, but I'd like to see the replay.
Mitch Hinge will be marched essentially to the top of the goal square. Cox will stand the mark on the right edge of it.
That was against Cameron, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
1-1 for the year, Mitch Hinge. Missed last week due to health and safety protocols. And a contract year for the former Lion. This should be a gimme, though. Slightly to the left, Mitch Hinge. Straight over the goal umpire's hat. Back-to-back majors for the Crows. They push it out to a 16-point lead. 21 minutes into the third, 10-8-68, plays 8-4-52 on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, well, they've just got the ball back on their side of the fence, Mick. As you said, 8-5 clearances. They managed to just get that back on their terms, but they've actually dominated Collingwood inside 50, but that doesn't always mean a lot, does it? It's about efficiency going forward. So 6 inside 50s for 3 goals too. They look dangerous, but I love the fact now that didn't get in quick, but they are getting it in quicker. And I love the fact that Wayne Miller is up playing on the wing. He's slowly getting his match fitness back. You wouldn't have seen a lot of him, Mick, but he could be a real pivotal player for Adelaide in the next 2 years.
Right. Adelaide's biggest margin since the 13-minute mark of the opening quarter. They'd kicked the first 3 goals. Now out of the middle, Laird got a possession back into the centre square. Just tumbled a punt. Bianco intercepted on centre wing. So Bianco sends it high and long inside 50. Adelaide with a couple of big thumps. Elliott missed it. It got its way to that man in Miller, and then he gave it to Butts, who cleared the area. Maynard unable to take it. Through comes Schonberg. Then he gave a hand pass that maybe he shouldn't have. Had to follow up. Ball on the ground. Noble just pokes a pass to Pendlebury. Pendlebury waits. Noble follows up at centre half forward. He goes inside 50. Can't find Elliott. Ball skids. Taken by Myercheck. He's taken the ground. Ginnivan picks it up. Oh, loose hand pass. Just sent it forward in hope more than anything. Ball on the ground. Adelaide clear it away. It should come again. It does come again. Bianco's taken down. Laird clears the hand pass out to Miller. Pulls it in at right half back, just inside the boundary line. Keys pushes off, gives it back to Miller. Clears the area for Adelaide. Great kick down the line, finds the chest of Thilthorpe.
He's got 2 to go to. Thilthorpe forward of centre wing, takes a bounce. Walker's on the right of him, doesn't use him, heads inside 50. McHenry uses the body on Roscoe but couldn't claim it at the back. Noble comes through, paddles it out wide. Murphy's wrapped up in the tackle, it was high. Free kick to Collingwood.
Poor by Ned McHenry. He did everything right. I mean, it was a chest mark. He had him cold. I mean, it was really good play by Thilthorpe. I actually thought he was going to run and draw a text on the outside.
Probably should have.
Yeah.
At the end. Probably just the Collingwood player on the mark did enough to make him doubtful.
So Collingwood go out in the eastern side with a long kick. Picked up by Hoskin Elliott. He just got a hand pass out. It was socket forward. Elliott got into the back of Butts. Doing well on the smaller man, Butts. Ball's on the ground a lot, so the bigger man you would think would be disadvantaged. He takes his kick. He's looking for Walker, who takes it 51 from goal, wide out. Arcs around on the left foot. Not a great kick. Inside 50. Was dropped by Murphy, but he has a chance to get away from Thilthorpe. He does so, keeps it in that pocket. And the short kick finds Carmichael.
Liz Walsh downstairs.
Yeah, after giving away that free kick earlier, Darcy Cameron was brought straight to the bench. The other 3 from the bench are ready to come back on, but the coaches are still giving him time to think about it.
Carmichael hit crisp. Then Pendlebury used Elliott down the line. Mark taken.
2 out. Forward.
Lipinski can wheel just behind centre half forward. Spots Hoskin Elliott alone at left half forward. Gathers on the bounce. Goes bang all the way to the goal square. All alone is Myercheck, but there's a blocking free kick going the way of Adelaide. Myercheck was alone for a reason. It was because Brodie Smith was held away from it by Ash Johnson, and Adelaide can exit defensive 50.
Brodie Smith showing Jack Ginnivan how to sell a free kick. Out wide he comes onto this side of the ground. The broadcast side ball comes to ground. Saligo forces the ball up over the top of Noble.
The free kick was definitely there, but and he played it well, the Adelaide player, but you just got to be so careful these days with that.
Elliott out of the pack. Good hand pass to Lipinski. To Carmichael. Goes to goal. Sneaks it in. Carmichael with a goal. First in his very young career. And Collingwood get one back. And the Pies, not surprisingly, all go to Carmichael, who's only been with them a few weeks. Collingwood 9-4-58, trailing by 10 points. Adelaide 10-8, 68, 25 down in the third term.
Well, they had no pressure out the front of the stoppage, Mick, so the wingers all got manipulated with all the numbers around there, and he came out the front and just pinned his ears back and slotted it. Great finish.
Yeah, it just shows you when you don't have your structures right. I don't say it's always going to work for you, but at least your structures give you something to your starting point. And if you're all on one side, or you're all on the other side, or you're all in, you're going to expose the ball out, because good sides will take advantage of seeing that little bit of space.
Oh, particularly from that point of view, you got pressure and protection, so that wing is the pressure, and then they had Butts, who was the extra behind the ball. So if there had been some pressure there, they might have been a forced kick.
Adelaide by 10. Berry picked it up in the centre square, but was run down by Sidebottom. Uses Pendlebury, who can race through half forward from 48, heads towards the goal line, and it's shepherded through in game 350. Scott Pendlebury fires from deep. He's a legend of the footy club, the midfield maestro, and they get around him. The skipper brings it back to a single-digit game. 10-8-68 Adelaide, Collingwood 10-4-64. 27 played in the third on Grandstand AFL.
Good pressure from Sidebottom came from the forward out of the centre bounce. Can't remember, see who it was. Maynard was the one that picked it up and just flicked it forward to Pendlebury, and once again doesn't overkick it, doesn't try and kick it too hard, and then got shepherded through. So this is traditionally, Mick, this is where Adelaide struggle. So momentum swings. What can they do now? What levers do they pull from the coach's box just to try and keep this in check and not get scored against easily again?
Collingwood almost with a centre break then, but then it's come to Berry for Adelaide. Gave it off to the running left footer in Hinge, who arcs around on that left foot, sends it deep inside forward 50. To the front was Dacos. Got it out and got out Nick Dacos, and then Maynard slammed it wide. Back to Dacos through the middle by hand. Lipinski running. Gave it to Maynard. Set a task for him. He picked it up. They've got it to centre wing. Hoskin Elliott received the hand pass. Gave it back to Maynard down to half forward.
And Cameron's out.
Out was Crisp. And then to Nick Dacos, and inside 50 outside of the boot. Wasn't a great kick. Through Cummings' brother Josh. Off the left foot. He snaps from 40. And Collingwood has got a point. They've reduced it to a 3-point game. But again, able to exit out of the defensive 50, take it the length of the ground, and they've had an opportunity.
Well, it's Dacos again, Mick.
Well, it is Dacos, Scotty. Going back to the other end, it was very clear what you're saying. They're almost like a panic because all the Adelaide players were drawn in and no one out. Because once it broke, they had no support behind the ball, and it's happening again here.
Dawson's long clearance spoiled by Bianco. Rusco back inside 50, bounces into a pack. Elliott slapped it down looking for Sidebottom. Berry cut him off and was caught high as well. Free kick to Adelaide in defensive 50.
Dacos has had 12 for the quarter.
Oof. Berry heads up towards centre wing, eastern side. Coming across, Maynard stuck a hand out. Brought it down to Crisp. Now Rusco. Stopped and then went. Handball straight into Laird. Is wrapped up by a couple on the boundary line. Ball up to come with a few seconds left in the third. It is Adelaide leading by 3 points. 10-8-68 to 10-5-65.
Ball from the contest down, and again, Adelaide able to control it, keep it in close. We're almost there. What a quarter coming up on Grandstand AFL. Ball in the air. O'Brien took it towards the boundary. And still it's in tight. Might have been Laird got a kick out of there. Didn't look like it went 15. Looked like there was a shove there from Rusco. Make little difference. It was on centre wing. It wasn't going anywhere. And at three-quarter time, what a setup we've got. Again, Collingwood challenged by a side down the ladder. And at three-quarter time, they trail by 3 points. It's Adelaide 10-8-68. Collingwood 10-5-65 on Grandstand AFL.
Goal scorers heading into the final term. Taylor Walker has 3. 2 to Murphy and Fogarty. Singles to McAdam, Hinge and Thilthorpe. For Collingwood, 2 to Myercheck. Individuals 2. Pendlebury, Cameron, Sidebottom, McCreary, Ginnivan, Nick Dacos, Ash Johnson and Josh Carmichael. Adelaide by 3 points over in Canberra. It's the Lions by 36 at three-quarter time over the Giants. And coming up next, we'll be taking you to Docklands for North Melbourne and Richmond. Plenty of footy across your Saturday on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
We are one.
But we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, and sing with one voice.
90 years of the ABC.
You are, we are Australian.
90 years yours.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Saligo back with the flight. Nearly brought it down against Moore. Couldn't claim it. Messy football now, 25 out. Scoreboard pocket. Walker slaps it forward to Keys. Gives it to Murphy. Snap from the top of the goal square. And Adelaide strike first in the third. On the paint of 50, Schomburg can gather at his toes and hits the leading Walker in the scoreboard pocket. Walker kicks from 35. Brilliant finish. He's got 3.
Elliott out of the pack. Good hand pass to Lipinski to Carmichael. Goes to goal. Sneaks it in. Carmichael with a goal. First in his very young career.
Adelaide by 10. Berry picked it up in the centre square, but was run down by Sidebottom. Uses Pendlebury, who can race through half forward from 48. Heads towards the goal line, and it's shepherded through in game 350.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Great to have your company at the Adelaide Oval. It's going to be a cracking finish once again. The Crows leading by 3 points over Collingwood. We've had a couple of really tight finishes this season, despite the fact that Adelaide are 5-11. Collingwood, meanwhile, looking for their 8th win in a row. Scott Pendlebury's 350th as well. Back and forth, wet weather footy. 3 points the lead to the Adelaide Crows. Plenty of footy still to come tonight. Carlton and Geelong at the MCG, that's going to be a blockbuster. Fremantle and the Swans in the West could be an underrated gem as well. But up next, we're headed to Docklands, North Melbourne and Richmond. Standing by to preview it all is Joel Peterson. Welcome, Joel.
G'day, Aaron. It's a blustery old winter's day in Melbourne. The winds of change have swept through Arden Street this week ahead of their meeting with Richmond. 104-game rood Lee Adams takes the reins from the departed David Noble at the helm of a North side that's coming off its best performance of the year last week against Collingwood. The Roos will be hoping for a bounce under their new leadership. The Tigers come into today after a heart-stopping after the siren loss to Gold Coast last week. They copped some injuries in the process. The hamstrung Tom Lynch is among 5 changes for the Tigers. They get some guns back in Floston, Cochin and Bolter, and also see a new face in Tyler Sonsi making his AFL debut. North's Charlie Lazaro and Richmond's Jake Arts are the subs. The roof's closed here at Docklands. Thankfully, it hasn't been lifted off in the wind here this afternoon. Cameron Ling and Brad Saul will join Jess Webster and myself for Bounce Down in about 45 minutes from now. Aaron, enjoy the last quarter over there at the Adelaide Oval.
Looking forward to it, Joel. That's Joel Peterson there. Plenty of footy coming your way on Grandstand AFL this Saturday. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli, Mick Malthouse and Liz Walsh with you, though, for the final term. Adelaide leading Collingwood by 3 points. Campo and Mick, how do you see this playing out?
Well, off air, Aaron, as I said to you, it's almost unsustainable if you're going to go 19 to 6 or 7 in front 50, because Collingwood at some stage will kick 50% of their score from the 19. They'll score 10 times, and that 10 times maybe 4 goals 6 or 6 goals 4. Up the other end, if you go 50%, the best you can go is 5 goals. So the likelihood is, unless Adelaide can pressure the Pies by the ball going in the front 50 like we saw in the first quarter, and it was held in there. But the biggest worry, Scott, is a couple of times there, Collingwood had so many numbers running towards their goal, Adelaide caught behind. It's not because they're lazy, they were just out of position, because they were all head in the snout in the trough, no one outside, ball spills out, see you later, Irene. So, and Collingwood have got 9 goal kickers, Adelaide 6. Inside 50s, it's 34 to 48. So Adelaide have done extremely well by their 34, but it's getting back to what you said earlier in the game. You said, well, look, they don't get the ball in there enough. Well, I think for average, if they go in there 10 times this quarter, if they go in 10 times, they're almost a sneaky chance. Yeah. But 13 or 14 times, and that doesn't mean you just bomb it in and go, oh, there's your numbers, here's your 13. No, get a contest down there or find targets. And they've found good targets. So they've been marking the football, but you've got to get it in there, otherwise you're in real dire trouble coming into the last quarter.
I just hope they even the game up. I don't want to see Adelaide give Collingwood an extra defender. Let's even the game up and let's see whether they can get to work.
Momentum shifts across the day, and here it starts in the fourth quarter with Adelaide through Laird getting the break from the centre, and good defensive mark taken by Moore opposed to Phil Thorpe that time. So Moore in the left back pocket keeps it on this broadcast side of the ground, looking for Cameron. It went through the pack, found Elliott. He gave it to Ginnivan, immediately pounced on and taken down in the tackle by Hamill.
I think did Elliott mark that? I think
it was touched. It touched and then went through, yeah.
A little bit extra in the tackle on Ginnivan as well. From the ruck contest, ball propped up in the air. Soligo spoiled it down straight to Hinge. Bangs it up towards the roof. Heads inside 50. Thilthorpe crunched the pack. Spills down to Murphy. Right forward pocket. Run down by Noble. Goal-saving tackle there. As he carries him over the boundary line and be tossed back into play. Right forward pocket, Riverbank stand end, Crows by 3.
Now, a Dacos would have tapped it over his team. You know you're going to get tackled there. That would have been tapped over and you could have had a shot on goal.
Instead, we got the throw in. Cameron comes to the front, knocks it to the front. Walker read it, picked it up. In the tackle, lost it. Howe was the man who put the pressure on. It went straight back over the boundary line. Start again.
I don't mind this Tex. He runs in and makes out that he's going to tap it, and then he just reads Cameron's tap and then tries to get on it. He did it last one, whether he does it again.
Toss back in, 30 out.
Yeah, did it
Cameron
again.
Tapped it down, Walker crumbs. He's gang tackled though by Pendlebury and Lipinski. Ball up to come, still in the right forward pocket. Adelaide keep trying to push forward. Cameron takes it out of the ruck this time. Nothing for Tex. Clears it out of defensive 50. Awkward bounce. Hinge can gather. Lost it though late. Stripped away by Elliott. The Pies now through Josh Dacos. Wheels around on the right up towards the square. Bounce through the hands of Sidebottom. In front of the bench is Ginnivan. Handball to no one in particular. He just wanted to get away from Butts. And it carries over for a boundary throw in true centre wing.
I think he's lost his shorts and he's taken over
Eddie
big
Betts.
Mason Cox's shorts.
He's got Eddie Betts on.
They're the biggest shorts in history.
Jack Ginnivan we're talking about, as everybody seems to be talking about these days in relation to the Pies. So Brian out of the ruck contest, down to Josh Dacos who intercepted it. His kick down the line was intercepted by Hamill. Hamill, left-footed half-back for Adelaide. Down the line he goes, over the back. Phil Thorpe read it okay. Moore picked it up though. It got away from Maynard's hand pass, or rather Crisp's hand pass was ordinary. Hinge gave it to the ruckman in Riley O'Brien. His kick inside 50, an easy intercept picked off there by Howe for Collingwood.
3-point game at the Adelaide Oval. The Crows up. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Scott Camporelli, Mick Malthouse with you. Howe pops it short.
Pretty stagnant, Collingwood. Not anyone really spreading and opening the ground up.
Finds more than Maynard at centre half back. Heads straight through the spine to Pendlebury. 1-2 with Nick Dacos. Then back to him. The master to the apprentice from 50. Nick Dacos goes bang! What a finish!
He's a star.
Nick Dacos has 2. And Collingwood take the lead. 3 points at the Adelaide Oval. 11-5-71, plays 10-8, 68.
Well, I was staggered to find the two smartest players
on the ground
going around in the Master and the Apprentice. You've got Pendlebury and Dacos in the centre by themselves, and it's finally an Adelaide player gets there, but gets separated, spread, hand pass over, and into a 45, well, say 50 metre shot on goal. Really, that's why the result is, right now, Collingwood have got the lead because of not non-thinking football, I'd say.
5th lead change of the game. Collingwood back in front and out of the middle through Sidebottom, just a socket of centre half forward. Smith was held back, umpire didn't see it. Nick Dacos, the offender there. We'll get a ball up at true centre half forward, or centre half back if you like. O'Brien out of the ruck contest, sends it high, back into the middle. Came off hand, Soligo. Slipped a hand pass to Millerer. Millerer an open 50. Decided to go wide with a hand pass instead. Didn't trust himself from 80 metres. It went to Hinge eventually, then to Walker. He soccers it. It's going to enter 50, not quite. Hinge follows up. Makes a tackle. Crisp got it. Hand pass released. Noble, he took it, and he was taken down high by Soligo right on 50.
Why wouldn't you kick it? Miller kick it to space out? I mean, it was a poor lead by...
There was no one in the 50 to go
No,
to.
but it was a poor lead by Philthorpe. He saw Miller was out and he kept leading up the ground. He had to double back and then put it into space and it would have skidded straight. He probably could have socketed it through.
Exactly.
Noble heads to the western side, clears the pack, the fall of the footy. Berry overruns it. Ginnivan again dives in head first, tried to sell it, and the umpire is not giving him an inch today.
Well, there's no doubt that the umpire fraternity have said, yeah, don't pay him.
No, well, look, we've been made look like idiots. That's why.
Ball up, centre wing, broadcast side. Berry, quick clearance around the body, looking for Walker. Nearly brought it down on the second bite. Miller comes through. He's wrapped up by Pendlebury. Ball up to come right half forward for Adelaide, trailing by 3.
That's legitimately 4 times today that he's either instigated it or got high, and whether he deserves it or not, he's not going to get him anymore.
Might have to change his game style. Ball on the ground. Off the ruck contest and held in. It found its way to Nick Dacos and he was smothered by Brodie Smith. Ball goes in the air very quickly. Cameron with the knockdown. A couple of players hack at it. Carmichael, the last of them, got it forward. McCreary socketed it a bit further. Adelaide through the hands. Miller gave it to Laird. He sends a torpedo punt down towards half forward. It comes off hands at the front. Josh Dacos picks it up, slips a hand pass to Crisp. I don't know how he got it back to Dacos. They work it through the hands again. Collingwood, Nick Dacos gave it to Crisp. Breaks from the centre. Inside forward 50. Elliott couldn't get it. McCreary couldn't. In came Butts, taken to ground straight away in a tackle. Umpire says, give it to me. Collingwood, direct, quick, and menacing with their forward thrusts.
What a luxury to have with Craig McRae to have Nick Dacos, who's a first-year player. He's racked up possessions at half-back, then said, I'll play in the midfield and play forward. He's already kicked one.
Yeah.
O'Brien flew high to get the ruck tap and was actually tunnelled, fell on his head against Myercheck. Adelaide, meanwhile, clear through Laird, out towards McHenry. O'Brien's now got back to his feet in defensive 50. It was a heavy fall. McHenry sells some candy, playing on around Rusco. Heads up towards right half forward. Philthorpe in front position. Too high for him. Fogarty trying to become the tackler on Crisp, who was brought over the line by Philthorpe across to the side. Just didn't see him coming. Holding the footy. Philthorpe doesn't have anyone to go to, though. His players rushing back with their backs to him. Philthorpe called to play on. He'll bang it inside 50. The Pies have the numbers sitting back. Big run and fly. McAdam couldn't reel it in. Pendlebury was there. Handball out to Josh Dacos. Collingwood can clear out to the western side.
Dacos's kick set a chance for Myercheck, but cutting across him and taking it over the line was Murray for Adelaide. So right half forward for Adelaide, the ball remains. Can they take it into their 50 with some efficiency? That's the question. In comes the ball spiralling through the air. Both ruckmen struggle to get there. Cameron brings it to the front and back towards Lipinski. Outside hand, just tried to send it along to Carmichael, but the ball crossed the line. We'll get another throw in.
Great to have Mick Malthouse in the box alongside Scott Camporelli. Aaron Bryans and Neil Cross with you on Grandstand AFL. Pies by 3. It was Adelaide by 3 at three-quarter time, though. Toss back into play. Bryan front position. Look to get it to McHenry. Stolen away by Saligo. Throws it on the boot up towards the 50 for the Crows. Philthorpe underneath it, but Howe got the height and spoiled it over for a boundary throw-in.
Well, it's changed. The game's certainly changed. I know Collingwood have kicked the goal, but Adelaide are actually winning a lot more of the tougher stuff, just not finishing it inside their front 50, but at least they're keeping the ball in there. What they're going to be careful of is when Collingwood break, they do break quick.
Collingwood on a 7-match winning streak. Under threat here. Here's Pendlebury wrapped up off the ruck contest. Got a kick to it. Picked up by Elliott. Took it towards the boundary line. Umpire says, yep, it just came out in the tackle. Throw it in. Contest after contest. This is supposedly what Adelaide wants, a contest game.
And this is dangerous, Mick. I love the fact that Collingwood forwards are up really high. All that space out the back with a wet ball.
Yeah, it's the danger. You're better off probably taking the back shoulder on most occasions in these sort of games.
Toss back in, right half forward for the Crows. Cameron got it down to Carmichael. Berry caught him high. Speaking of which, we should check in on our Berry tackle watch. Sam Berry has 16. The record's 19. Meanwhile, Carmichael heads to Josh Dacos. Up towards the 50 for the Pies. Cox entangled with Butts coming through. Duday's brought to ground heavily by McCreary. just did enough to protect him, so the umpire calls the ball up.
Probably it's one time when you'd think, instead of grabbing the ball, really just punch the hell out of it. You get 20 metres. There's times when you don't do that, of course.
O'Brien just tapped it down to Laird. He got a foot to the ball in the tackle towards the boundary line. Noble was there for Collingwood. Hand pass inside to Josh Dacos. Then he went away to Cameron. Off a step, the ruckman sends it inside 50 for Collingwood. Off hands of Cox. He was interfered with, said the umpire. Dacos played on, took advantage. And Nick Dacos has another goal for the afternoon. Collingwood slip away. Collingwood 12-5-77, Adelaide 10-8-68. 10 minutes down in the last quarter. Free kick was for slapping the arms of Big Cox, but Dacos just picked it up and said, "This is shelling peas, boys. Leave it to me."
The breakdown, Scotty, for me is the lack of numbers now at the contest. A lot of numbers back in the back 50, but that doesn't save you the game. Where it is, you've got to get the ball and stop the ball from going in the front 50, Collingwood's front 50. At the moment, this has now turned its head. In the first 5 minutes, now it's all gone to Collingwood's way of winning the loose football, but they're much more efficient than what Adelaide are.
Ball up in the middle. O'Brien wins it down. He was looking for Keys, but Cox can half volley up towards half forward. Entangled is McCreary. Stood his ground against Dawson. Gathered. Went to 45. Can't finish. Minor score to the right-hand side. The Pies by 10. Over in Canberra. Basically game over there. 12.5 played in the fourth. The Lions by 47 over the Giants.
That might have almost iced it if he had kicked that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it just seems now Adelaide are thinking, we're close. And Collingwood know they can win these games.
And Adelaide certainly doesn't. Dawson brings the ball in. Nice mark taken by Fogarty for Adelaide. Down the line was a good kick. McAdam couldn't take it through the hands, but gets his own ball. Hand passes it back to Hinge, and then he went to Laird, and then he sent it down the line, and a big fly from Berry. It fell over the back. It was given to Keys by McHenry, and then sliding in Ginnivan. For Collingwood, ball caught in and under, and the umpire circling. And really, they don't like Jack Ginnivan this afternoon. He's been pinched, and the ball really, honestly, wasn't under him.
Yeah, so that's dissent, you know. Whatever happens now, that dissent rules, there's four blokes arguing with the umpire.
And that's it. He's had enough, the umpire.
You've got to shut your mouth, boys. You know, Collingwood don't need this. They need to make the finals, top four, and this has now given Adelaide a sniff. But I've got to say that that's the sort of ball that was mucked up here in the flank that Dacos takes first touch.
Yeah.
And Adelaide are running towards an open goal. So, technically speaking, this goal being kicked should have been kicked a minute earlier.
So it's Taylor Walker with the 50, and the final note of dissent for Collingwood came from none other than Scott Pendlebury in game number 350. So Walker kicks the resulting goal. He's got 4 for the afternoon, and Adelaide 12-6-78 Collingwood, I should say, 12-6-78. Adelaide 11-8-74. It's a 4-point game.
Oh, that's a terrible free. I mean, Ginnivan was the one that slid in, but then the ball is actually between his legs behind him, and Taylor Walker's actually got the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
And he's giving him a free kick for holding the ball. I mean, it's a fair enough question. I agree with Scott Pell. I mean,
yes,
that's a fair enough question. You're allowed to ask that.
And he's a captain.
Correct.
He's a captain. He should be able to. Like, you're not being...
It's not demonstrative.
No, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
The voices of Mick Malthouse and Scott Camporelli, the Adelaide Oval, finding its voice. Single-digit ball game. Tapped away by Schomburg, had Elliott on his tail. Josh Dacos kicks it up to half forward, goes again. This time finds McCreary, weaving through Berry, uses Elliott, retreats back to Carmichael. From 55, he loads up on the right. It's carrying across the face and stays in the field of play. Gathered on the boundary line. It was snapped by Cameron, but it's just carried over the paint. Boundary throw-in to come in the left forward pocket.
Yeah, I think Ginnivan's going to go home tonight thinking, I'm that sore, I've got no free kicks, but I've given away a goal because I showed a bit of courage.
So in comes the ball in the forward pocket for Collingwood. 4-point game, the Pies lead. At the back, Carmichael tries to stand up, fresh air. Taken away by Jones for Adelaide. Heads out to this broadcast side, finds the boundary in the end as it carried over the top of McAdam, who is in a contest there with Nathan Murphy from Collingwood.
Mick, you mentioned Collingwood winning tight games. In their 7-game winning streak, they've won 4 by single digits.
Yeah. And I think the last two games, I think, been
5 and 7.
5 and 7. There you go. Well, they know how to do it. They've got great confidence. Their coaches got great confidence in them.
Toss back in broadcast side. Cox won it down. Was looking for Carmichael. He fumbled. Side bottom wrapped up by a couple. Just forward of centre wing. Collingwood trying to get it forward. Cox disposed of Thilthorpe. Threw him out of the ruck contest. No free kick. Head over the footy. Schomburg's bowled over. Got it out though. Quick clearance coming from Parnell. Down the line. Bounced off Braden Maynard, who was battling there with Ned McHenry. Boundary throw in to come right half forward for the Crows. They're trailing by 4 points.
Braden Maynard, runner-up in the best and fairest last season, hasn't had his best game this afternoon. Crows have taken away his ability to contest the ball as a third man up. So off the ruck contest, Ginnivan over it. He dare not pull it in. He dare not pull it in. He thought about it. The umpire said, no, give it to me. He was there.
I reckon he might have just walked off after that. I'm having a shower, Craig.
So it's on centre wing. Thilthorpe contesting it. Went to Parnell. He was hit late by McCreery. And it was an earlier free kick. It'll go to Ginnivan. That'll upset the crowd as well, because he was standing there well and truly wide open, Parnell, and he was thumped into by McCreery after the whistle. Now Ginnivan gets the kick down the line. He's knocked the ground. Crowd happy about that. It came off hands. Laird sends it over his shoulder. Down towards McAdam. Kicked off the ground mid-air by McHenry. Down to Fogarty. Went wide, then gave a hand pass to McAdam.
Trouble.
Off to Schonberg. Over the top. Oh, there was an opportunity there for Saligo. Couldn't half volley it. And Nick Dacos, who else comes away?
They're going to get counter-punched here. They got an extra one ahead of the ball. Hasn't seen him.
Bounces off Cox in the corridor. Gives it to Carmichael. 3-on-3 inside 50. Brought to ground by Murray. Scoreboard pocket. Hamill overruns it. Duday tried to get Poot to ball. Didn't really touch it. Myercheck cut off by Murray. Coming through Elliott. Handball back to Lipinski. He's in danger. He's got 3 around him. Handballs to himself. Spun in the tackle. Got it back. Rusco. Flat kick. Pierces it to Johnson. Adelaide just stopped, assuming they'd get the free kick.
Yep.
And Ash Johnson has it 45 out, tight angle to the right.
Well, McCreery was out all by himself. He was the one that was the extra one ahead of the ball. But once again, Mick, guys with composure are worth their weight in gold.
Oh.
If you can just lower your eye and scan the field while you're running, makes a massive difference.
What happened up here?
Yeah, the same. Clean,
Yeah.
not clean.
Not clean.
Yeah.
Ash Johnson on debut. His brother Shane McAdam in this game. His mother Desley took a 10-hour trip to get here from Halls Creek to Darwin. Flew to Adelaide. Johnson
He's kicked it.
Tired of angles. He's finished it magnificently. Johnson has 2 on debut. They come from everywhere to celebrate. Ash Johnson pushes it out to a 10-point lead to Collingwood. 13-6-84. Adelaide 11-8-74. 84 to 74, I should say. 18 and a half played in the final quarter on Grandstand AFL.
It was good pressure by Collingwood, but once again, we talk about cleanliness. Dacos versus Saligo, same draft.
Yeah.
And Saligo just lifted his head on that ground ball. You got to stay low, fingers in the grass. It's the basics of AFL footy, particularly on a wet day. He probably thought he was going to have time to pick it up and kick the goal, but he mucked up the ground ball, and then they went coast to coast, and then it was all over from there.
Collingwood's record against the bottom half of the ladder this season so far, 7 wins, 2 losses. They could be on their way to an 8th win, an important one for their finals hopes. Adelaide breaks from the middle. Hamill off the outside of the boot as he came off half back, then sends it out wide. And Bianco takes it over the line for Collingwood at right half back out on the eastern side of the Adelaide Oval. Final quarter, Adelaide attacking that Torrens River end of the ground.
Still plenty of time, 9 minutes.
Toss back in, left half forward for Adelaide. Cox slaps it down, looking for Nick Dacos. Kicks off the deck. It'll tumble towards the boundary line. Umpire says deliberate.
This is essentially last touch out of bounds now, isn't it, in the way it's adjudicated?
Yeah, it is. It's quite ridiculous.
Adelaide on centre wing. Parnell heads towards the 50. It sits up for Thilthorpe. Cox brings it down from behind. Walker head over the footy, wrapped up by 3, just can't get it away, threw it out in the end, and the umpire, Ping's holding the ball. Free kick to Steele, side bottom, half back for the Pies. They're up by 10.
They're all a bit cooked. It's just struggling to run forward now, both teams.
Side bottom looks wide.
But the smarter players will enter now, and the smarter players will use the ball correctly. Right now, Collingwood have got venues all the way down and they can find those targets, whereas Adelaide are just sitting off, almost inviting them to kick the football. Not that Noble's a great kick.
Found Bianco, then Noble, who heads up to right half forward for the Pies.
Numbers there, nobody able to get a proper hand on the ball, and it goes over the boundary line. Let's go down to Liz Walsh.
Campo mentioned it before that the players look cooked. For the Crows, Mitch Hinge has spent more time down on the mats here, having his calves worked over. It's been a tough game for him.
So the ball thrown in out there on the eastern side. Cox couldn't get a good disposal. Saligo took it, immediately tackled by Noble for Collingwood, and Saligo surrenders it to the umpire. Up it goes again. Cox tried to get a foot to the ball. Was knocked out into space. Jones picked it up for Adelaide. Gave it to Laird, then back to Smith, and on the back foot tumbles a punt towards the logo on centre wing. Off hands, hitting it hard was Schonberg, but in a tackle turns it over. Collingwood had the opportunity, a handball astray. It came to Saligo inside 50. Fogarty went up, couldn't get it. Howe went back and got the ball. Miller almost got him. He got the hand pass away to Bianco, should clear the area.
Looks to McCreary, who gathers on the bounce, spins, chips it up towards side bottom, who waits underneath it. Just got to him in time. Defensive edge, western side. Steele side bottom, the partner in crime of Scott Pendlebury. Points long, heads that way. Up to a pack.
Where's Adelaide's ruckman?
Cox is all alone, plays it in front.
Riley O'Brien's on the bench, and where's Thilthorpe?
Cox wanted to play on, but he wasn't on his line. Neither was his opponent in Laird, so he'll be called back, which halts any momentum Collingwood had. But still, they'll get another entry here through Mason Cox. They're up by 10, Collingwood. Still 7 to play in the fourth. Heads towards the top of the goal square. Butts from the side, should have claimed it. Spills to the back. Mycheck threw a boot out. Didn't really get any purchase. Spilled to Elliott. Spins. Snaps. Across the face. He's done it. Jamie Elliott, who loves to burn Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, has done it again. Outstanding finish. And Collingwood push it out to 16 points. 14-6-90, plays 11-8-74. 22 played in the final quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Well, that's a costly mistake. I was watching Thilthorpe came off the ground. Not sure what's happened to his Liz down there. Is highlighted here, but Mason Cox and Riley O'Brien was on the interchange, and Mason Cox just drifted forward with no one on him, and well done. I can't remember the player, Mick, who it was, just lowered his eyes and kicked it to his advantage, and they get it inside forward 50, and I mean, what a finisher Elliott's been. He's been Adelaide's biggest. He's terrorised Adelaide the last couple of times he's played. You
can understand why sides put tall players on him, because he's such a good mark, but when it comes to crumbing, you've got to also be able to match him.
Out of the middle, Adelaide with a breakthrough. Keys. He sends it down to half forward. Chris got a handle on it. Just. Now he goes back and just soccers off the ground wide. Finds only the chest of Hinge. Inside 50. Hinge sends it. Going back was McAdam. Couldn't bring it in. Murphy roves it. Across the body. He's got a goal. The third from Lockie Murphy in his return to the side. And a chance, maybe, for Adelaide. They're still in the contest. We're well into time on in the final quarter. It's Collingwood 14-6-90, Adelaide 12-8-80. 10 points the margin. Will quickly go down now to Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Riley Thilthorpe has come from the ground. It looks like he's copped a knot to his ribs. He was really struggling to breathe, and he's now just catching his breath on the doctor's bench. He looks to be okay, just needing to catch that breath.
I suspect that's why Cox was by himself.
There's no doubt it was, but I have a simple rule, and how my players used to know. If they've got the football, I don't care whether you are unconscious, get up. You've got to get up.
Voice of Mick Malthouse and Scott Camporelli are experts in the middle. Cameron wins it down. Berry sharked it. Gave it to Keys. Clearance for Adelaide. Inside 50. Howe should have claimed it. Spilt down to Walker. Snap from 20. He has got 5. The Texan leading the charge for the Crows. Back down to a 4-point game. Collingwood 14-6-90, Adelaide 13-8-86. 6 minutes to play at the Adelaide Oval on Grandstand AFL.
Well, he has had a big day, Ben Keys. But I was just thinking that he's had 8 possessions already, Mick. He's got a big base. Like, he can run like Ben Keys. So can he be the one that just gets that overlap? He's not great with ball in hand on occasions, but if he can cause an overlap and get it inside forward 50, there's still a chance. I mean, Tex Walker, he's playing out of his skin.
Well, there's still 6 minutes. There's probably about 3 or 4 scores left between the both sides, so it depends who takes them.
Walker signed another one-year contract with Adelaide just this week, extending his career into another season back in the middle. Ruckman nullify each other. Cox on the ground opposed to Laird, the tall and the short there. Cox, the last man up, throws it to the umpire. Will get the ball up. It was Cox who just knocked it forward. Elliott was onto it. Parnell was onto him. Surely he threw the ball out. Umpire said play on. Smith picked it up at half back for Adelaide. Off the ground. Dawson just threw a foot at it and kicked it out on the full. Basically on centre wing. And Ginnivan behind play, involved in another bit of push and shove. This time with Dawson.
Dawson, the man they've lined up as the next captain, possibly. They've rushed him into the leadership group, but that was poor. Now Crisp heads towards right half forward for Collingwood. Front position couldn't be claimed by the diving Johnson. Spilt to ground. Picked up by Murray. He's wrapped up by Myercheck. Ball up to come just inside attacking 50 for Collingwood. 45 out. Slightly right of centre. The Pies by 4. They win this. They've got 8 in a row. Slapped down by O'Brien. Straight to Josh Dacos. Caught in the tackle. Lost it. Keys coming through, trying to rip it away. He's wrapped up by Lipinski and not going anywhere. Right half forward for the Pies. Ball up to come.
Ben Keys looking at the umpire, then saying, OK, ball it up again. He was surrounded by 3 Collingwood players. Laird takes it off the ruck contest. Ginnivan and Josh Dacos pull him to ground. Umpire says, give it to me again. Adelaide need a break. Collingwood now hanging on. A couple of minutes ago, they were well clear and looking like winners, 16 points up. Ball off the ruck contest. Ginnivan intercepted Saligo's hand pass, sends Collingwood inside forward 50. Ball off, hands Myercheck. Has it, snaps it. Oh, Murray, great block off the boot to Parnell. And then he gave it to Berry. Adelaide clear down to half forward. McAdam going across in front of Howe. And he had support from Miller up at the boundary line, 1 out. Adelaide force a ball in. Ruckman very, very slow to get down to this next contest.
And there's no way known in the rule book that says you have to wait for him. So I don't know why they wait for it.
Good point. I always wondered that, Mick.
4-point lead to Collingwood. 5 minutes to play. Cox slaps it down through Keys. Laird can gather. Kicks around the body. It's too short for Walker. Bounced off his shins. Miller are coming through. Knocked it to Saligo. Paddles it looking for Keys. Cut off by the Pies. Ginnivan uses Nick Dacos. Stands still in traffic just like his skipper. Bouncing ball hits McCreary beautifully. Gathers, kicks into space. There's no one inside 50. It tumbles to the top of the goal square. Racing back. Butts and Duday trying to get rid of Myercheck. Didn't shepherd him enough. Myercheck can tackle, but Butts' kick just hit Smith.
That's luck.
McCreary was coming across.
That's pure luck. He actually thought his way through it, because I actually thought he might have panicked and tapped it, and that would have been a free kick because he was outside the square.
Smith kicks down ahead of centre wing. Saligo was held up. Now, did he take the ball in and under? Umpire said no.
He has a go, the kid. He might make mistakes, but he threw himself right at that football.
Ball in the air. Cox had the tap down. Ginnivan went low that time, and the umpire said, no, give it to me.
High. That tackle was high.
That was high.
Didn't duck into it.
Ginnivan
and the
slow to get up.
Paid it.
And Ginnivan's actually going to limp away from the contest. I thought he was going off, but instead, umpire throws the ball in the air.
Cox fists it through the logo straight to Will Hamill. Spun in the tackle from McCreary. Couldn't dispose cleanly. Picked up by Nick Dacos. Sold some candy. Caught in the second time. Used Carmichael. Now Pendlebury. Wrapped up by Laird. Ball up to come. Forward of centre wing for the Pies. They lead by 4. Simone on the text line. Good calling team. One word for Scott Pendlebury. Just like the Spice Girls, unplayable. Love it, Simone. Well done.
off the ruck contest. We'll get another ball up.
So this is where Adelaide
Adelaide
have really got to. They've got inner and outer. Collingwood know what Cox is going to do. Adelaide have got to work out what Cox is going to do.
I would assume Cox is just looking to belt the ball forward, but not that time. O'Brien took it out of the ruck, scrambled a kick ahead. Side bottom trapped in a tackle, got it to Pendlebury, and then to Nobes, and then Noble, and then Ginnivan down the line, and was picked up by Smith. Sent it back. Walker flies high. They had numbers there, Adelaide, if they could only get a mark. The ball was over the boundary line, thumped there. We'll get another throw in, about 60 from the goal face. Adelaide at right half forward, and it's Collingwood by 4 points beyond the 30-minute mark of the final term.
Great to have your company, ABC Radio Sport Digital. Mick Malthouse, Scott Camporelli with us as well. O'Brien spoils it inside 50, looking for Miller. Didn't reach him. Pendlebury slides in, got it out to Lipinski. Clear and kick in hope. Elliott's in front position, spoiled away by Butts. Spilt to Hamill for the Crows. Uses Duday, tackled as he kicked it. Just stays in the field of play as it bounces over. On the western wing, we'll get a boundary throw in.
Well, there might be only one score left in this game. It's probably maximum 2, so whoever gets it, if it's a goal, of course, we know what's going to happen.
Well, Mychek's gone behind the ball as the extra mix, so it's they're going to try and ice it if they can take a mark in their defensive 50.
Classic next goal wins. Ball comes back into play. Players fighting hard right near the interchange gates. Umpire says, give it to me. It stayed in the field of play, so we'll get a ball up.
This is where Adelaide actually have to try and bypass that extra.
Yes, they do.
Handball or an uncontested mark just to even the game up.
They've got to get away from the stoppage for a start. Hamill put his head down, got through, released a hand pass. McCreary on the ground, got it to Josh Dacos. He tumbled it forward. Duday opposed to Carmichael. A hand pass comes out. Nick Dacos takes it, centres the ball high. Brodie Smith is there, and Hoskin Elliott couldn't take it. Support from McHenry, hand pass into the pocket. And Murphy took it across the line for Adelaide, opposed to Ginnivan, right beside the behind post. Players are out on their feet as we cross over 32 minutes. Collingwood by 4 points.
Well, it's right in for the Pies. This is where, if they can hold it, they win the game. If Adelaide need to break and break hard.
Tossed in, scoreboard pocket. Cox threw a boot out because it was a short boundary throw in. Spilled to Johnson. Couldn't get boot to ball in the goal square. Diving save through the behind line by McHenry.
It's a good result.
5 point game.
Straight up the middle, Mick. Play on. They're going to get it Dawson or Brodie Smith's hand.
Johnson is down in the defensive goal, the attacking goal square for Collingwood. So play's been stopped. That being said, the clock continues.
Stop the clock.
There we go.
And right on cue, it starts raining. So just to add to the degree of difficulty for Adelaide, Smith takes it, he clobbers it almost to halfway. Off hands, of course, it was a Dacos this time. Josh got it back inside forward 50. Butts waited. Elliott took it. Butts took him down, and we'll get a ball up 40 out straight in front of the Collingwood goal face.
He could have marked that.
Yeah,
Mick, could he?
Yeah, well,
what was it?
You've still got to attack it. You've got to attack it. Waiting for a wet ball like that, you don't know what's going to happen.
Tossed up, Cox flies early, slaps it down, 30 from goal for Collingwood. Hoskin Elliott comes out, wrapped up by Hamill, not going anywhere. Ball up to come.
So this is where I think you've got to be smart enough to know that Cox is only going to do one thing. He can't palm it from there. He's going to go 5 to 10 metres forward of the ball if he gets his hand to it.
Tossed up, O'Brien wins it down, straight through the hands of Lipinski. Laird comes in, he spun in the tackle, lost it early. Coming through, Schonberg turned it over but was legged. Free kick to Adelaide, last roll of the dice.
Schonberg says, let's go. Out wide, Chase Jones has a chance. He takes the mark on centre wing. Inside 50 long. Walker out the back. He won't get there. It's rolling towards the goals and out of bounds. A metre from the behind post.
Well, that's the best result because it didn't need to go through for a point. So now they've got a stoppage in their front half. Now you go and tell Lockie Murphy or one of your smalls just to rip through that stoppage and see if they can draw a free kick.
But stay outside the front 52. Get a good set-up. Collingwood need to secure the ball here with numbers in front of the pack. That's where it's going to come.
5 point lead to Collingwood. Tossed in. Adelaide's attacking 50. Walker took it out of the ruck. Kick smothered. Spilled to Murray. Now to Steele. Side bottom uses Nick Dacos. Clears defensive 50, but Smith can cut it off. He's 60 out. Left half forward. Brodie Smith puts it to the hot spot. Plenty of players. Fly from Dawson. Spawned from behind. 30 out. Went through Schomburg's legs. Collingwood can clear.
McHenry goes back, or rather... Hamill it was who went and gave it to Duday. He skies the ball down. McAdam couldn't take the mark. He's 60 from goal. The ball's outside 50 for Adelaide and over the boundary line. Not long to go. Adelaide's probably got one more roll of the dice. Collingwood by 5 points.
20 seconds, Crossy.
Yeah, it's got to be marked, otherwise... And the Pies got everyone back in the back 50. 2 forward of it. It's a very good setup to save a game.
21 seconds. The Crows need a goal. Cox wins the hit out. Went down to Sam Berry. Got boot to ball in the tackle, but it's out on the full. Free kick to Collingwood, and that'll just about do it. The pressure was enough. And who else but Nick Dacos to have the footy in the dying stages. Nick Dacos up the broadcast wing. Leading out Hoskin Elliott, bounced off Jamie Elliott. Schomburg's kick smothered. Duday's trying to chase. McCreery nudges him off it. Handball forward just to get some territory. And it's enough. The Pies win a thriller. They're surging towards September. They've won 8 in a row and celebrate their skipper's 350th in style. Collingwood by 5 points.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
A back and forth contest at the Adelaide Oval. The Pies led by 5 at quarter time. Adelaide by 9 at half time. 3 at three-quarter time. The Pies coming back late to hold on for a 5-point win. Collingwood, their goal scorers, 3 to Myercheck, 2 to Johnson, singles to Elliott, Pendlebury, Cameron, side-bottom McCreery, Ginnivan and Carmichael. For the Crows, 5 to Walker, 3 to Murphy, 2 to Fogarty, singles to McAdam, Hinge and Thilthorpe. Collingwood winners by 5 points.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood with 8 wins in a row, the first time since 2012 they've done so. An outstanding season that surely locks them in for finals. They're level now with Geelong, Melbourne, Brisbane and Fremantle, who are in the top 4. Collingwood sit in 5th on percentage. 90 seconds away from taking you to the Docklands, North Melbourne and Richmond to come. Mick Malthouse, you're 3-2-1 in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I knew you'd get me straight away. Well, I'm going to give one to Scotty Pendlebury for a full game performance. A couple of mistakes, but by and large was able to set them up under pressure and was able to rally the troops at the right time. 2, without a shadow of doubt, was to Tex Walker. He kept them single-handedly in the game. And 3, to a young bloke that's got the most magnificent future in front of him is Nick Dacos. He's had
40 and kicked 3.
He's had 40. He's had 40. I just did this without the stats. So he's had 43 goals, nearly 750 metres. Unbelievable game.
Mick, thank you so much for coming over. It's been a pleasure to have you alongside Scott Camperelli. Thanks to Neil Cross, Paul Brokenshaw, Liz Walsh downstairs, Craig Davis back in the studio. Collingwood winners by 5 points. Passing of the torch in game 350. Scott Pendlebury 1 vote. Nick Dacos 3 votes. Coming up next on Grandstand AFL, you're headed to the Docklands, North Melbourne and Richmond with Joel Peterson, Jess Webster, Cameron Ling and Brad Sewell. And then tonight, it's Carlton and Geelong and Fremantle and Sydney.